we want to just identify those little monikers there, like, so that for educational purposes, like Sean and I, selfishly, we both teach, and so like if we go and go through, and I want to show some good nat sound, so we can look through these and go, oh yeah, this is one that was, no, that's one that had really good nat sound, or something. Or if you see something like really great tight shots or something, just write tight shots, or, I mean, it's just, there's nothing formal about it. We're just trying to identify some things like that. So yeah, let's see.
And the numbers, the scores?
Like 1 to 5, 5 being the best.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm a photographer based in Washington, D.C.
Hi, I'm Angela Owens. I'm a photo editor at the Wall Street Journal.
And I'm Preston Ganaway, and I'm an independent photographer based in San Francisco.
I've got Jack, and now CJ. I got that right. Fantastic. These are our...
Is this supposed to be?
So, sorry, we're going to run through it, so if we could do it basically
just a
every
few
4
seconds,
seconds,
okay.
yes. Thanks.
yourself, right? But if that piece is by, you know, a partner that you work with on a regular basis, or you have any knowledge of how it was produced, you know, please do the right thing, recuse yourself from that. You don't really need to worry about, oh, I worked at this station for 10 years and I worked with that person for 10 years. If you think, you know, even if you weren't in the room while it was being produced, but if you think that you couldn't be a good judge of it, it's okay to recuse, but you don't need to be that strict on it with yourself. If you have anything go sideways or haywire with any technological stuff, or have any bigger questions about, you know, does a piece fit in, how should we talk about it, just raise me or Mark or both of us on Slack, and we'll be here in a minute. We can help you sort those problems out. But thank you all, and Bob, I'll let you get to it. Bob is he'll be cracking the whip, making sure that your discussions are good and fruitful, but not so long that we run off schedule. So, thank you all.
Thank you.
Also, can you get the links sent out to the live stream so that we can?
They're gonna go out to everyone, don't worry. As soon as they're up, we'll get them sent.
Perfect.
Yep.
So are we ready to go live now, or?
You guys can start as soon as you'd like.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank
you.
Want me to hit the lights for you?
I don't know, do you guys want lights on or off? Let's see, what does it look like?
See what they look like.
That's probably, do you guys like that, or? is it too dark?
Maybe at least on the
Yeah,
screen.
the back one, yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
That's
really
good.
good.
We got this is another dimmer.
Yeah, so in for the caption.
We'll leave it in?
I want to see the captions.
I can read it out loud if you want.
Okay, leave in.
This is out for me.
Take out.
Yes.
In. Okay, leave in.
And for caption, and.
Okay.
Fine. And get the rules up here. And by the way, vop.nppa.org is the website, and so if you need to refer back to rules, you can. You can look under categories, and it'll do the rules. So here's what the deadline rules are. Breaking news, so this is a little bit different than, it's not, so deadline is different than breaking. So breaking news or general news stories filmed, edited, and broadcast within 4 hours, consecutive hours. Okay, the goal of this category is to highlight television photojournalism under deadline pressure. This entry may be a standalone package, a package with a live shot, or a live shot with a video or close-up. The entry includes a live shot. The air check must be submitted with no re-editing allowed. 90% of the video and live shot must be filmed by the entering photojournalist. Entries must be 5 minutes or less. So, again, it's basically breaking news or general news that is done within 4 hours. And there's 15 of these. And so if you look at 38 on your tab there, you will see.
Oh, really?
I see 15.
You have 50?
I see 8.
I see 9.
Okay, go to
Or 8.
Wait, 38.
Wait, actually, no, it's, yeah,
The
8.
first two are the same.
Oh,
have
I'm
the
sorry.
same
Yeah,
number.
you're right. Yeah, there's only, my note, my 15 was minutes, not entries. So, yeah, so, it's about 15 minutes worth of watching. This shouldn't take too long. They're short. So, let me get to this, 38, you all see where you're at. So the first one, I want to make sure that this is right. Is it,
You got a discrepancy. On the grid, it says M9X for 2, and up there it says M9X8
okay, let's see.
for 2.
Wait a minute. Oh, I'm in the wrong category.
She'll do a 5-star, right? And then you're like, she'll do like a 3-star. And we're just kind of figuring out where the finalists are gonna be. We can go back and reevaluate stuff, but you don't have to think, oh, this is a 1, this is a 2. I would say 5 or 4, and then everything else, if it's an then she'll just give it a 3, right? But those scores are just preliminary. We can go back and we can go back to the notes. So we'll watch all of the entries in the category, and then I think it's easier to watch everything and then have a discussion instead of watching something and watching something, because if we do it that way, we'll be here till Tuesday. Okay?
Yeah.
So it'll be Whitney. So it'll be Whitney.
Just copy and paste that.
Dan. That's a good idea.
I'm just doing notes in this column, score.
Yeah. Again, the score is just a mental thing for yourself. It's not. This spreadsheet will never leave this room.
Okay.
So you can write, that was stupid.
There's not that many in this.
Yeah, I think there's only 6.
It's out. Yeah, it's out.
2 outs, do we have any ends at all?
I think I like the next one better than this one.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Can we see the next one?
Yeah.
Can we compare those? Yeah, I like this one.
That's in, I need to really decipher this caption that's going on here, but there's something being revealed here that I haven't seen before.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd keep it in for now, just so I can think about it a bit more.
should we keep the one before it in, or do you want?
Yeah, for now,
Okay, we'll keep them both in for now.
That's an in.
It's in for me,
Yeah, it's
yeah.
definitely in for me.
And
It's in for me.
it's in for me. In for me.
Okay, we're down to 13. I'll remind you all again that we're doing first, second, third, and one HM. Nothing more. Don't beg me. Don't offer me money. Don't promise me a beer, because I'm not going to give it to you. Only one HM, and you do not need to award an HM if you don't want to, but that's as far as we're going, and I will not budge. Although gin and tonics do help. No.
Can, oh, sorry, what's the next step?
Well,
Vote
we
again?
could go, CJ, can we put them up into a big,
Are we choosing the words now, or are we still doing
I think we're trying to get them down.
I think you should, I mean, if you guys wanna move things up, or if you wanna see through them again, we could do either. Captions can be read again.
I like to get captions read on the penguins in the snow.
I wonder,
Kenyan
Also,
herders.
If you make it full screen, like the green button at the top, maybe it'll. Because on mine it looks, I don't know.
it's a different view. I don't know if maybe if you
Is it
want to
online?
read on here for a sec, I could go ask someone about how to put it into the contact sheet. If you
Okay, sure. Why
Would
don't
that
you,
be-
sure,
Would you mind driving this for
actually,
a
I've written
second?
a text, maybe I can get somebody in here, so,
Yeah, no,
You wanna do the-
read
Oh, go ahead and do the
caption.
caption.
Yeah.
Okay. On the sea ice near Snow Hill Island in Antarctica, a lifeless emperor penguin chick of the species Amptinidites forsteri lies encased in a frozen meltwater pond. On September 10th, 2023, the National Snow and Ice Data Center shared a disturbing update stating sea ice in the Antarctica reached an annual maximum extent of 16.96 million square kilometers, selling a record low maximum in the satellite record that began in 1979. Regrettably, with observations in 2023 indicating unstable landfast ice where emperor penguins breed, the combination of adverse sea ice conditions and breeding failures may offer a snapshot of future where such events become more frequent and widespread, with grave consequences for emperor penguin population viability. The poignant image of the deceased emperor penguin chick was made this past November during my visit to Snow Hill coinciding with the critical stage in the emperor penguin breeding cycle. Numerous other casualties surrounded us, too many dead chicks to count or to photograph. Still, I did not hesitate to document the scene as I grappled with the distressing evidence of climate change.
So I thought that I had it so it would wrap around, but I heard it
Oh,
right.
okay.
Got it. Okay.
So. Sometimes people should be confused. Like, you think you got it right.
To be clear, in case you're wondering, my 1 to 5 is based on an upper level. To create more variation.
Yeah, I think this one.
This one doesn't.
For me than the other one.
You like this one better?
I like this one better too,
Yeah,
yeah.
same. It struck me,
Go back to the previous.
He died before he could get justice, and it's heavy on my mind.
She's here representing her family for one reason.
Ginger, she's truly missed.
Good. Next.
Can I make a small request? Sorry. Can we dim the lights a bit or no?
Can we dim the light?
I don't know.
It's okay. No, let's go.
You don't want it dark?
It's fine.
Okay. I saw the other rooms were all dark.
I
like it darker, but
yeah, I would like it darker.
It's kind of related.
we're all editors here, right? We like the dark.
Yeah, this is better.
Oh, that's even better.
Yeah,
You
it's
wanna-
good. Yeah, this is
I
great.
love
Thank you so
this.
much.
Ooh, I feel cozy.
Good idea.
Videos.
My eyes love the dark.
Yes.
Did you edit in the dark? Me too.
Yeah. Pitch black.
Money out your pocket. Some of that money out your pocket. Some of that money out your pocket. This is not normal.
After 2 shootings at East High School in less than 2 months, anger is obvious.
This is traumatic. They shouldn't have to do this.
Parents confront the mayor and police chief
You guys don't get it?
as they wait outside the crime scene to see if their kids are okay yet again.
It's scary. You know, it's like this is the second shooting this year. It's just scary.
Tiffany Wright knows the frustration.
There's nothing you can do. You're nervous. You're anxious. You just want to see your kids' faces and make sure they're okay.
At the same intersection where an East High School student was shot and killed last month,
This is too much like not right.
parents like Lawrence Goshan
You gotta be here.
wait to reunite with their kids.
Isaiah,
Yeah,
what floor are you on?
3rd floor.
Okay.
He won't hand up the call with his son until he sees him come out of the school.
Say right now, I'm scared. I'm tired of my son going through this. Like it's his freshman year. He's never been exposed to this.
We will win. There is no doubt about it.
We were just getting ready for work. All of a sudden, it was super windy. We were battening things down, checking on everything, and all of a sudden the sun got covered by all this smoke. We didn't really think it was going to be too serious. And then when the sun went away, it was crazy.
Some higher stars too.
The New York City photo.
Except the filters are going to be 3 stars. Like we did 3 stars, and you're only going to see 3 and not the 1 stars.
You can do less than or greater than or equal to.
Okay, then let's do that. Okay, so if you like anything that's more, let's give it a 3 star. Or let's give it a 2 star for now. If there's something that you'd like to see up at the top, on the top row.
Yeah, I agree. The New York City.
Yeah, New York City photo.
This is, again, something new, so I'll probably forget about it, so hopefully I can remember.
Full custody of her, so I am more than able to pay my bills and live on our own together.
How we doing here, guys? Everything tasting great?
Can I get another bourbon from you?
I was apprehensive at first too when I heard it was 1906, but
Patrick Gibble.
It's worked out very well.
The general manager says the minimum wage of $19.06 helps them attract and keep some of the best workers.
Muted voices, is that next?
Back and forth between whether that feels more of a second place to me over the Gaza photo in the page.
So this is our first place. Well, let's hold off on that because Ariel's not still deciding between the two. And the second one you said, Ariel, is the Times Gaza one that Bernie has at 4 right now, right? Well, one thing I want you guys to kind of take a look at is the front page holistically for each of these and see if there's anything you want to discuss there in addition to those main stories. And then I was also going to challenge either of you to sort of move the other on this one in particular where you guys fall on opposite ends of the spectrum.
Can you go back to the other New York Times, please?
Yes. And I guess also if the descriptions affect any of these descriptions or any of these decisions for you guys.
I mean, I love the space that's given, but to me as a page, this feels like
Feel it, you know? Have a sense of peace and have a sense of joy and know that, hey, we're all in this together, we're a community.
Wonderful. Look at this crowd. People are happy. We're celebrating a feast day of the church.
I can't see Whitney and Dan.
Oh, I think we're on the wrong thing. I just realized. Yeah. I was like, well, how are we keeping up with these titles? All right.
Oh, you're in the template.
Yep. I just looked down at the tabs and saw that.
Yeah, it should be in 58.
Yeah.
All right.
Just copy and paste.
Yeah. Good call. Good catch.
But I agree. I feel like I found myself wanting a little bit more context, and I bet this is like, you know, you're seeing it with some additional stuff around it, but it took me until about halfway before I was like, there was a hurricane, there wasn't a hurricane. Like I wasn't quite clear on like what had happened and what was happening next, as much as I was in the other ones.
And yeah, I didn't feel like I was connected to them and their families and like where were their children or like, you know, I think that might have helped it a little bit too.
Yeah. Anything else anyone wants to share about this one? Or we can move on to talk about the next one.
I'm good.
So the next video was Israeli soldiers clear bodies after Kfar Aza attack. Yeah. So, any thoughts on this video? How you felt?
Hill Block Party, Fremont Seed Fest Festival. It's all going on this weekend.
Here you go, Blue Jays first. Thank you. Taylor Swift last.
So much, all at once.
Seattle doesn't know how to do city planning, so they need to talk
about whether that one should be awarded. Correct me if I'm wrong. Or did you have?
I mean, I was, but like I would be open to it because I think again, like I think it is. There's like a nice visual interplay between the two. I think it's just like not, and like the layout is a little bit cleaner. I think as a package it works kind of well. I just think that like the human element like hurts it to a degree.
Okay.
But I would be open to keeping it as honorable mention.
Okay. And then real quick before you guys decide on that, there was also the post one that was in discussion where you two fell on different ends, right? Or
I
sorry.
conceded that one.
Oh, okay, my
Yeah.
bad.
Like for the sake of the
sorry about
chopping
that.
of the.
She gave me one, I gave her one.
Yeah.
It's all about
compromising.
Compromise, exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I will say kind of to your point too, it's like the thing that is really nice I think about like the Free Press and the Chronicle is thinking about the audience, right? Like you have a much more specific audience that you can speak to, so it gives you a lot more opportunity, I think, on the real estate on the front page to be able to go like, this is the thing versus a place like the Times or the Post is trying to hit.
And I didn't feel like I got a complete picture of what was happening on the ground, where this, I got, even if I didn't know about the fire there, I would have gotten a good sense of what happened, what people went through while it was happening, and then also got what the community was doing in response to that. And I thought that was just a really strong way, because it's so hard to tell a complete story in 24 hours in that way, and I think they did a good job with that.
And that reminds me of, I feel like one thing that might have been different in the editing of the first one is, with video, you don't want to repeat the same idea twice. And I feel like there were ideas that were repeated multiple times. And with just, it was just like wind and like, things were shaking. We know, I think it's okay to say that once, but like to say it repeated times, we don't necessarily need that. Like, what are you adding as you, when you're including certain elements in your video?
So it seems like, y'all were kind of like talking about how they compare to each other. So our goal now is to figure out, a order, if there's a first place, second place, third place, and that's it, because there's only 3. There does not need to be all of those categories. But amongst you all, what do you think, I guess, stands out the most as a first place video?
It's a hard call for the second two for me.
I'm leaning toward the fire because it feels more complete to me.
I am too.
Yeah, me too.
I'm leaning towards the fire.
Chronicle 1, Free
agree with
Press, as
So I guess,
I mean, I agree with 1. I agree with Chronicle as 1. I think there's a good argument in like, for it being a local paper and taking that big of a risk on one story. I like that. And so then your second was the Free Press, and then third was Gaza Times, right?
right. And I just wanted to add for the record, if you go back to the Chronicle, please, which I missed last night when looking at this, is 3 of the stories on this page alone is focused on her. Grief Tension in DC, that story is related to the top news, right? So imagine an entire 3/4 of the page was really on this woman's life and career. So I think as I'm looking at this a lot closely, I feel like that in itself, it's like an entire package in one page.
I think the thing for me for second between the Free Press and the Gaza Times page is, I guess I almost with the Free Press story is like how big, like this is a big use of a really dynamic photo, and I think like huge props for finding somebody who happened to get that photo is like kind of so much luck and tenacity all wrapped up. I think the thing that I'm curious about is just like not being as familiar with like the story itself and like the kind of local community is how big of a deal was this story in the context, right? Like it gives it such prominence that I'm like, this must have been like such a big deal because of how much emphasis is put on it. And so it's just like, it's kind of crazy, but it's also like, is this a big deal? I don't know, like how much of the context around that, right? Or is it just a really dynamic use of a photo, which is what I think like on the Times page kind of edges me toward that a little bit more. Again, it's just like it's big-ish, but it's also kind of bigger for the sake of what that news is about and what that moment in this protracted war is. So I think just kind of trying to weigh like the news value, like of like what does that give to the community with putting that on the front page for each.
So I feel that, and many of us here, we all judge these kinds of competitions, and there's always a conflict in trying to decide, you know, hometown newspapers versus newspapers of national, international caliber. And that always comes into discussion when we are doing this. And the Times will always go wide and large on things such as Israel, Gaza, or such as Ukraine, right? So to me, I feel that newspapers in states here in this country have a deeper challenge in trying to engage its audiences to go into their news their newsrooms, because this is everybody's challenge, including mine, is the protected, you know, we're losing audiences. And I think in trying to get a defining picture about the top story of the day is an important part of what newsrooms do. And I think in both situations, I'm sure they have discussed about the impact of seeing a dead baby front and center while people are drinking coffee. That's a hard discussion. But at the same time, you have a fantastic picture on to me, a big story in Detroit that I think that's where places like the Detroit Free Press are that's what I'm going to do. If I work at a Detroit Free Press and that is the top story of the day, I'm going to try to find this picture and put it centered like this and wide, because that's what happened in my community. The Times will, you know, I'm sure it's a hard discussion, but I wish in some ways if they've already taken that step, they might as well go all out and put it bigger.
I wanted to actually give Sandra the chance to chime in on this, if you feel comfortable, since, am I correct, or did you
see me?
Oh, no, but am I correct that you recused yourself because of the Post one, and now that it's out of the picture, would you like to chime in on this? Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards what Bernie is saying, and also in thinking about making those decisions, you know, for page one and the audience in your community. And sometimes when you have an opportunity, like what the Detroit Free Press did, to give room to a dynamic photo, sometimes that's our opportunity to do it. With the page with Gaza, what I suspect was happening is the debate of how big can we go? Does it pass you know, the morning breakfast
Right.
test. But then at the bottom, you know, below the fold, giving people sort of a feeling of a bright or a lighter story with the hippo, although I don't know what that I can't remember what that headline is. But you know, just in terms of visuals and the opportunity to sort of play with visuals to give readers an opportunity to breathe, especially after seeing a photo like that at the top. But I do think, you know, each of these publications are taking their audience into consideration, and you have to. And, you know, maybe that day Gaza was big, you know, but the fact that they can offer their readers something different in Detroit with a dynamic photo like that, you know, more power to the publication for the ability to do that. Because oftentimes when, you know, you're sitting in the room with editors and you're going through negotiating, is it gonna be a 6-page, 6 news front page, and do we have the photos to carry the top? Do we not have the photos to carry the top? Like, those kinds of conversations are hard, and you know, as a photo editor, you're gonna have to negotiate. But if I were faced with that photo, just to give readers something different to see, I would probably go with that.
So just to clarify, Sandra, what's your order for the remaining?
I would probably go with the order of the Chronicle, because I think celebrating women in politics, and she really had a storied career. And again, keeping in mind the audience, I think, you know, I would go with that. I do agree with you a little bit on the secondary image. I probably would have tried to find something not so tight in your face with the 3-column, but I think overall, I think you know, the photos, even with the shadow box at the bottom, I think it works. And then the Detroit Free Press being second, and Gaza being third. I do like the Ukraine, but I do hear the feeling of a lack of a human element.
Yeah.
Is what's missing. But I love the top photo, the graphic element of that, and yeah, I think that's well played, but it is missing a human element on the page, which would have helped it.
Okay, so I guess we can kind of go in two directions. One, I was going to ask if Ariel wanted to give a final argument for changing the order of that, or if we want to go with the 2-to-1 sort of decision.
I have been pulled in that direction. I mean, like, also it's hard to kind of go, like to push against, like, knowing, like, the balance of resource between the Free Press versus the Times, and kind of like what people are able to do. Like, I'm down with the Free Press 2, Gaza 3, and then Ukraine honorable mention if people are open to that instead of cutting it out, right?
I think that's exactly the
Yeah.
pattern that we have. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. 99 more to go.
Well done. Yeah. All right. I'm going to give you guys a round of applause for getting through the first round with two, and then 1 recusal.
It's really hard. I don't know that people. I think that's the fun, in some ways, the fun thing that I find in answering readers' questions. Even though a lot of editors are like, I don't want to answer readers' questions, but to actually have to sit and explain it to someone who's paying for your content, you know, it definitely gives food for thought, and it's hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought you each brought up some really good points with all of these in terms of resources, in terms of audience, in terms of like what discussions go on in a newsroom when you're talking about space and type of image. And just before we move on, I was a little curious if the description on the Free Press one struck anyone. It kind of struck me in terms of how the image was sourced.
Oh yeah.
I just like picture the panic of just like this happened, and how do you make that happen? Because I mean, I don't know how early your print deadline is for the front page. Cause like that, if this happens at noon and your first print deadline is 3 p.m., that's like such a narrow window of time to go like, who is there? What do you have? Can I see what you have? Can we get high res? What is your caption? Like,
not to mention like state of social media right now, but I'm just curious, Kathy, do you mind just telling us real quick about how this came together now that we're done judging?
Yeah, I mean, it was a big deal. You know, this was witnessed by hundreds of people. It's a big deal every year, this air show. It was a Sunday, which we actually don't staff the picture desk on Sunday, so the photo editor got a call from the news editor of that day saying we need to scramble. You know, the Monday front page is usually done Saturday. So it was like basically tearing everything up and starting from scratch and finding this guy and negotiating with him, you know, some kind of rights and money to get this image was a little harried because it was like he was kind of an amateur, but obviously not enough that you, so he didn't really know what to do, so it was trying to explain some of that stuff all on deadline. And we don't rarely go this big even on big news anymore. So it was, you know, convincing the news editor that like, hey, we've got to make this the biggest thing. This photo is so dynamic, and this was seen by hundreds of people. The guy ejected before the crash, so there was then like fuselage was everywhere, and so then we got somebody out there to do. So if you saw inside pages, you'd see like where they were picking up pieces from all over the community. But yeah, it was there was a lot of texting that afternoon. So I don't know if that answers
Thanks
the
for
thing,
sharing.
but yeah.
Yeah, I was just curious.
You could almost hear the conversation that the people turning around, like it really speaks to you, the photo.
Yeah, it was a crazy day.
Yeah.
It's rare for a full
Kudos.
lead then.
Yeah,
picture lead.
yeah, it has to be a huge deal.
All right. Nicely done. Okay, we'll move on to the next category.
So our next category is newspaper section front, which is the front page of other sections of the newspaper. For example, features, sports, business, local news, etc. And do we want to go full screen once through again?
Yeah. Thank you.
So the category is news section?
Yes.
Fine.
Newspaper section front, so any of this inside sections essentially.
But there are, the New York Times Magazine is in here.
So I believe, I was also trying to take a close look, I believe that was technically a special section. So sometimes they have like inserts. Can you,
It's
can
a
you guys
special
just
section.
share?
Oh yeah, it's a special section.
yeah, so it's
Are there the descriptions on there too to give us?
Right,
Yeah.
thank you. Oh yeah, that would be helpful. Do you mind going through each of them?
Yeah, absolutely.
And the Young Africa was a special section.
Yeah, right.
And it looks
So
like
that's
the
connected to
wildfire
this? Young Africa?
Connected
Oh.
to that? No.
Oh, okay, okay,
No,
okay.
they had a whole, they did a whole
Right,
thing.
right.
Just read the description.
Yeah, if you don't mind.
Yeah. Windsor changed through Paris during Fashion Week. The looks inside and outside the shows allow imaginations to run wild through impressive silhouettes, brilliant fabrics, and top-notch personal style. Photographer Simbalashe Shaw captured the moment. Old World, Young Africa. Africa has the fastest growing youngest population of any continent. By 2050, 1 in 4 people on the planet will be African. Early tremors of this seismic change are already registering around the
Wait, what?
It's in 2013.
I
That's
think
tight.
I think it was supposed to be 2023.
Okay.
The date on the actual page says 2023.
Okay.
So this is the front of the dedicated 40-page section in print.
Mhm.
Yes. And the Taliban's takeover ended decades of war, but their restrictions and the economic fallout threw many women into the new era of diminished hopes. The New York Times spoke with dozens of women across the country to understand how their lives in Afghan society have changed over the past year and a half. This is what they told us. Photographs by Kiana Hayeri. The project published as a special online article and a 40-page special section in print in March 2023. After Uvalde, a cemetery anchors families of victims. Hotshot fire crews work on the front lines of the biggest wildfires in the American West. We wrote along with them. John Keel, photographed by Chantal Anderson for an Arts and Leisure cover. And that's all.
I think I know what my outs are.
Yeah, go ahead, Sandra.
We can do it some else.
Or just even start the discussion.
Do you want me to go through one by one?
Go ahead.
The Afghan is my out.
The one right in the middle.
That would be my out.
Can you talk a little bit about why?
You know, while I think it's a beautiful portrait, I feel like I've seen it before, and I have to wonder if women with children are only, like, what does that signify? Like, I think about women, there are single women, there are young women, there are, and I'm just wondering why it had to be a portrait of a woman with a child. But then I go back to, I feel like I've seen this before, and it doesn't feel different to me. I feel like it would have, you know, not having seen all of the photos on the inside, I just wonder, is there something else that could have been used? Or it's possible that this was the best photo for it to be able to support the text on the left. You know, I'm sure design was also taken into
You mean the
consideration.
negative space?
Yeah, the negative space. But, you know, it's a dynamic portrait, it's a beautiful portrait, but sometimes I feel like portraits like this tell me nothing.
And just since you mentioned it, keep in mind this is, you guys are judging just on like the section front.
Right.
We're not gonna be looking at the inside pages. so
Right.
yeah. Any other thoughts on this one in particular? Or is there another people wanna talk about?
I mean, I'll echo just a little bit of that, like, just thinking about the interplay of headline versus image and how those conversations have to come together to make it feel like it's a complementary companion to the story, that there's a lack of tension in the imagery. It actually feels more, it's like very soft and doesn't feel devastation.
Right.
There's
Even
a
if
kind of
it's internal
simplistic.
devastation.
Yeah.
The portrait doesn't make me feel that. I agree with you.
We can go to the full.
What did you say?
So we could go to the full view again.
The full view of this one, yeah.
No, of all of the.
To me, the strongest contender here is New York Times Old World Young Africa, because talking about dynamic photography and the typography plus the headline and then the picture, all those elements really go together very succinctly for me. You know, it just really shows everything about what this entire story is all about.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen this picture, I've seen this picture over and over again. I can't help but go back to it because there's so much going on in this photograph that tells the entirety of the entire project.
Yeah. You feel joy, like it feels.
And it's about the world will be Africa
Right.
by 2050.
I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's kind of the opposite of what the Afghanistan image is doing.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, it's so hard to encapsulate. I mean, this is another 40-page section to encapsulate the story in a single image, you know. And a lot of times, you know, you want to rely on the headline and say, oh, the photo shouldn't have to do all the heavy lifting. This one can do all of that lifting.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that image in itself really speaks to so much.
Just a note on the Afghanistan layout and photo and the photo that's being pictured here. I do love the photography. I do love the light, and maybe I'm okay with this because it wasn't too literal. We weren't showing the literal destruction of a country that has gone through decades and decades of conflict and war, and I feel that it has that poignancy, and they were probably telling, you know, we don't have to be too literal about it, and their focus is on, or was on, women and how they've been impacted by this war. I think it makes sense to me, and maybe, as to your point, we have seen these types of photos over and over again. I just appreciate the photography, and I'm not, you know, I think it might still be in contention. We'll see how everybody feels about the rest.
I guess what bothered me just about the portrait is women being defined as mother, having a child. And I wonder, to me it just says so many things about women and women in Afghanistan and stereotyping women, and I guess that's what really sort of, I just feel like it could have gone maybe a different direction, but I do, you know, I do want to reiterate, I do love the portrait. I think it's stunning. I think the lighting is beautiful, and their facial expressions are everything, but I just...
Maybe because, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Maybe because part of what they're trying to show here is that women in Afghanistan do not exist, and that this is a way of showcasing that particular theme largely. And I apologize, I did not read this particular project, but looking at it now, I think maybe that was part of what they were trying to show, that these women have voices, and they were trying to focus on how they live in a country that do not think of them as part of the community.
I mean, I kind of feel like something I'm thinking about with all of these covers is like thinking about how, as a reader, you come across them in the context of the paper, right? Like it's intended to show a separation or like a new thing versus like what you were seeing leading up to that. And I think that there's something kind of nice that maybe if that were like a very packed paper for the day and you come across this like very like dark, still, quiet thing that could have an impact, like, oh, I'm changing the pace of how of what I'm reading, what I'm seeing, like what is this, and maybe can pull you into it. That I think that there is something nice about that it is a quiet image, and it is like a lot more ambiguous. It makes you have some questions about like what is this really about, or like what are we kind of here for. There also is a part of me that's like I don't necessarily want like the picture of the Afghan woman like in the literal devastation, like which is kind of I think how we have seen, you know, a lot of imagery out of Afghanistan over 20 years, but could this have been a moment instead to use like a different kind of dynamic image, like an image with more of an interplay or a moment rather than such a like, you know, more of like a posed moment, like might have helped a bit. But again, I also didn't see the entire layout of it, so I think maybe this fits better with the tone of it, and so maybe the tone is, maybe it's a portrait series, maybe there's something in that where it makes more visual sense, but yeah, I'm kind of on the fence about it, only in context of some of the other work here, I think. Like, I like this on its own, but like, I agree with like the Young Africa piece, which does that thing, it also stops you, it also kind of indicates a different kind of feeling from what you would have seen leading up to that point in the paper. And the ability, the fact of leaning on like a picture that is joyful and fun and dynamic, where like it could have gone a lot of different directions, I'm sure, if you're doing a story that's a big project that hits the different course of emotion.
But it also shows Africa in a light that we don't see Africa.
Right.
And this is where between the two, that's why I'm like, I hear what you're saying about going through the paper and you land on this section. I just wonder for, you know, the power news readers, if they would say, oh, I've seen that before. Is that enough to grab them? I don't know. But that, for me, between the two, that's in Africa that people don't see enough.
Yeah. It sounds like this might still be in contention for us, but do you mind if we go back to thumbnails of all of them, and maybe just for sake of narrowing down the conversation, were there other outs you guys had in mind? Or definite ins?
The fashion one, for me, I think the image is really dynamic, the color, all of that. There's just, for me, they're so tense on either side of the frame that I feel like it's almost too tight. Like,
Too what?
Too tight.
Too tight?
Yes. Like, they're just, that, I'm looking to the right side of the frame, and, you know, as I'm trying to kind of explore this image and how it plays on I want it to breathe just a little bit more. And I don't know if that's full frame, right? Or if there is a little bit more, but I think that just a little easing back of that, you might allow a little more flow in the photo.
I like this photograph. It goes, you know, they definitely thought about how to do their headlines with this, because it really matches what you're seeing here. I also agree with you that maybe you need a little bit of air on the sides a bit, but this layout, the design, works for me.
Is it in one of your top 4?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that was one of my top 4. It also made me think about use of vertical and thinking about, you know,
good point,
the audience who are probably really experiencing this in the digital format and translating between print and digital, or print and Instagram, or print and you know, the app. But I hear you when you say it feels just a little tight. I don't know if that is full frame. I don't know if, you know, this photographer chose to photograph things on their iPhone, which is also possible, which we were all experimenting, and again, trying to think about cross platforms or surfaces. So, but this was one of my top. I love the lighting and the feeling and the flow of the material. I thought he did a good job. And the cleanliness. It's such a clean front page.
Mm-hmm.
I was actually trying to encourage you guys to cull, but where they're.
I
mean, no, this is all really good discussion.
I'm kind of ambivalent about it personally.
You're what?
I
Ambivalent.
I like the photo and the layout from a design perspective, but, and maybe this is part of just like my bias as like, this is like not necessarily the genre of what I tend to consume, and so I'm like, yeah, this is like really cool looking, but I'm like, I don't feel compelled to do anything more with that. But like, do I want to see more interesting things? I think there's something about the palette that almost feels a little too neutral. Like I kind of feel like my eye goes straight to the hole in the middle of the outfit rather than bouncing around everywhere else. So like it's not my favorite. Like it's one I would feel comfortable losing. But then that splits the vote because of course it does.
Yeah.
So
That's
You know
okay
what makes
too.
me chuckle about that is it's in Paris and the color scheme on the page is the colors of the flag is what I was sort of thinking about.
I didn't even thought about that.
But I think it's a really great use of vertical for me.
Well, let's keep it in discussion then. If you guys are split on it, if we go back to the thumbnails, were there any others you guys wanted to pull out? And
I just wanted to note for the record, the Uvalde layout. I think the most noteworthy here about this project is the time and support and commitment the New York Times has on this story. And I just, this may not be particularly the best set of images for this on the particular story, but to go back again and again to this community and not really surrendering the story because it's an important historic changing story. I just feel that commitment needs to be celebrated because it's not often that people can do stories like this. I love that they had spent time to go do the story over and over again. I don't mind this layout at all. It's a hard story to do considering the devastation has already happened, but being able to capture scenes of how life goes on in this community, I think overall this project needs to be commended.
Yeah, this is definitely in my top. I mean, potentially my contender between first and second with the Young Africa piece. Like that first photo, especially, is so like heart-wrenching. Like knowing the context of the news story, knowing the context of like I have been following this story and just as a reader and watching like bits of it come out and like even the photographer like Tamira's work consistently building that up and also the Times giving this so much space. I find it super powerful and it really, like as Bernie was saying, to echo that, like a commitment we kind of, I feel like, rarely get to see anymore. And not just a commitment in time, a commitment in space in the paper, like real estate in the paper, that looks like the photographer also like wrote this story, which is also a big part of that, and kind of trusting photographers as journalists, is like, I think, a big thing. I think, yeah, this for me is potentially like, this is the one, like, I remember seeing this particular spread in the physical paper just on the day it happened to come out and just immediately feeling like an emotional response to it. So for me, this is like a really powerful one, and I will fight for this one if needed.
No, I would agree, and I think too, like when you think about kind of support that photo editors provide to photographers, particularly on hard stories like this, like, I mean, we've covered 2 mass shootings in the course of a year and a half, and to get into people's lives, to be in bedrooms, like especially a national news outlet, like, you know, they were literally handing out no media cards at Michigan State. You know, Oxford had no media signs on the storefronts of businesses in their little downtown, like the animosity. And so for this photographer and their editor to be able to create a sense of intimacy with the community to tell a story like this, it just doesn't happen that often. I mean, you just feel people are just the drain of having that happen in your community, and then to have people kind of parachute in and try to tell these stories, like, and then to see an image from a bedroom, like, is kind of blows my mind a little bit.
Nobody can get into, we tried.
Yeah.
To get into some people's homes, and we were always pushed back.
Yeah.
But for Tamar Khalifa to be able to capture these types of images is really kudos to him. He worked that story very, very hard.
Yeah. And also just the framing from the cemetery. You know, there are so many different ways you can take a story like this when you're talking about grief and recovery. That top image just slays me, really. It is really, really powerful and tragic.
And yet hopeful, because they're children.
Yeah.
Just like the body language, right? Like the idea that like kids can go like, here's an open space to spend time. Like they're not necessarily thinking about it in the same way that like an adult that has that kind of emotional connection to that particular kind of space. Like, yeah. And fantastic that they gave that the full 6 columns. Like really just let it, or I guess I'm assuming it's 6 columns, but like, you know, letting it have that space. I think works really well for a section cover, which presumably there were many pages that followed with all the rest. So.
I see it sort of like 2 possible paths of discussion. We can either, it sounds like this and the Africa story are sort of 2 top contenders for a lot of you. We can kind of discuss how to place those, or if you guys want to address either of the other 2 that haven't been mentioned, the wildfires and the John Kell front, to see if those place anywhere for you guys. Any preference on those 2 paths of discussion?
It's like so apples and oranges between the kale and the wildfire. Because
Is that a wraparound? That's a wraparound, right?
it must be.
The wildfire one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah.
It's got to be.
Were you about to say something, Kathy?
Oh,
about stuff?
it's how do you know, because obviously, and they spent a year, I think, with these hotshot folks, and you know, that level of commitment. Again, there's training and danger when you're doing this kind of work, and again, making sure the photographer is set up to be able to handle an assignment of this magnitude, you know, but then dealing with publicists and celebrity and making sure all that stuff comes together is a whole other level of headache. I mean, I don't know how hard it is to get to John Cale, but there is a lot of coordination to get to him. I'm not sure, I don't know, I'm just not sure that it's really hard for me to kind of look at both of these and judge them against each other, if that makes sense.
When I think of commitment and comparing wildfires with Uvalde, there's like no comparison. I think, not that, you know, it's not, I'm sure it was very difficult, and, you know, I applaud the commitment to photograph the hot shots, but I think, you know, the emotional toll, for me, if I had to choose between Uvalde and hot shots, I'd probably go with Uvalde.
Yeah, I don't think it's a choice between those 2 though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, it sounds like Uvalde and the Old World, Young Africa Story are definitely in your top
Mhm.
threes.
Mhm.
And I guess for these two, I'd like you guys to consider whether they merit an award, period.
I mean, like, I like the Hot Shots treatment. Like,
Yeah.
I love the
Yeah.
idea of the wraparound, again, the big space, dynamic photo. I kind of, there's a part of me that wishes that maybe the main image in this was something a little bit more dynamic, more human, right? Rather than like the fire feels very front and center, rather than the hot shots themselves.
Yes.
And something that makes it feel more the story's about them and not just about fire season.
Right.
Granted, if this is a treatment, the number of pictures that would work for this
Yeah.
is probably very limited even with that amount of time. But
It's
yeah, I think
interesting you say that because the hot shots are actually on the back of the wraparound.
And like I wonder exactly where that like the person
Full,
between
I
the
think,
two, yeah, exactly.
That
I'm like,
must be on the tree, or it might be on
Yeah.
that guy.
yeah, like looking at
See
that,
them.
I'm like, it's just one person with a couple hidden in the back, like in the trees. You can kind of see them
Yeah.
coming out, but it does feel like the fire is the star of this photo
Yeah,
rather
right.
than the hot shots. And I would assume, I mean, this photographer has done this kind of work quite a bit. Like,
Yeah.
I know that there's probably something in the package that kind of gets into that, and it's like I wish a little bit more of that were in this, for the sake of it being the section cover, like not even like weighing the merits of the story or anything like that, but just thinking of it as like a showstopper for a
Mhm.
reader. But
Right. I almost feel that it is such a dramatic layout that you're immediately drawn to the picture because it is very dynamic. You see what it is, right? And because the Uvalde layout is a little bit more quiet and poignant and a little bit more, you have to, I'm trying to put regular people here, not picture editors, in front of this. And would people appreciate, would my nephews and nieces appreciate this particular page? Are the pictures dramatic enough, or does it immediately draw somebody directly into the photograph? But because we know as journalists, we know the story, that's why we're drawn in. Is this enough for the audience to really get drawn in immediately? And I always grapple with this because I know the backstory, so therefore I am really going to be a lot more interested. And I wonder if a change of layout, a change of design, and putting the top picture, and maybe going, is that what you call it, a wraparound? Maybe would a wraparound for this particular project be more successful? I don't know the answer to that. I have not worked at the newspaper, but again, subject-wise, theme-wise, the sense of commitment at the times to do this, and to give a large space to a photographer's reporting, I think those are all good elements in this particular piece. The only thing that I wish it was better was maybe a more arresting picture, as good as the one with the hot shots. I'm not sure if I'm articulating myself enough.
So it sounds like you.
I'm not
there's-
knocking it down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's still, so this is for sure still in the top few for you guys, and it sounds like the hot shots may still also be in contention for you guys. Why don't we do a quick yes or no from each of you,
Yeah.
if that's okay?
Sure. Do you want to go through them all? Or
Yeah, I was actually thinking just for this, but yeah, let's go through them all if you guys feel comfortable with that.
So basically, we're voting to move it forward.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I guess, just to be fair, we haven't talked at all about the Cal one. Did you guys want to look and talk about that real quick before doing the round of ins and outs?
To me, considering all other four, and I feel the top four, were better. Oh my God.
I think there are also 5 others.
No, I mean,
And then
right,
these
so I feel like that the other four were stronger than this one. That's what I was trying to say, even though I know I love this picture.
Other thoughts on this?
Yeah.
Yeah. There are too many faces.
Yeah, there's a lot of faces.
Everybody's, I feel like everybody's staring at me. That's the only thing, but I do love that portrait.
Yeah, it's so wild how much it's such a simple page design, but yeah, just the choices below, like, throw it off enough. Like, the portrait I think is really quirky and really strange and interesting, and like, I love spending time with it. Like, I almost wanted to just be that.
Yeah.
And then, like, let's hang out with John Cale and cut the rest of the photos left and just be like little headlines.
Right, but if you fold the paper.
And then it folds and you hide some of
You're
them.
right,
Yeah.
it cuts off at the center, obviously.
But it's just such a fun, weird photo. I think I love the portrait, and I'm bummed about it as a section cover.
Yeah.
Simultaneously.
My eyes just keep dropping down, you know.
Yeah.
And I want to engage with him. But you know, you gotta let people know there's other stuff inside the section.
All right, you guys ready to do a round of ins and outs?
I think so.
Okay.
That's a yes for me.
In, for
I'm
me.
gonna say out.
Okay, so we have 2 ins, 2 outs. We'll keep it for now.
In.
In.
Out.
In.
I'm gonna say in.
I'm also gonna say in for now.
Okay.
In.
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 Out.
Did everyone? Sorry, was that 2 and 2?
In.
Okay, 3 and 1.
Out.
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 Love you, John Cale.
Alright, so we've got 5 here to talk about. Reminder, we've got the 1, 2, 3 and honorable mention to give.
I vote for Africa as 1. And Uvalde as 2.
Yeah, do we want to have that conversation? Not to be anticlimactic, but to talk about your top 2 contenders?
Top 2.
Yeah.
I mean, I would go. I'm feeling very much the same. So Africa and Uvalde.
And is anyone in disagreement about these 2 being the top 2 somewhere?
No, not to me.
Okay. So yeah, let's look at these 2 then. We have 2 people who think it should be in the order of Old World, Young Africa, and then Uvalde.
Yeah, I think I agree as well. This one in Uvalde too, I think honestly it's partially just in the design of the page. It's like the package of it where like this gives you a space to spend time in the Uvalde. Like we do get that big beautiful 6-column, but then you're also getting so much other information within it. More simple, I think for new reason, a more simplified layout on that section cover, I think only would have helped it.
For Uvalde,
For
yeah.
Uvalde, yeah.
So you wanted the layout slightly.
Like a little bit more focused. I think, and again, it's hard because it's like there is a set size of the page, and so when you look at that in person versus small, like you kind of lose, I think, in those 3 scenes across the bottom.
You know, it's probably the edit of the photos for the 3. That's because the design is clean, but maybe it's the 3 like the first, the left and the center kind of fight each other, even though the center isn't detailed, but the elements in the photo kind of, I feel like, sort of resembles the images on the left. I probably would have done that a little bit differently. So maybe it's the edit that's tripping.
Yeah, everything is kind of at a very specific distance too. Even the detail is a medium. It's not a detail.
Yeah.
So I get what you're saying there.
I think for me, Africa 1, Uvalde 2, and if I have a third favorite, it's the Paris.
Maybe that's
Okay, so maybe we can at least
What was
set
your
the
third one,
1 and
Brittany?
2.
Paris.
Oh, I could go with that.
Oh, we're gonna go to blows. No, just kidding.
So we have 1, Old World Young Africa, 2, Uvalde. And yeah, let's have a discussion about 3 here now between Paris fashion, Afghanistan, and the hot shots.
So Paris fashion, Afghanistan, and hotshot are points of discussion, right?
Yeah, and you have 2 awards left to give, 3 and then honorable mention.
Okay, so for me, Paris works. Yes, there is a note about giving it a little bit more space on the side, but I don't think, for me, it doesn't break how it all works out between the headline. It's a beautiful photo to me. It works. There's cohesiveness in how I'm looking at this. I've said this earlier, the headline matches what that picture is showing. I think it needs an honorable mention.
I agree. I like the use of vertical. I like how the shadow box is at the top and the story below. You don't feel like things are competing, and it doesn't overpower the centerpiece. And I think the colors, the palette, it all, for me, it all works very well together. The design, the photography, the feel. I like it. I agree.
I almost feel that, I don't mean to go back to Uvalde because it is such an important story. I almost feel that I wish we had, yes, the picture at the top is good, but I wish there's better design for this particular package. Because if we're looking at this side by side, I feel like there's so much going on in the page that it needed like one dominant picture to really sell the point. But I can't knock it off. I really truly love this entire project. They've done a phenomenal job. I just wish the design was a little bit better.
Thanks. And yeah, I know it's hard sometimes to compare what feels like apples and oranges, but definitely do keep in mind like the sort of photo editing tenets and like kind of the conversations that can happen about design in concert with the photo editor.
Yeah.
But that this isn't a decision about the design of the paper. It is about photo editing.
Right.
I guess between the 3 remaining for you guys to place, is there one that doesn't feel, for others, that doesn't feel like it lands, or that somebody else wants to propose for 3 instead of the Paris fashion?
I mean, I can get on board with, I mean, I really do feel like the photo could have used some breathing room. That woman on the right is basically walking out of frame.
Mm.
And my eye goes there a lot.
Mm.
And it's bugging me. But
I understand that.
Yeah, I hear you.
and if there was, I mean, again, I have no idea what the original frame is. So you work with what you have, right? And the photo editor and working with the designer, and you know, it's a beautiful image. The softness of the color, all of those things are working with it. You know, you can almost feel the wind in this image,
Mhm.
right?
Do you have a 3 that you prefer over this, Kathy?
I'm partial to the fire page. I just think the you know, I get that there's not a lot of hot shots in the front image, but you know, having that kind of single figure, you know, doing something that is pretty intense, and I think the display in terms of the there's a restraint. I know we're not supposed to do design, but there's a restraint in kind of how the caption and the headline were utilized here, and to really, you know, and that kind of the leading lines of the fire that kind of really pull you in to the image. And I know just from reading this whole package, like, it really engaged me from the get-go as a reader. And I mean, that's part of this image's job, right? Is to pull the reader in and get them to go to the next page. Where, like, I feel like the fashion one is like at its, again, apples and oranges, but you know, I've seen a beautiful image, and that's kind of, I'm left with just that, where this is something that is gonna wanna pull the reader in and make them open that section and dig in more, at least for me. But I'm also more of a news person than fashion person, I guess. Both important images, just kind of doing two different tasks.
And I just want to clarify, like, the design thing, like, our work doesn't happen in a vacuum. Like, these come together in concert with
Mhm.
designers. So yes, of course, that's a factor. I'm just trying to kind of give you guys a tool when you're starting to split hairs a little bit on, like, where exactly to focus, or sort of recognize when you're being drawn too much or too little to a design versus the photo editing. So yes, that's certainly a part of our jobs.
Well, and this, to pull this off, takes a lot of conversation and collaboration, because we've done wraps before, and you know, they could be wildly successful or just complete misfire, and I think this one does what it's intended to do.
Yeah.
I'm like thinking about this one in print too. Again, like, if we had it in front of us, I feel like probably has a lot more weight, and like, you know, you'll get to see the little hints of people. There's like a lot more of the image that kind of reveals itself, and you can see it in its full glory, versus like, you know, on a screen projected and all of that kind of thing. Like, I agree with Kathy. It's like, I think this is my contender for third as well, even though there is that part of me that's like, I want like that human emotion, kind of pulling heartstring kind of vibe like you get with the first two. Like, this is also like, for the audience that is reading this publication, like, that's going to be a very arresting, huge thing that hopefully they come across in the paper, right? And they're like, oh crap, like, giant page, full bleed, wrap, fire, like, what is this? And then hopefully brings them in. But I think for me, this is more of an interesting, dynamic, engaging kind of layout, photo mix, story mix than the fashion one. Because I think, again, for me, like, as much as I love a graphic photo, like, you know, graphic from the viewpoint of shape and all of that, I think almost like in the John Cale page where everything else felt like it was competing with it, like, this almost feels like everything just kind of blends in a way that, like, I don't know. I
So you like this better than Hot Shots? Or you
No,
like
I like
Hot
Hot Shots better than this. I would say that, like, I think I could be on, convinced that as an honorable mention, but I think for third, I would go for Hot Shots.
I guess I'm still not sold, but I think Emily raises a good point, and Kathy too, about, when you're dealing with a wraparound and, if the conversations, which sometimes doesn't happen, if the conversation before you send a photographer out, about how the approach is going to be and what sort of visuals that the person should look for when you're thinking about doing this cover. If it doesn't happen, or if it happens sort of late in the process, or maybe, maybe this is what they were going for. I can't help get out of my head what you said about the star of the photo is the fire and not the people. And that, and if I want people to understand that this is an elite squad of underpaid, overlooked workers, I don't know that scene sells me that. It would be great, because we've seen the fires before, we know about the fires. I would have loved to have had, maybe an image from inside one of the rooms where they're all getting ready to go. Like, I could see that pulling me in, but otherwise I feel like the star is the fire and not the people. I can't get that out of my head.
I know, I've talked you out of it. I'm trying to.
You talked me out of it earlier.
Well, I think also though, the fashion one to me feels like similar. It's like it's not a person photo. Like the model, like she is an object, right? This is not like a human photo to me. It is a graphic photo. It is a beautiful, mix of shapes, but like the model serves the purpose of creating an interesting shape rather than, which I mean, I guess is a comment on fashion and like maybe part of the point of it. But I think that kind of maybe for me, and the thing I have trouble with, I think between the remaining three as a whole is like thinking of like each one as like a little bit, I think it's in the photo selection, like feels a bit more like the people are not there to be an emotional, personal connection. Like they're all kind of like there as elements in a frame, more so than I think exists within broader body of work, even from any three of the stories. So
I feel like it captures what fashion has moved towards, which is more about the spectacle and less about the people. And it creates this scene of what people would love to be and aspire to maybe, or the life they'd like to live versus what they don't. So I feel like in a way it really does capture the essence of what the fashion industry has moved towards. If you look at a lot of what they're producing, it's like true productions. It's not just the runway anymore. It's like the only thing I can think of is thinking about U2 concert in the Bean. Concerts are now, things like this are now, in order to engage people, it has to be a spectacle. And I feel like this photo sort of captures what fashion is going through to capture audiences. So I guess that's why, that's the other element that I really like about, and the design.
To your spectacle point with the fire, like, I mean, it's ultimate, humans versus this natural element. And that photo of them getting ready to go out, if you did not have fire, I don't think it would do what this section or this story needs it to do. I think you need the fire. Do you need as much fire as Ariel's kind of hinting that it's more about the fire than it is about the people? But without the fire, there is no story. If they were battling against nothing, then, I think you need to see them in the wild, in the element, with this, trying to contain this thing that has been so uncontainable these last few years.
So one that hasn't been in discussion for 3 at least is the Afghanistan one. Where do you all feel like this falls in terms of merit, and does it deserve of honorable mention to anyone?
For me, I think it deserves an honorable mention. Again, we're talking about the New York Times and their repeated support on these tough stories to get to. And I think that needs to be, it is really at the core of their mission. And to me, these are hard places to get to and really needs full commitment by, different groups within that organization, and they do this really, really well, time and time again.
We're in a dilemma because there's 5. We can only have one.
Any other
honorable
thoughts
mention.
on this one?
Wait.
I'm still stuck on the fact that women are defined by women and children, and I just can't. I love this portrait, but I just can't help but thinking. We've seen this visual before, over and over. Whatever it has to do with Afghanistan, and could there have been a different choice?
To your point, the entire theme is about women in Afghanistan, and
Yes, but do we need the child? Like women in the portrait? Are we, does that woman have to be defined as only being a mother? What else could we, what other visual of of women could have been used? I just feel like we use that all the time. But it's a beautiful portrait.
Yeah, it's
I will
gorgeous.
not deny that. It's a gorgeous portrait. Would I have used it on the inside? Perhaps. Would I have tried to do something else on the cover? Maybe. That's the only thing.
So Sandra, your order would be, for the remaining 2, would be Paris fashion and then hot shots?
I could probably do Paris fashion and hot shots.
And Bernie, you're suggesting Paris fashion and the Afghanistan story to drop the hot shot?
what is this stuff? So I need to drop 2, is that, or drop 1?
No, you're all just dropping 1 unless you don't want to award an honorable mention. You guys can award 4 out of these 5.
I keep talking about the commitment of the paper, but and I think that is also seen in the Africa story as well as Uvalde, and I think I'd be swayed to drop Afghanistan because I feel that the design and the picture selection for hot shots are stronger. So in my head, I would do Africa as winner, Uvalde as first, second, third would be Paris, and then 4th would be hot shots.
Ariel and Kathy, where do you guys stand on the Afghanistan story since we've already talked a little bit about the other 2?
I think I could lose it as well.
Afghanistan.
Yeah. But my order would be Africa, Uvalde, hot shots, and Paris. But I
can live with that.
Yeah.
I would go Africa, Uvalde, hot shots. Personally, would cut Paris this all together, but for the sake of consensus, I'm fine with it being honorable mention.
You'll cut
Yeah,
Paris?
I would cut it personally, but I'm
Would
also
you
like
put,
not mad about
would
it.
you put Afghanistan as an honorable mention, or are you?
No, I would
Yeah.
actually just
Yeah.
put 3 personally. Like I love like that portrait. I think I love that body of work, but I think just as a package, as a section front
Yeah.
is like not quite for me.
I like doing honorable. I like
Yeah,
that. Like,
yeah.
be like you got this far, you should at least get the HM. You know.
Yeah.
So.
I agree with you.
What's that?
Paris or
For Paris,
Oh.
yeah, yeah. Like I think Ariel was saying that she wouldn't have given Paris an HM.
Yeah, like,
and
I
just
mean,
doing that generous thing and saying, yeah, go ahead. You keep it.
I'm kind of equally weighted, I think, between the two for different reasons.
Yeah.
So for me, I would be like, well, since they both kind of hit in the same way, I would just cut both since you can't have both. But I know that there's a lot of strong feeling about Paris. Like I'm not like mad. I wouldn't say it's, you know.
So it's sounding like to me like the Afghanistan one was maybe okay to go unless Bernie you wanted to do a final argument for it, and then maybe we could hone in a little bit between 3 and 4 for Paris and Hot Shots.
I'm okay about it going. I mean, I keep talking about how
That's
the
a really good
Times
point.
really, that's what they truly believe in, is put these stories in the center of conversation every day. And if we're looking at it holistically as a page, a section front, the other centerpieces that we have seen are stronger.
Your point is really well taken.
Also, like all of the pages are Times, right?
Yeah, that's the other thing. They're competing amongst themselves.
I was like, wait, what the?
Yeah.
Okay.
This does. So yeah, it sounded like there were pretty strong feelings about Paris fashion in 3 from a couple of you, and same with Hot Shots for 3, right?
But I think we did decide that
Oh, yeah.
Hot Shots was 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
we did.
My bad.
Yep.
Okay. It's decided.
There we go.
So does this look right to everyone? It's honorable mention, Paris, Hot Shots 3, Uvalde 2, and Old World, Young Africa 1.
Yes.
Nice. Thanks, guys. I'll give you guys a round of applause. I am gonna call a quick break.
Yes.
I'm gonna do like a half-hour break, if that's all right with you guys. It's 10:42 now. Let's just come back at 11:15, if that's all right.
Yeah.
And then we will have another break at noon for lunch and a photo, or I guess it's photo and then lunch. So let's come back like right on that dot and hopefully make it through another category then. That's good for everyone. You guys are doing great.
Are we good on time?
Not exactly. leave it up to you, but you can easily recuse you for this category as well. We've got 3 other people here.
If we could, when we go through them, I'll just take another look and
Yeah.
then I'll figure it out.
Yeah.
You know.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So yeah, let's
So
go.
this is the newspaper general news story category for coverage of an individual news event or issue, single or multiple pages.
So this is in print.
So as part of this, are we exclusively thinking about photos? We're looking at package and design as well?
Yeah, I'd say, I know this is kind of like a party line I have to keep repeating, but I'd say focus in on the photo editing and the choices that you guys feel like you're making in your jobs that pertain to that. And try not to let too much of the extras weigh your vote, but obviously it's still part of it. And can we click through the thumbnails for each of these sort of a little quickly and then read the description?
The description is New York officials have escaped scrutiny for repeated failures to help homeless mentally ill people. The New York Times investigation has found. And there is also this link, which I can.
Oh.
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah, I thought this was a print category, but I guess it's actually for. Huh. This is newspaper general news, right?
Yeah.
So this is it's a print category.
Okay, so we can just.
So we're gonna focus on the print
Sounds good.
part of this. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
So I believe we're gonna do it first.
Yeah, okay, and then we can go through those. After revelations of child labor and treacherous conditions in many cobalt mines, automakers and mineral companies said they would adhere to international safety standards.
And in this instance, it's just the focus of the story and the editing within the story. It's not the front page display. It's more, okay.
Correct. Yep.
In war-torn Yemen, malnourished children are struggling to survive as temperatures rise. The description here is migrants slip onto a freight train in Mexico headed north to Ciudad Juarez, where most will try to cross into the United States. Along a road stretching hundreds of miles, Ukraine's forces are struck in a daily grind punctuated by drone attacks, artillery strikes, and air
Was there any like more information that you guys wanted from any of these in terms of descriptions or anything like that?
I'm good.
Okay, yeah, because you guys can probably read them on your computers as well. Right? Wants to kick things off?
I think I should not.
Okay.
Just for the, yeah, I think I should not.
Great, yeah.
Do you want me to leave the room, because that's a lot?
Okay, yeah, sure. Whatever.
Yeah.
Honestly, whatever you're comfortable with. I trust you to also not contribute if you're in the room, but I trust you to not contribute if you are in the room, but if you want to leave, that's fine too.
Because I want to hear what people,
Just stay and
Yeah.
participate.
Yeah.
That's
Do
all.
you want to like
quiet.
sit,
Just
yeah,
be
you could sit
poker
back
face,
with
right?
me.
I'll be poker face.
Yeah.
I'll do my best.
Don't do this.
Oh, am I doing that? I'm sorry.
Sandra's gonna sit all the way in the back. Yeah.
I'm gonna keep myself together.
Okay.
So we are deciding on the pictures and the layout alone, or the story itself is included in that discussion?
So I think you should be judging this based on the photo editing of the story. And this is I'm gonna just reread. This category is newspaper general news story. So that's coverage of an individual news event or issue across a single or multiple pages.
That's it.
And yeah, sorry, that's it.
Okay.
One thing I was gonna reread from like the whole division description that I had sent you guys is judges will consider design, layout, and innovative uses of technology, but will weigh most heavily the quality of storytelling, how the photos have been considered, sequenced, and presented.
Okay.
Sandra, can I borrow the computer since you're not going to use it for this? No.
Oh yeah, mine.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
it's okay. This is mirror.
Here, she can take,
Yep.
she'll need to log you back
Yep.
in.
Yeah, I got you.
Thank you. There's some stunning work in here.
Okay. I can begin. I feel that we should talk about the Washington Post report on the repeat of terror attacks.
Yep.
I can easily say that they have thought about this subject for a long time, and this is not the most beautiful set of imagery, but they're the most meaningful for this particular topic. I also feel that they have worked hard trying to get these images, especially evidence images, because some of those are not easily, we can't easily access them unless you go through FOIA. So to me, the entire project has been thought of very, very carefully, and they thought of the design. Again, none of these pictures are, they're more meaningful than they are beautiful photography that we normally see. And I think it's effective because it tells people how these pictures you see over time. And that to me makes this particular project really very strong and powerful, because the simplest way you can do this is just show what it is. And I think they've done that effectively.
I mean, I'm going to echo much of what you said. I mean, when this first published, it kind of shook me to my core to see these images published, especially after a lot of the debate that started happening, and the Post responded to that debate in a way that I thought was thoughtful and restrained, like very restrained, but also didn't necessarily pull any punches where they needed to. So like the thoughtfulness that went into this, and again, however, you know, however we kind of define the value and importance of photograph, like, we always kind of go to, the light, the composition, and all those things that make an image beautiful by the technical standards of photojournalism and photography. But at its essence, it's meant to convey an emotion and tell a story. And this does that in a way that a lot of things, even in this lineup of amazing entries, this is just so powerful. I guess kind of to be a little more succinct, I can get kind of rambly and wordy, so I'll stop. But yeah, if you wanted people to feel something, which is what great photography does, this does that.
You can't tell which story is which, because these are the same images we see all the time in this kinds of terror attacks or mass shootings.
Well, I think actually for me the reason that this, like, I would say this is in my top 3, if not my top contender at the moment, because I think it's actually the stuff that we don't usually see. Like, this is a collection of the photos that I think, or the type of imagery that is really hard to justify showing. And, the idea, like, violence is such a, like, this particular kind of violence is so prevalent in this country, in a way that, people are seeing this imagery, people are experiencing it on social media, they're experiencing it firsthand, and we still have this, like, very difficult line we toe of, like, how to tell, to provide that the context of, like, what is happening, to step back from this and see really the impact of this much violence on our communities, and especially, like, using, like, crime scene photos in a way that doesn't feel gratuitous, that is hard to look at, but is, like, I think incredibly necessary. I think the way that the Post contextualized this, the way they presented it, where it doesn't feel like gratuitous unnecessary violence, it doesn't feel like it's leaning too hard on trying to find aesthetic image, right? It really just forces you to sit with each of these pieces, like, of photography as literal evidence. Like, this is such a difficult topic that all of us cover. I think every newsroom has touched on something within this. Every community is touched by this particular kind of violence in a way that is insane. So, like, finding a way to talk about that, to kind of spark that conversation, to ask the Post audience to engage with this as a topic that is less about the photography and more about, like, this very important issue. Like, this is it for me.
Yeah.
Like, in a big way, which is hard to be like, there's so much original photography throughout all these entries, but I was like, the entire package of this for me just is so much, and I think stands out to me.
It's sorry, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, in the choice to not have an image on the front, so that it didn't turn people away. Like, I don't know who made that decision, but that was really smart. To say that sometimes we think, the whole, if it bleeds, it leads. Well, the whole thing bleeds, but it doesn't have to lead in a way that hits people over the head and right off the bat. You're gonna get inundated once you get in there, but I think once you've gone in, you've committed, and I think that the Times or the Post was very smart in kind of how they approached bringing the reader in from the get-go.
Right. I echo everybody's sentiment on this. It's in some ways it's thinking outside of the box and figuring out the best way to really belabor the point of mass shootings that continues to happen time and time again. And it was courageous of them to showcase this, and literally we all have seen these types of images, and sometimes in conversations in our newsrooms, it's too much even to just show a floor with blood, you know? But they had done it in a way wherein this is the reality of these shootings and people need to know. And this, I think, is impactful and can really, really, really mold public opinion. And we can do Ukraine war, Israel and Gaza, send photographers there with beautiful photos and package them together in like however we want to package them. But in something like this, wherein the evidential visual images that we're seeing are front and center of this piece, and I think that's what makes this very powerful. And Trey.
And I'll say that also, I mean, kind of like to Bernie's point, even in the last segment about talking about the resource that like an organization is putting towards stories and kind of spending time with them, like this topic of mass shootings and gun violence from the Post as a whole, like they have put a lot of research, I've been following this kind of the broader reporting, like it makes sense that, of course, like thinking about how the Post has been covering all of this, that they've been able to kind of step back and kind of take a different approach that is that 10,000-foot view, or maybe 5,000 will cut it, because it is still close, but isn't just, I think the instant, like we see the hallways at Uvalde, right? And I think like the Times putting in the time and the investment in the community to show one portion of that. This is another way to kind of show how that fits into the broader picture of the country. And I think that the commitment of resource toward this as a topic is really impressive.
So you guys sound pretty aligned on this, somewhere in the top few. Are there any others that feel like they rise to merit?
Clicking through, because the San Francisco pieces, I thought were really well done. The drug
last
trade,
two?
Yep, and the climate one. Again, there's just a lot of great work here. And I think the thing that, particularly the Honduras to San Francisco, just the variety of images and places, and again, commitment to tell the story in a multi-layered way. That really, I think, informed their community about this thing that is such an important topic to the Bay Area. And I thought, in terms of just display and the edit itself, there was a kind of an emotional undulation to it, where you had these hard-hitting images, or ones that had, real emotional, and then there are these kind of informational pictures that are not, they're not just throwaway images, though. They're contextualizing things and adding transition from one element to the next. So I thought it was really well done.
I agree with you about the Chronicle. I mean, they're known to just really showcase issues in their communities, and they commit time to this. In fact, these are not overnight reports. They spend many, many months to get to know their subjects, in order for them to really string a very strong story at the end of this assignment. But I'm familiar with this kinds of report because I see it all the time, and that's not easy.
Any other thoughts on either of the ones from the San Francisco Chronicle, this one and the climate one that Kathy pulled out, or any others that you guys feel like should rise to the top. Kathy, what do you like about the climate?
You know,
also pulled out.
I think again there's a level of restraint here in finding single images that address specific points of tension within kind of climate chaos that's happening in communities. You know, and really looking for kind of like the best image to exemplify each one of these kind of unfolding things. And again, the layout's clean, the photography is informative, and layered and nuanced. So that's kind of was some of my first reaction to what was put forth.
I also I really appreciate how most of this is like very focused on, it's focused on the Bay Area, it's focused on California, or close to kind of the expanded cinematic universe of the Bay Area. But it, you know, is attempting to bring this big worldwide issue, this big topic of conversation to like hone it in for the community, the audience. It's actually like ingestible. These are scenes from their backyards. These are scenes from communities or geographies that they're likely familiar with.
And again, newspapers are going through upheavals upon upheavals, right? It's very challenging for them to put time and effort in these types of stories, but they're committed to it. And, you know, when you look at newspapers around the country, not everybody does it as well as them. And you can count them, you know. Even if I just look at any paper in Texas or Arkansas or even Florida, it's very rare to find these types of storytelling. And again, I go back to the commitment. And they're not as big as the Times or the Post. And I don't mean to knock off those two, but it's just, you know, this is, I always call the CNN newsroom little engine that could, and this is definitely a little engine that could.
Yeah, they punch above their weight, no doubt.
Yeah.
Can I make an argument for something maybe getting pulled out? I have like a least favorite, not knocking like the quality of work, but I think for me the Aboard the Beast story, just compared to everything else on the table, like I think it is a really thoughtful way of doing like a daily story to kind of keep pushing forward the conversation about migrants on the border. I think there's a part of me that's like, oh, but the Don Bartletti LA Times, like spending real time in that, like does this feel a little bit too shortened of a time period? And also there's like a part of me that's like looking at even just the layout and the use of imagery where it feels a little bit redundant in the selection, and you have this like really lovely moment that's happening that is so tiny. You have this really interesting scene in the top right of like where folks are kind of posted up, and again it's so tiny and like trying to like I think that for me like the edit itself feels like a little bit off, or maybe just like the edit as it is designed out and laid out.
There's too much, you're saying.
No, I think that just like it's not even that it's too much, it's just that like all of these photos here have like you're competing with this kind of redundancy of the fence, the line, the high noon, like, you know, and things that you can't always compete with, and you kind of have this actual variety of imagery and emotion in the smaller images that are really like kind of knocked down, and I almost would have love to see that flipped a bit more, right? Bring in
hear
some
you.
more of that
I hear
emotion.
you. Yep.
I mean, I'm thinking of, you know, if you were to pick 4, this is definitely not in a top 4.
Right.
You know?
I concur.
Okay. Let me drop this one. Were there any others that stood out to you guys in this way now that you're seeing them on next to the rest?
I thought that the Times piece on the top one, the 34 acts of what I liked about this, and I don't know if it's perfect, but what I liked about it was the little visual vignettes they created with the individual family stories and kind of what went wrong, and you know, I thought that they handled those very well. I'm not like a fan of mortising other images into images, but I think that it works in this instance to create these kind of little micro stories in the broader story.
Again, going outside of the mold.
Mm-hmm.
And also pretty nice use of like a mix of like family handout, historical imagery,
Yeah.
literature, scene.
So this to you deserves a spot in the top 4.
Yeah.
Yeah. At least having a conversation about it. I just think, you know, especially when you do get those handouts, you kind of like, you feel like almost like you gotta fit them in somewhere. And they thought really intentionally about like how they would use them so that they could not only tell the story in words, but how those stories be told visually. A lot of times, like, you put their person's photo next to where they're mentioned in the story, and they didn't kind of fall into that literal trap of doing that.
All right, so just to go back to, so you guys have 4 selected that you want to move forward. Were there any from the rest that you guys feel like is worth discussing?
And the Ukraine one, I didn't do a lot for me. I mean, I think there's some great images in here, but there feels like there's a lot of kind of sameness in what we're seeing here. So the design is nice, the images are nice, but how do they kind of play off of one another and tell a broader story?
It's also, most of them are kind of, I think, from the similar framing just within like the size of the person within each, like there's a lot less, like other than like the top right and the main image, it feels like they're all kind of just like mid-distance.
Mm-hmm.
Like each one could be a fantastic standalone image, but then like seeing them all together, you kind of, I get this like little bit of a sense of like redundancy, or kind of, it's harder to know.
Yeah.
How about a round of ins and outs, unless you guys want to also look at, there's 2 more we haven't
There's
looked
the
at, or 3.
Congo, there's the
Yeah, 3.
That's a good picture there.
What did you say?
What was that?
That center picture is really gorgeous.
Yeah.
Let's maybe at least look at the rest of them, and then we can do a round of ins and outs.
Now, I have to say, there's diversity in the edit here. it's not the same shape or color. You're actually like looking at different situation, unlike the one at the border wherein everything seemed to have been shot at high noon. These you can go through and so, you know, the pictures tell the story in some ways to me.
And like the front photo, I think, is really strong. Like I think that was a really strong use of the front page as a means of like bringing people into the rest of the story.
Yep.
To nitpick, I think the toning feels a little bit much, but I think the images feel really strong.
I hear you on that.
Like I like this as a consideration for top
Honorable
score.
mention.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Agreed.
Whereas like I think like how do we feel about the Congo story? Like I think there's also like some really beautiful images within that. And
Yeah.
like a good variety, but also like it feels like more of a distance in a way, right? And like this is maybe just like the approach to by the photographer and like the kind of intentionality of the edit, but like a lot more reliance on like kind of portraiture and like the heaviest activity comes from the mind itself, and it's like wondering if it makes me just like wonder like, oh, I wonder like how is it an access thing? Is it a, you know, intentional aesthetic choice or visual storytelling choice to maybe not flip that and spend a little bit more time on the people that it impacts or positively or negatively, which I think you see a little differently from like the Chronicle story where you kind of have that variety, like some a little bit more intentionally in with people. Like,
And you can tell they care about these issues, and they're trying to put it in front of people to care about these issues. And the way to do that is really with very strong reporting as well as photography. And again, to me, for this category, I feel like the terror package is really strong. I can put an honorable mention in this.
On the Congo story?
The one we just saw? Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why don't we do a round of in and outs just to keep everything straight, and then we can go from there. So this is the New York Times mental illness violence one.
I'll say N.
And
Okay.
in
Congo one.
I'm gonna say out.
I'm gonna say out too.
All right, then this is gonna be out. Heat in Yemen.
Say in.
and
Board the Beast.
Out.
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 I like that center picture with out.
Yeah, I liked it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
In.
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 Honduras.
In. Oh, this is tough.
I know. In. I'm gonna have to go through another round.
I know, yeah. And for now.
All right,
Five.
we've got it down to 5. Just a heads up, we do have 7 minutes till we have to go take a picture together. Do we want to try to hash some of these things out in the next 7 minutes? And also,
think we can.
just double checking, so there were 2 post stories. One is now out of contention. Sandra, do you want to stay out of discussion, or are you?
I will stay out of the hunger and the terror.
Okay, yeah, my bad.
Yeah.
Okay, then yeah, we'll keep you out.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, for me, terror is number 1.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even, like.
Point of discussion.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
and then we just now have to figure out the other 4.
Mm-hmm. Seeing all of these here together, is there an argument for one of these that doesn't fit?
I would say the Chronicle drug story.
Sorry, Sandra,
can I say anything?
I'm gonna keep you out just for the whole
completely.
discussion, if that's okay.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
If you've got involvement in
Nope,
any
nope.
of these. Thanks. We'll definitely tap you back in the future.
No problem.
I know, it's all right.
I would give the Chronicle second place or honorable mention.
For which one?
Chronicle. Oh, yeah, the drug. Honduras.
Okay, yep, that one that you're about to click on. And did I hear something similar from you, Kathy, or?
Yeah, I'm just looking through it.
Yeah, of course.
And yes, I'm blind as a bat.
And Bernie, what about this to you makes it rise to 2?
I mean, to me, again, this is not an easy lift for any newspaper or news organization to do. The time, the commitment, and I think makes it for me. It's tracing where these things come from, and it's been thoroughly, look at this, there's one photographer assigned to this. I think, again, it's a heavy lift for a news organization to be able to fund an assignment like this for an extended period of time. And to develop resources is not an easy thing to do as well. So I feel that the reporting here is very strong, and the photography is also strong, and to put so many images for the story, to my mind, feels like it needs to be commended.
And for the other 2 of you, is there another that rises to 2 for you?
I think that for me, this is 2 as well. I won't believe her. I'll just say what Bernie said.
Yeah, I would ask you, but also you
Yeah.
did say a lot when you
Yeah.
first pulled it
Yeah.
out. Mhm.
I think I'm kind of on the fence for a couple of reasons. Partially there's an element of, like, I do appreciate the variety and time. I think there's a lot of maybe it's in the image selection or kind of the way things were laid out. There's some of it that feels a little distant. I think also, like, back of mind, I feel like I recall there was a lot of kind of discourse around how the Honduran town was kind of framed and the way that the line of reporting kind of pointed so specifically to that, especially from Honduran photographers, and so that I think weighs on me a little bit. But I also haven't had the opportunity to spend a whole lot of time with reading the reporting and kind of thinking about that as a whole. I think it can be really hard with stories on topics like homelessness and drug use and drug abuse and all of those things to kind of build in visual humanity for the people who are experiencing that. And I think, like, there's some of it that feels even from the San Francisco side, like from like this page, of it still being very much distant and kind of from the viewpoint of other looking in, rather from like the people who are then experiencing that, and that could just be nature of the edit, and not necessarily in the nature of the reporting. And I think kind of similarly, there's a little bit of like the second to last, like the kind of more orange page on the bottom third one, like seeing a little bit with this family and kind of having a little bit of an emotional tenor to that versus a lot more step back. I think I would have liked to see a bit more of a mix of in homes of people, like making individuals feel a little bit more three-dimensional. But I think it's also a hard thing to balance in a story that it has so much sweep, is covering such a lot of ground of like trying to balance the broader view and context for where this is happening and who this is happening to and by and for, versus the kind of dipping in and kind of giving the readers an opportunity to like really connect with individuals. So I think that's kind of why I'm a little on the fence.
And which to you might be the right second? And then I am gonna have to call us because we gotta go do a picture.
I think that's the other thing. I'm not sure what else would be the second.
Well, and I mean,
I'm not sure.
to try to kind of, I don't know, convince you that it's a second, but you know, you're also as an editor, you kind of, those are the photos that are in front of you, right? And so thinking about how you create rhythm and story within what the actual photos are, right? And I do think that this was successful in kind of bringing the reader through this visual journey in the story. I mean, if the photo, that level of intimacy or whatever is not in your what's been filed by the photographer, then you know you're kind of charged with then saying, okay, how do I make a great visual story out of what we have? And I think that this does a really good job of that.
I mean, on the other side of it, it says that they spent 18 months on it, and I wonder if those photos might exist in it. Thinking about the dynamic of like, I would expect that a staff photographer wouldn't have been like, I did 18 months and like, here's my dump, you know.
Right,
like,
no, right.
Right, but
Yeah.
wondering if like that dynamic through the course of the reporting might have been like, hey, we've got a lot of like very backed up, like is there a way to think about how to get more in, like and kind of thinking about that through that process. But yes, of course, it comes down to like access in the end. Like if that access never came together, then you're gonna do what you can with it. Like if, you know, like these were the strongest individual images, that then you have like a limited amount of space to kind of get into that. And maybe the digital version of it has a little bit more of a dive into things, right? Like definitely all of those things play in. I think I was left a little bit wanting for like something more to latch onto emotionally.
All right.
Is that fair?
Sorry, I am gonna call us because we have to take a picture together. If you guys could give this some thought over, I'm not sure if lunch is right after this or what. We'll figure that out soon. But I'm gonna challenge each of you to come back with a 1, 2, 3, 4 when we get that. And I'm really sorry. I know my questions are like really pushy, but that's kind of my job is to sort of try to get you there.
Yep.
reminder, this is newspaper general news story, and we've got these 5 stories remaining. The mental health violence, heat in Yemen, I believe that was that story. The AR-15, under San Francisco, and the other Chronicle piece on climate change. And we've already awarded a 1, so we don't have to
go back over that one.
And I believe when we were leaving, we were talking about 2 with the Chronicle Honduras piece. Anyone want to start?
I know, Ariel, you didn't have as much of an attachment to the San Francisco piece, or you had at least some comments around it.
I was kind of thinking through it while we were on break, and like still a little on the fence for like the number 2, but also I think as a body of work, I can't pick another one that I think kind of stands up to it. So like I would be down. Like I know that we're both like this is the strong number 2. We felt very strong about it, and I feel good about that as well.
So is that a number?
Is that a number 2
for all? There's 3, right?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Plus an HM.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, so we can, award the 2nd place. And in terms of the 3 remaining, reminder, you do have to cut 1.
Yes.
That is not getting awarded at all.
Can we go through 1, 2, and 5?
Thanks.
Okay. This could be my second honorable mention.
So
So
make
the
it,
third
make it the 3rd?
Yes.
3rd place?
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with that. I think this was for me the contender for 3rd.
Mm-hmm. Yep, I can go with that, and then we just need to pick it in the HM.
Okay, yep.
I think that would be between the Yemen and the climate.
Yeah.
Yep.
I really like the simplicity of this one.
Yeah, me too.
But I think it's very effective in what it's trying to do. And, yeah.
Big pictures.
I mean, all of this points to other bodies of work that the paper had done on each of these topics. So it's kind of like, right, so I was reading through the overview of it. And I was like, okay, like these are all, here's an essay of looking back on the year, but each of these were kind of more in depth by the paper, which I think also shows like a lot of.
And the picture selection were intentional.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite honestly like, it's also just from a topic standpoint, I think it's a tricky one, like looking at climate and how different ways you can cover that. I think I like this as HM personally.
All right.
Sounds decided. Great.
Let's put a full belly.
Yeah, that's what it does to us.
Quickly.
Great, thank you guys. And just to recap, like the recusal thing, because we had a slight miscommunication, or I didn't maybe explain it well. I think if you're going to recuse yourself for the category, given that you have any involvement in any of them, you'll stay recused unless for some reason the stories are no longer in contention for the awardees. So thank you, and sorry you weren't able to participate in that one.
That's okay, I enjoyed the conversation.
Yeah, okay, we'll move on to the next.
So the next category is newspaper feature story.
No.
Coverage of a non-news event that captures daily life or stories that bring dignity to the human spirit. Includes sports weather, single or multiple pages.
Okay, Kathy is recusing, thank you.
And do we want to just go through each one?
Yes, that would be great.
Oh.
Do a quick.
You also have
I
to.
may have to.
Were you able to
Why are
find
your
it?
newsrooms doing such good work that you have to keep accusing
I
yourselves
know,
of all
yeah,
these, y'all?
that was a huge project.
Maybe a quick.
Oh.
Yeah, scroll through these.
Oh my gosh. So there are two.
That you should also recuse yourself from?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll just
Sorry,
sit-
Bernie
go
and
for the
Ariel.
ride.
I'll just, yeah.
Okay, well, we'll
Boom.
do the same as earlier.
So
and
is
have you
Ariel
guys-
out too?
No, we don't have anything.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's Sandra and Kathy are
Yes.
out. Okay. So we'll try to move forward without you guys and tap you back in if that makes sense
Sure.
down the road.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
If I'm going too fast, it's just.
I think your speed is totally fine. Sash, you could even go a little quicker because they also have access 7 of them. And Bernie and Ariel, we're turning to you guys to narrow us down to 4.
Really hard.
Your newsroom should have submitted more so that you two could be.
What would have happened if like everyone had to recuse?
We can tap in from other, like from the stills category.
You're wrapped around the cord.
To me, the strongest package here, since we're evaluating, what's the category again? If I'm not.
News feature.
News features, right? Is the Uvalde package. Just like how we've discussed it before. It's like a lot of news organizations go in and out of these kinds of stories very, very quickly. Students down in a mass shooting, they cover it and stay there until the President of the United States visit, and then they leave. But the New York Times never seemed to have stayed there, stayed on the story, and they did more than just that. They did not cover the everyday thing, but they covered the impact of this particular mass shooting to the community, and it shows. I had difficulty getting the 22 dead from the story, and for them to have been able to capture, I know it's a tiny thing, but being able to capture the yearbook pictures and make it uniform like that shows the strength of how they're able to access these types of images. And some of these pictures are really very memorable to my head, and I feel that the entire package from start to finish is really optimal for this level of story.
Yeah, I mean, I really agree. Like the entire, like, I know we've talked about the section front, but I think that really the whole package makes this thing, from the photo on the front page to just the depth of imagery and moment and like emotional cadence throughout. Yeah, I mean, it shows a lot of care both in the reporting and in the editing. Yeah.
That's not easy. I mean, look at the number of images we're looking at this.
Right.
So that just goes to show you how much they put emphasis on photography. And it's very strong.
And even just from a technical perspective of like, there's a lot of like on that double page, like the double track, like a lot of visual variety, like a lot of distance, a lot of closeness, a lot of different types of emotion, moment. I think it's a really strong mix, strong selection that brings us in, but also kind of steps us back a little bit.
Right.
Are you saying that you want that's your number one? Or?
Yes.
I would agree with that.
Alright, you can
The first
at
one
least
was so
keep
easy.
it. Yeah, keep it in. I know.
We don't need you to.
Yeah.
Well, let's see how we feel about the
Just wait.
I know. It
You're
gets
gonna need
better.
us.
Any others here sort of rise to the top or feel like they sink to the bottom?
This is, the middle ones are really tough.
I mean, I actually really love this Ghost on the Glacier story. So like this is the one where they used the photos from the camera that got recovered, and like, again, this is like I think a really nice mix of effectively found photography, investigations, historical imagery, like a lot of different, it's a lot of stuff. It's a complicated story, but like I think the journey of the creation of this story, in addition to the packaging of it in the end, is really compelling.
It's effective.
Yeah.
Especially using film.
And like, I don't know if I feel this like second or third, but I do really like it and as like a contender in the mix.
I agree.
And And just because I noticed there's a long project description on that one, and we don't have to make Martina read it all, but make sure you guys have a chance to just glimpse at it and see if that factors into your decision at all for each of these.
So we have 2 projects in here that are about, or touch on the idea of Ukrainian children coming out of the war, kind of different angles on the topic, but with the conversation.
Yeah. So that's, sorry, I don't know the publication of the first one, but it's that 3rd one from the top, right? And then the 5th one as well?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is the Times one, and this one is the Free Press one.
So, this is hard for me because I do, I feel like the photography here is strong. I think the intermix of black and white and color is jarring to me a little bit because I don't often see it that way. But then again, you know, I'm sure there are discussions as to do we go all color, do we do just color in the front and black and white inside, and I'm sure there are a lot of other considerations for that. I feel like the other free press contender may be stronger. Where is that?
That's the second, the bottom from the bottom?
Yeah, the second from the bottom.
Yeah.
First photo is really strong. Because this, I feel that it sets the tone for the rest of the story, and I'm okay seeing the rest of what's inside in black and white. I just find the photography at these 2 different packages from the Free Press are strong. I just feel like the layout for this, with the decision to go black and white inside for everything inside the paper, was better rather than intermixing color and black and white in the first package.
And how do you feel like this stacks up against the others too? Because you're not just comparing it with the other from the same publication, but with the rest of the mix.
Are we going by rank now?
We don't have to if there are other ones you guys want to pull out and talk about real quick.
Do you want to see the rest?
I mean, like, I'm down for whatever. You're
Let's go back
driving,
to the contact page. Okay, so we have National Parks field trip. The second one, I don't remember where that was. Post volcano story. And then the 2 that you guys just discussed.
So currently we have just 2 or 3.
You guys
we
have.
haven't knocked anything out yet.
Oh, okay. You want to start knocking down things?
No, really. I kind of like, I mean, like, I will say, like, I do like both, like, the field trip and the volcano story for different reasons. The field trip is just, it's nice to see something kind of more just, like, fun and interesting, and I do appreciate this kind of balance between, like, photography and illustrations. Like, it feels like a really nice package that it indicates it's, like, very more lighthearted, a lot more just, like, come explore with us readers, which I do really love. I think a lot of times when I see, not like happy per se, but like, you know, stories that are more fun, they don't always get like the big treatment like the big serious stories do. So it's nice to see that for something like this. Again, similarly with the underwater volcano, I think there's a really nice interplay between the photography and the graphics, where like it actually took me a minute to realize while I love them as packages, it's like the weird thing where I actually don't feel like any portion of the photography like jumps out at me in a big way. So which is not a bad thing. I think it feels like a seamless experience from a reader
I
perspective.
like the treatment
but-
too.
Yeah.
We're not knocking things out.
Say that again? Sorry.
We're not knocking things out.
Oh, yeah.
Just-
Yep. we noticed. That's okay though. So,
I like this here crane stool and children. I mean, this is, how do you find them? And then they were really very intentional in making sure that the photos are big and bold.
And also such a good variety for like, I was worried, I think, when we first started looking through, I was like, oh man, there were a lot of pages and it's a portrait series.
Right.
And like how easily that can become redundant visually.
Right, but it's different for, like, it's easy to say, okay, clean background child, right? In this particular case, they really put each child in their own little space. Okay, so that's 3.
So far we like everything. Perfect.
Okay.
so you guys have the, you're saying, Bernie, that is your number 3?
No, I'm
Or
just
you're just counting?
I'm just like,
Okay.
I'm just counting which are in for now.
Yeah.
So this one is it.
So 1, 2, 3.
It sounds like it's in for both of them, but it also sounds like we haven't ruled anything out yet.
Which we need to do.
Just a reminder. So, what if you guys, I'd love for you guys to think a little bit about, because it's been mentioned, like, I guess, like, treatment of the photos has been mentioned in a few of these
Mhm.
remaining ones, whether it's a decision on color versus black and white, or illustration and photo, and design.
Right.
And I'd love for you guys to maybe ponder that a little bit.
I'm gonna cross here because, again, we are evaluating work between the Times and the Post, 2 gigantic news organizations who have really an enormous amount of talent, not just photographers, photo editors, visual artists, interactive producers and all that, right? And they can make things come to life. And making illustrations like this takes weeks sometimes, right? And the approach, the first one that I'm looking at here is by the Post. But then again, I'm drawn to the work done by the Detroit Free Press because I feel that, you know, I can't help but compare these 2 newsrooms doing an incredible amount of reporting on such devastating subjects, and then we're evaluating the layout and design of something compared to another news organization who may not have enough hands on deck to even put things out. So I'm at the fence. I'm looking at this one by the Post, and I see how beautiful some of these illustrations are and the treatment they put on some of these images. And I feel like as a package, this can be seen more visually arresting. whereas photos and text may not be as strong, because may not be as different, because if you're looking, I'm now looking at the two of them, the two Detroit Free Press entries, and I feel like in some ways, it's pictures and then text. Maybe this was a little bit more jarring for me because of the interplay of color and black and white. And for the second one, I feel like the pictures are powerful and there was intentional editing here, but it almost feels the same for both. And again, apples and oranges, but I feel like going back to the first entry, and I feel bad, but maybe to me, I feel like the post with the illustrations as a package is stronger than the two Detroit Free Press entries. Good luck, Erin.
What
I know
was
all
the
our
takeaway?
eyes went to you.
I know, I felt that, and I was like, oh no. This is like so tough.
Do you mind if I just read part of the description for the division again?
Yes.
Judges will consider design, layout, and innovative uses of technology, but will weigh most heavily the quality of storytelling, how the photos have been considered, sequenced, and presented. They will be judged based on how effectively the photos and storytelling inform and entertain the reader. Again, it's splitting hairs.
For me, thinking through, like, and I know this is in weighing, we're not weighing the design of it as like part of that, but I think looking at projects like this, having been in these types of spaces myself, like that was a lot of negotiation. It's about like a give and take of like which visual element is telling which part of the story, and so like how do you do the give and take of like where does it need to be photography versus where it needs to be illustration, versus where it needs to be graphics versus whatever. So I think that like both of those pieces speak really well to that that solid negotiation of like what parts of that story are told through which format. I think looking explicitly at the photos, that this story is like not my strongest pick photographically. Like even though I think the package works really well together, it's like I think like the photos aren't so totally quite there for me. And then to kind of go to the Free Press Ukrainian children surgery story, like I think the thing that I like about it is like some of these like very explicit moments, and also just like the story itself and like the amount of effort put into it. I think that after I think about halfway through, I think it's even just there's an element of the photos start to feel a little more redundant. And I know that some of this is in the layout of reading through some of this, and I'm sure that like this is where this vignette happens and this person gets a different vignette, and so that's part of it. But I think it throws me a little bit to have such a constant like big picture, small picture, big picture, small picture, and in some of them it feels like maybe you don't need them. Because the thing that's tricky about it is like so much of so much of the scene happens in like a very similar kind of space. I think that it's challenging to photograph and also challenging to edit, because you have a lot of the same kind of scenario of somebody in a hospital bed from a certain distance and how much space you have to work within, and like how do you do that. So like I think for me this feels almost like a little more redundant than I would like, versus like the Amanda Fentanyl addiction story, which is the other Free Press story, I think is a lot more concise and actually utilizes some of that, like especially that second to last double track, that purposeful playing with these redundant, you know, like these very similar framing scenes to kind of show that like emotional arc. I think it's really smart editing in thinking about that, but really leans into it. So like, I really like this story as like a whole package. Like it has a good range of emotion. It has strong access. It feels like a lot of intentional editing. So for me as a package, I think this works really well.
So,
to shorten that, where are we?
So are you outing?
I would out the Field National Park story, and I would out the Mission of Mercy story.
Okay, I'm okay. I confirm.
We still have too many.
Yeah, do you guys feel ready to do another round of ins and outs with all of these, or were there any others you wanted to look at a little more closely?
So I think can we take out, can we take out that?
Okay. Yeah.
The first Detroit Free Press, Mission of Mercy.
Yeah, so you guys are left with 5.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's keep going.
And just checking in, Kathy and Sandra, you both should continue to stay recused, right? Because these include...
What?
This lineup includes ones you've worked on? Or had involvement in?
For me, yes.
Okay.
We're just gonna go on an arm wrestle.
Okay. So then we will...
So can we say that Uvalde is the winner?
Definitely.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that's the...
Yep.
Yeah.
And that will not be awarded of the remaining.
I'm okay knocking off Volcano. I feel like the others showed more care and intentional editing, plus the layout is really good.
I'm okay with that.
You agree?
Yeah. Like I love this layout, but yeah, I think that just as a package.
So we have the 4 remaining. Keep forgetting what publication the Ukraine Children one is. Is that?
I think that's
that
the
was the
Times.
Okay. So I guess since the
That could be my first.
You mean your second place?
Sorry, I get confused. Second place.
Well, we also, since the post entries are no longer in the mix, we do have the option to tap Sandra back in, right? Am I missing any of them? Would you like to rejoin for this, or would you can stay?
If you think it's helpful.
I think, what do you guys think, Bernie and Ariel?
I'm okay with that. I mean, you're not judging with, sorry, we knocked off one of yours.
That's okay.
But yeah.
Just so it's not you two for half the judging. Okay, so yeah, sorry, you guys were talking about the second.
Can you just take the Volcano out?
Yeah,
It's gonna make you do it again, huh?
Sorry.
It's okay.
Okay, so that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So number 1 is Uvalde.
Uh-huh.
Number 2 is
I feel number 2 should be recurring.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I agree with you.
Alright.
No, I think you're right. Like, I think I was on the fence because I'm still, I kind of like the rest pretty equally, which is why I think I'm running into trouble. But I think it's weird. This is such a strong portrait project, such a strong variety.
I just,
Yeah. Is all the same photographer too?
Yeah.
it's
I think
hard
so.
because
Oh,
for the 4 hours, 5, 6 hours we've been here, we seem to be looking at things produced heavily by the New York Times and the Washington Post. And I'm just very conscious of the kind of effort other news organizations are putting behind their projects. And I'm all about the little guys. So I feel, I feel it's disheartening, like how can a little news, I wouldn't say little, but I feel like how can we have an even playing field for all?
Yeah, and given that we don't and can't, you know, I think that's really important to acknowledge here, and to honestly, to let that guide you too if you feel moved, or not if you don't, about that particular topic. It's something we struggle with every year.
I mean, I think if this is second, I would put the Free Press third.
I concur.
Because I think it's strong storytelling, strong news. Like, it's also very on a tricky topic to access for a lot of reasons. And I think The Ghost in the Glacier, it's honorable mention just because it's really thoughtfully pulled together research, good mix of work.
I agree.
There you
Wow, that was a quick end.
I would
Good
like
work,
to say
you guys.
one thing about the portraits.
Yeah.
As I'm not a huge fan of portraits always, but I do appreciate the variety. I think what you mentioned earlier, I think that's really important when people are going the route of telling a story through a portrait. The portraits also have to tell the story.
Right.
Rather than people just well lit staring at the camera or staring off to the side.
Right.
And I think almost every one of those portraits could carry a story on its own, which is like so hard to do, especially for that many. That's
They're
so
beautiful.
hard.
Yeah. Alrighty. Thank you. Nice work.
Is that over?
That one is. We've only got like 11 to
I
go.
really am conflicted. It's really hard for
Yeah,
me.
don't be though. I mean, you know, I mean, I've been in your shoes when I'm judging, and I know that I'm looking at something from like, you know, the Denver Post and
Right.
been eviscerated, you know, or whatever, but the work has to stand up too, right?
Right.
Like, it's a bar that we set for others to then strive for as well, right?
But I'm very conscious of news organizations like yours having multiple challenges.
Yeah.
And it's really hard to overcome them.
Yeah.
And then compared with, here comes the Cadillacs of news organization, and having all these, you know, sometimes some of these projects are like, carry 50 credits.
Right. Yeah.
And how do you really strive for equality here?
Right.
I think that's important to acknowledge too, as you guys are talking about this. And I will say, we've had lots of conversations even before I started here about how to address that, whether it's sometimes breaking things out into different categories like
I was
newsroom
wondering.
size or a national publication versus local. And I asked a lot of people, and we put out basically like an open call to respond to some of our changed guidelines. And it was pretty interesting to see the responses, which really spanned from like, yes, we really need to break out like the New York Times and the Post into their own categories, as well as lots of people who said, we really need to let everything kind of compete against each other as is, because it can be a big fucking deal when a smaller paper, you know, like wins an award over some of these bigger papers just on the merit of the photo editing, which is
Right.
what you guys should be looking at.
And
And it
there are
happens
some
a lot.
There's some talented with Detroit Free Press. I've been
Right.
despite, which gives me hope, and, you know, I enjoy seeing the work. And I think you're right, it speaks volumes when it competes against the Times and the Post.
I'm curious, because there was a pre-edit, how many other newspaper, because that's the other challenge, is like if you just made it, you know, the Post and the Times, and then it's the Free Press in San Francisco going at it, you know, or the Star Tribune or whatever. There's a few other newspapers that, you know, are doing great work and display, but so then your sample size is that much smaller. So like if in the newspaper feature story, if there were only 10, and then they narrowed it down to 7,
yeah.
as opposed there were 30,
Yeah.
and they narrowed it down to 7.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know the answer to that. Like, what was that number?
I don't know off the top of my head, because a lot of these had very different, like, number of entries. We could probably track that down, because I agree. I did my best to set, I set a cutoff for after the first round judging, to try to have enough for you guys to talk about, but not too many to consider. And also, I tried to pay attention to where there was kind of a gulf in the ratings, where it was kind of clear there was like a big number between the ones that were lower rated and the higher rated. But another thing that I thought you were maybe getting at too is like, it's very transparent who the judges for the final round is, but not so much the first round. I know, like, I tried to pick a mix of, because I have background in newspaper and magazine, digital and print. I tried to like spread across that as well as national and local. But I think that's pretty interesting feedback, to have a little bit more transparency among that, or if it's something that might affect your guys' judging. That would be good for me to know.
If maybe a cap on number of entries from any given organization might be helpful, because there's also an element of like, not just resource in reporting a story, but even the resource to put together entries, to categorize all the stuff, to enter everything, to have a huge number of staff, opposed to only having a small number, like, you know, that might help level things out a little bit. So then folks who have fewer entries, or, you know, with fewer resources to put towards something like this, have a little bit more weight against like 50 from the same organization.
Yeah. I'm just taking a note of that.
I mean, that's
I
why
haven't thought of
the
it yet.
Pulitzer does the way that it does, and it caps, you know, from is it per category, per news organization? I think that's
Per
what
category.
Okay.
I thought it was per category, maybe it is per category, per
Yeah.
news organization.
Yeah.
I feel like it's, for us, it's like 3, like 6.
Yeah.
We can always say 6 or something.
Right.
You really have to choose which are the top 6.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's an interesting. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I have a question. How do you decide to go all black and white?
It was what the page plan allowed.
That's what I figured.
It had nothing to do with us.
That's what I figured.
It was where we could get color and where we couldn't get color. And that story ran over multiple days. So one day it might have been all color, and then the next time it ran, we could only get black and white. Like Amanda, we could have had a mix of color and black and white. And it was ran in one day, and we said all black and white inside. But on that other story, it ran multiple days. And so
it depends on the day.
It depends on the day, yeah.
Holy
Color
cow.
ad placement, right?
Yes, yeah.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah,
Thanks for
that's
teaching
very
me.
Yeah, we have no control over that. Although we could have said, kind of, you know, to your point, from the outset, all the pages inside should be black and white. You know, it's just how it. Am I still on live stream?
Yeah, we can pause though.
No,
Would
I'll
you like
fill
to?
you in later.
Okay.
Yeah. So.
That's hard to make that
It's
choice.
really interesting.
Because then, for us, we then decide, are we gonna hold the story because we really want everything to be in color?
Right.
Or do we go ahead and commit to black and white?
Yeah.
And you run the risk of how long are we gonna wind up holding the story? Because then we have to think about space when you're weighing all of that. And
Yeah.
like, it can go your way and then it could just completely fall apart and you have to give in.
Yeah.
Do you guys ever have any option to do like a special section?
Yeah, Amanda was almost a special section, but then we opted to wrap it into the entire A section because sometimes people don't get to the special section.
Oh,
and
yeah,
so you
yeah.
really want
Right.
it to be,
Yeah.
you know, it's the big deal in the
Mhm.
paper and not have to look for it. We
That
have
makes
done
sense.
far fewer special sections in the last few years and have really tried to just give the space over in the A section to it.
Got it. Thanks. Okay, we'll move on to the magazine print categories, of which there are just a few.
So magazine cover, which is the best use of photography on the magazine cover.
Can you guys read? camera. I just love it.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm not sold on this only because I know it's a drone picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the other science magazine is a little more effective.
Yeah, I agree.
You mean
The
what is it?
zoo.
Oh, because there's 3 for science.
You meant the zoo one, right?
Well, I like to see the glacier one again too.
Mhm.
The zoo one to me feels like the best of this group that we have.
Yeah.
So this is the last of the bunch and the last science one, the third one.
Can we read the description on this again?
A glacier research assistant explores a gaping glacier cave that formed when a meltwater lake drained into Nepal's Khumbu Glacier near the Sherpa village of Gorakhsha. In the Everest region, one of the most heavily glaciated parts of the Himalaya, melt accelerated by climate change has lowered glacier surfaces by an average of 0.4 meters per year between 1984 and 2004. By the end of the 21st century, 49 to 83% of the world's glaciers are projected to disappear depending on future greenhouse gas emissions. Given that mass loss is directly related to temperature changes, every increase in temperature matters. As glaciers respond to climate change, societies must adapt to changes in water availability, natural hazards, and sea level. Senior photo editor Charlie Forrest, learned photographer Jason Gully was currently working in the Himalayas when researching pictures. The layering and skylight hole in the glacier creates an unusual perspective in this image. Placing the perspective inside the glacier with the dripping meltwater and the icicles makes for an impressive and dynamic photograph.
That hole gets lost a little bit for me.
Which, the top hole?
Yeah.
It's covered by the logo.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like the thing that you want to look at is like the kind of on the nose, like it's melting, like the active dripping of it, and that's like the hardest thing to spot in it.
Mm-hmm.
Which, you know, if you're looking at a physical print object, might be a little easier to parse, but.
Okay.
You guys feel good about a round of ins and outs?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That was an in?
That was in for me.
I'm not sure.
Can I pause on this?
Sure.
I'm gonna say out on it.
Okay. Next, please.
This is an out for me.
An out for me.
Yeah.
Okay. Out.
I wonder if because we saw the video.
I mean, I don't know, it was kind of I feel like I had a lot of trouble with it at the beginning too, just thinking, I was like, is this a photo illustration?
Right,
What
right.
is happening? Like,
Yeah, okay, it's out for me.
It's in.
In. Out for me.
Yeah.
Yeah, out.
The same.
Out.
Well, the placement of the hole above science and then below science. I'm actually kind of on the fence about it, but I think I'm ruled out anyway.
Was there anyone else who was interested in keeping it?
I like the photograph, it's just, it got too busy where the logo has to sit and where the headline has to
Yeah.
sit. And I don't know now where I need to look, even though in my head I can see the picture, but where the science logo sits and the headline, it covers the point of the picture.
I actually kind of like the rather like the drone, between this and the drone photo, I kind of like the drone cover better.
It's
a little
cleaner.
bit-
Yeah.
It's cleaner, it's more graphic, you can actually see kind of like the whole point is the diminishing of the water line, you can see all of that really clearly, like I think it's not a picture we haven't seen before,
Right.
right? Which is the thing I think that makes it a little harder, but I think for what the story seems to be about, for the placement of the image, I feel like it works really well.
Yeah. And, you know, I
I
mean,
can see that.
corner to corner, it's everything needs to be where it's supposed to be.
Right, it's clean.
It's okay.
May not be the strongest picture, but for what they're trying
Yeah.
to say,
Yeah.
I think it works.
Okay.
I see that.
Okay, so if we go back to all the entries, you guys.
We
have-
knocked off NGO.
So yeah, I mean, it's really up to you all. I mean, there's not that many entries in this. You have up to 4 to give out. You don't have to give out all 4. But apart from this middle science one, then, were there others that you guys feel like deserve a recognition?
So we can conceivably just give one? Is that what you're saying?
You can. It has to be the first.
I mean, I think the Zoonomia is a first.
Is a winner.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would make an argument for the globe as a second, personally. But if I'm the only one, then.
I didn't vote because I wanted to see what's left.
Mm-hmm.
Can you
Alright.
go through the wider selection, please?
One by one or all of them?
All of them. If I'm the only one judging, I would pick Xenomia first, Globe second, Shrinking Lakes third.
I'm just not as sold on the globe as you all are.
I'm not.
I just feel like-
I wasn't, but
yeah.
I felt like it was such a difficult story to
Mhm.
do, and I appreciated that they tried to do the best that they can,
Mhm.
given very limited
Yeah.
elements out there.
I mean, I would probably go Zoonomia, Shrinking Lakes, then Globe if we wanted to at least award.
The Globe.
Mm-hmm. For the, basically for executing in a really difficult situation.
Yeah.
I would probably go that route.
You'll cut it?
Hmm?
You'll cut Globe?
No, I mean, I would probably go the Zoonomia. I'm trying to get on board with Shrinking Lakes.
Yeah, maybe Kathy, talk to us about what you like about that one.
About Shrinking Lakes?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think Ariel said it. I mean, it's like you're seeing the lines of the water lines, and so it's illustrating exactly what it is the story is about. And yeah, it's a drone shot, but it's shot at a good time of day, so you've got some good light on it. And then the thoughtful placing of that main head with the subhead that doesn't detract at all from what the objective of the image is.
Yeah.
So
Okay. I would give that a second, but I'm still not sold on the globe. I'm trying to rally on the globe.
Ariel?
Sure. Yeah.
Your turn, Ariel, to
So you did this.
I'm the one that I love the globe one, I think, more, but again, I think for the same stuff that we've talked about, like I think that it's something really, like I find myself wanting to spend more time with it, right? Like there's a depth of detail on the faces, like when you like looking at it on my own screen rather than seeing it big, is like the depth of field is such you actually see all of the faces pretty far back, and so being able to kind of like sit with it and like, yeah, I get that there's not like as much of a a central point of focus, but I find myself wanting to explore it a lot more, and then with the context of the news event, like to me that is a strong pairing. I think even like, I don't know, it's really a weird left field like aesthetic thing, but there's like a part of it that with the color and the kind of like soft light, which I'm guessing maybe comes from TV cameras, and like the question of what everybody's looking toward that you don't quite see, that leaves kind of that open-ended element of it.
It has a Close Encounters type of vibe to it.
It kind of feels like a Gregory Crewdson
Yeah,
kind
it
of
does.
scene
Yeah.
in a way that I'm like, what? Like, how did that happen? How did you get to that, right? So like, for me, like I appreciate a photograph that it gives me space to just sit with for a while, like
Mhm.
even if it doesn't like gut punch you right away.
Yeah.
I think that's why I like this method more than the shrinking lakes of it.
I like that you evoking Gregory Crewdson on that, because it does really like feel like that.
Yeah.
The one thing I would say is, and I still am gonna go back to a crop on this, on that, on the left end a little bit, like even that, and I just pointed it out to Bernie, that little shadow of whatever that is up in the upper right corner. Like if you would just come in to the window and come over by the stop sign, like, because his stuff is so intentional, right? Like, I mean, it's obviously, it's all manufactured, and that there shouldn't be any room for kind of mess. And in this instance, like you could take what is this natural, outpouring community, like release, and still make it feel a little tidier. That's not the best word. Like I can't, you know what I mean? Because like breaking news like this and tragedy is not supposed to be tidy, right? But the job of the photographer and then ultimately the editor to kind of then make sense out of that image so that it draws the audience in.
Gives us a point of focus
Yes.
in the right place.
Yeah.
Because I think the point of focus really is your first eye goes to stop.
Yeah.
And I don't know that that's what
That's the message you want.
Yeah, I'm not, yeah.
But isn't it though?
Oh?
You like stop gun violence?
Right, like.
I'd rather focus on the people personally, but I did think about that with the stop sign. But I think you're right, Kathy. Like our job is to help give the reader a point of focus, especially when you're going to go that big with that many people.
Mm-hmm.
It could even be one small thing, but because of the crop or the way it was photographed, it draws the reader into it, and then they expand out.
I mean, this is part of a breaking news cycle picture, and 99.9% of the time, a magazine cover is a post picture or something that's been set up. But this is about the community that's been hit and devastated by this senseless killing, right? So to me, I think they really tried hard to capture how this community has been impacted. It's not the perfect picture because aesthetically there are other things there that draws you in more than this different faces that we see in the foreground. And I'm not sure what they have on the outtakes, but you can go in and just show the candles in front of people and tighten that up maybe, and have really beautiful photography given the contrast of light. But I also, in my head, I feel like they were trying to capture the sense of community in a time wherein this happened to them. And how can you show that? It's not like it's not like any of the magazine covers we're seeing here, wherein you have the time to be able to set it up. This is actually happening as it's happening. So I feel that given there are not a whole lot of imagery on a situation like this, I think they did the best that they can given the given the a lack of photography or lack of situation that they can photograph this event. To me, I feel like the zoo pictures, this one second, and third is the lake.
Has anyone been convinced in these conversations either way, since you guys are split half and half at the moment?
I could go that route. I mean, you know, I think it's very close, right?
Right.
You know, if you picked apart the shrinking lakes for its kind of have seen that and done that view before versus the some of the deficiencies of the globe. Well, I mean, do they start to balance them out, and it becomes. Sandra doesn't look like she's convinced. This look on your face.
No, because I mean, when I start to crop, it does bring the focus down to one. I just wish they had, and maybe you're right. Maybe the photo was falling apart and they couldn't do it.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
I think they were trying to also capture the neighborhood.
Yeah.
Because it is that type of story. That's where it happened.
Yeah.
I guess
right?
that's where, we as photo editors have to make a choice.
Right.
Because we know that some photos will not do everything that
Correct.
we needed to do.
Correct.
And in this case, if the choice is I want to focus on the community, I probably would have found a way to crop if the photo would hold up. But
I feel like unfortunately, I think probably all of us have looked at way too many photos of vigils from events just across the board. And I think, kind of like Bernie, you were talking about this a bit, is like there's this type of photograph that you kind of get where you're like on the same level as people, which can be really intimate and really powerful.
Right.
But that could be anywhere, but could also be hyper specific. And I think there's something really interesting about this of like, this is a smaller community, you get a sense of that place and that dynamic, like this feels like an unusual event, and even just the angle of it coming from above to get that depth and that scope, rather than all being at the same level where it could be anywhere, anyone, I think is kind of an interesting way to differentiate it. Like I'm kind of trying to remember that coverage is like, where was this photographer even?
Right.
Like, how did they get into that position? Why was this like that moment? But I kind of I appreciate like the additional context clues that feel like it makes it a little bit different than what I'm used to seeing out of this type of event.
I'm recalling the images from I'm recalling images from the story wherein there were a lot of empty streets and quiet homes. And this was definitely one of the more colorful images from that scene. Outside of the fact that you have this barn or a big home, if I'm remembering it correctly, wherein a lot of authorities were surrounding that. That was the other picture that stood out. But if you're capturing the community and the neighborhood and how they're getting together, I think this works. Aesthetically, not the best image, but I think that's what they were trying to go for in my head.
So if you think about the intent of the editor, was what they were intending to do and attempting to do, did they achieve it?
I mean, they did. I wish this picture was just shot better, because there's a lot of elements within this picture that takes my eye out of the dominant part of this picture are the people at the front with great lighting, right? But the stop sign does get my eye off that. The car got, like, what is going on there? But to me, it captures the number of people here, the sense of community coming together.
Here's another way to think of these two. Again, it's apples and oranges, but when you think of all the things that you guys do as a photo editor in your job, which of these two, it's this and the Shrinking Lakes one, which do you feel like harnesses those skills the most?
I mean, as a cover, this is well done. It's very clean. You show the lines of a shrinking lake. I think it's really well done. But as an editor, part of my job is to connect with the community. I am my audience, my direct audience. And I feel like having a picture, an element of what what the neighborhood feels like, I think the Globe was really trying to do that in my head.
Nothing more to add to that, but I agree. Yeah.
So is this 2 then? Is that what that means?
Well, we've
We're
had
back to this.
I think this is 2.
Yes, and
this one or the Globe one?
The
I
Globe.
Oh, the Globe.
Globe.
is
Oh.
We have 2 against 2, I think, still at the moment. And Kathy,
Oh.
you had maybe changed your
Wait a minute,
mind.
wait a minute.
Well,
What
I'm
do we-
really lost because you were talking about this image.
Right, so.
As when you asked the question
Oh,
about
yeah.
the intent of, does it get more to what a photo editor's job and role and execution needs to be? And you basically said
Right.
yes.
Right,
But to
I
this one.
agree, to this one.
Yes.
But I feel like the Globe is trying to communicate with the audience. And I feel like given what the given the limited amount of visual assets they have to work with, this is what they have the best. And this is what they think will work best for the people who go to their site. So I feel like as a cover for the Globe, they had done the best that they can with the story.
Oh,
So you were arguing for the Globe.
the Globe.
cover.
For the Globe.
for the Globe to be number 2.
Right.
Not for me.
Yeah, I'm kind of, because can we hold them all up?
I kind of thought this would be a quicker category.
You know, one of the things that I've never been a magazine photographer or magazine editor, so I may just be talking nonsense. I don't know. But one of it also is to sell the magazine, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so looking at both of those and thinking of them being kind of about this size, maybe a little smaller, you know, would I be more apt to be like, oh, science, look at that cool graphic, interesting photo, or Globe magazine and be like, oh, what is going on here? And oh, you know, and being distracted by things, and do you know what I mean? Like, you know, I don't know how to convince anybody, but I just, and again, I'm a kind of a form person, and I think that's why I'm kind of, the Globe magazine, there's like form almost to the image, and the science is like, it's pure form, but it also, well, it's not pure form, it's pure form plus information.
Right.
And I just think it's just done at a little higher level.
I have to agree with you. I really wanna embrace the Globe photo, but I do think they were trying to do more than that photo could do by giving us too many distractions, and if I'm distracted, it doesn't help the reader. And I don't know that a reader will look at the photo and say, that was a hard story to cover. That's the other thing.
But wouldn't the reader connect with what happened to their community and be more inclined to go into that story?
Well, let me ask another question, because there's no other, can we open it big?
Yes. The Globe?
Yes, the Globe. Like, it has the name of the town and the date, which may be for that local audience enough, right? That
Right.
that's going to be a date that lives on, that they'll never forget. And maybe didn't need any help from a subhead or a text that was a little more distinguished, you know, that kind of made it more, and I don't mean to use this word, but commemorative. Do you know what I mean? Like that this is something that you're gonna want, that like the JFK assassination or whatever, that is a piece of your town's history, and that it feels more everyday than it feels like a marking of an important historic moment, as tragic as it was in the town. Maybe that doesn't have anything to do with the photo edit, but maybe it does, because
It's also for their year in photos.
yeah.
Which landed in the year in photos?
The best Globe photos from 2023.
I thought it was just okay.
I think I'm still standing by Zoo and Shrinking Lake.
Hey, Mark, do you have any tips on questions to try to break a tie break? And I know you weren't here for the whole discussion.
I have many thoughts on this one. I think one thing to think about the question of selling the magazine, the difference between the Globe magazine cover and the others is the Globe magazine is automatically included with subscription, so this is not on use.
Yeah, it's an insert, yep.
So this is going to come into your home, it's not with your other subscription, so the framing there is a little different in how it gets approached. And I'm a little hesitant because I'm from New England. And I have been in Lewiston many times over the years. The science covers are gorgeous to me, but they're a little easier to do than this. And this one resonates with me. The other covers are gorgeous, and they're doing exactly what they're designed to do, but to me they were, Bernie, I think you were saying that with the other ones you had the time, right?
Right.
To craft that photograph and work with a photographer. This is coming from sort of that live event, and granted it's coming a month and a half or 2 months, a couple months later. But the creation of this photograph and the selection of this is, and I don't disagree with the word commemorative, because this is a huge event in this community, in this state, in this region. So this one to me resonates. But I don't vote, and I'm not voting.
I was gonna say, I wasn't exactly
Now I feel
asking
really
you.
bad about saying those things.
But that was, I think, like to your point, that was kind of what my question was hoping to get at, is like, which do you guys feel like is maybe harder, or like harnesses the skills as a photo editor to its fullest extent?
Well, I'm gonna go back to the cropping. I'm sorry, I'm getting annoying. I know that I am.
No, I support
But
your cropping.
Here's a news photo that was created in even if it's aftermath, it's still kind of breaking, right? Because the community is still in turmoil. But yet, then you have the magazine that's coming as a best of, so a few months after, and you do have the time to think a little more intentionally about how this image is going to be placed on this cover. Because it wasn't a magazine before, it was a newspaper story before. And so now it's a magazine, and not every photo can be a magazine cover in this shape and in this presentation. And so as the editor, you have to be thinking, okay, this is maybe the moment, but is that the right image for this? And if it is the moment and you want it to be the right image, then how are you going to make it feel better? And maybe that editor was not thinks that stop sign, because of what Ariel said, and I think there's some real validity to that stop sign has a subliminal kind of message there, but I think it's not as, again, hindsight being what it is, and knowing when this was edited, could you have done a little more finessing to make it feel more like a magazine cover and not a news photo put onto a magazine?
I think though if you cropped in though, what you do is then you lose the top of that image, which means you lose kind of that quiet space that is where the masthead goes. You also lose a lot of the context just from the aspect ratio coming in enough to cut out the stop sign, for example, right? Like, you're not just coming in from the left, you're coming in from the corner, which kind of just drops you right into the crowd. And I think that, to me, like, I think there's a value to having the quiet detail around, because it gives you a sense of place, it roots you in a space. And there's also something like, I came up in San Francisco where I'm used to seeing a photo like this for a protest or a Giants win, it's like big, it's active, it's a surging crowd. It feels so unusual to see this so still and so quiet. Like I feel like that tension in there, and I also feel like leaving that looser, you have the stop sign and you do have these kind of parts that jump out a bit, but like the red of the stop sign also kind of hits us, like the red sweatshirt right below and the red in the corners, like it kind of, for me, it pulls me back. Like I might stop there, but I do feel like I'm being drawn into different portions of the photograph.
I think the crop would draw me down to the corner. It would at least have me looking at the sea of people, but then as my eye goes down to the corner, to the faces and the diversity of the people, then I can see the feeling. But here, there's so much and it's so messy. And again, I don't know where the point of focus is other than the stop sign. And then my feeling about if I have to read something in a photo, is it a photo? Like all the things that drive me crazy about photos starts popping out at me. But if I want people to see the people that are there and to understand the diversity of the community and the solemnness, I've got to give the audience something to be drawn into and focus on. And I then go down to the corner, and when I see the faces of, the woman in the blue vest and the black woman with the kerchief, and I start looking at their faces, then I get a sense of, this is a broken community, this is what's happened.
I've just observed that we've talked a lot about this cover and really not nearly as much about the other one. Okay. Which I think is just interesting, because you guys have a lot more thoughts either way on this one than the other one, but is it worth going back to the other one to see, like, is there more to talk about there? Or is that more of a gut, simple read either way to you guys?
Me add, if I work for the Globe and my reach is from Massachusetts to Vermont, what would be the top story for that specific region for the year of 2023? To me, and I don't know what else might have happened, but because this transcended over across the United States, and it was something, again, it's another gun violence story. If that was the most important story for this particular region, I think the choice of a photograph that captures the community, the picture is not perfect, but if I was a picture editor and this is the best of the lot, I think I would still continue to connect with the audience I'm serving by putting the people from this region front and center, of what I think is the top story of the year for this particular area of the country. Somebody say something.
Yeah, I know. I was like, we have very passionate. Does anyone want to passionately fight for the other one for a second? Sandra and Kathy.
Oh, you mean the shrinking lakes?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's clean, it's well constructed.
Sorry, you said it's what?
Well constructed, I suppose.
I have a question. Does it feel like, and kind of to Emily's point, that we've spent a lot of time talking about that globe cover, and which to me indicates, like, is that not also a measure of success in a photograph, that it causes people to like spend time with it and go back and forth, maybe not just in the judging a contest scenario, but that the argument for the shrinking lakes being second is more an argument against the other photo rather than an argument in favor of this photo?
Oh, no.
Because it felt a little bit like that to me. Like, it was like, well, this is like, yeah, it's clean, it's nice. It's like, is there more, like, yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I think it's doing more than just being clean and nice, though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm baiting you guys into
I know.
talking
Can
more
you
about
speak-
it.
yeah, can you speak a little more
Oh,
about
okay.
Thanks for helping me do my job.
But I'm curious. I was like curious, like, what is the argument for it?
We should have just stopped at one and like, we're only going to award the science, the zoo one. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, well, actually, that was my first thought. It's just to stop at zoo. But
I would still fight for the globe.
Ditto. Probably with an even number of judges. What's the tiebreak protocol?
What's the tiebreak protocol? We've like muscled through it in the past. What else have we done? I've often tapped in someone to ask another illuminating question. There's been some compromise usually it happens, kind of like in previous ones where you're like, I gave a little on this one and thus might give a little on that one. But I did want to challenge Sandra and Kathy to talk a bit about why you feel so passionately about this one, because I think we've heard a bit from Ariel and Bernie on the other.
Well, I think to Ariel's, I think it's that the globe is placing itself in third more than science is putting itself in second in my mind.
And speak to a little bit about like the cover decisions and photographs and why you feel that way.
Well, I think in part because, as simple as this is, and I think we've acknowledged, like, we've seen drought photos and we've seen aerial photos, but it's executed very nicely. The design is strong, it's clean, the image is captivating. I feel like I'm saying the things I said before.
Mm-hmm.
That to me, there's not, it's effective in what its intent is, and it communicates to the reader what the reader needs to know and understand about this story.
And I think the lines of the image also help. Like, if I'm thinking about the focus, I'm following this river, the Colorado River that's drying up, but just the way the text and the lines of the river sort of play off of each other also contributes to the graphic element of the cover. And it's just a clean, very well executed cover. I think the globe could be, but again, I just feel like that image was trying to do more than it actually could do. And again, I just sort of go back to the thought of what a photo editor actually has to do. And sometimes we have to make tough choices. And maybe that was the tough choice.
All right. It sounds like we're still, oh yeah, Mark?
Can I ask a question?
Please.
Of the three that you have in contention, discussing right now, the zoo, the globe, and this, which one would hold the reader more on that cover?
Of the three? Well, the reader is probably going to go to the zoo. Is that what you mean? Of the.
Well, I mean, I think we were all in agreement on that.
Yeah,
we were already
so maybe
agreeing on the
between
zoo.
this
So
and the
that's number
globe.
one.
Like between.
So between those two,
Between
which do you
this
think is going to, because there's the design element that you look at, but then there's the purpose of journalism is to engage an audience, which is going to hold an audience.
I think people would actually look at that.
Well, and with the magazine, it's a little different intent, right? Because it's not a front page image that then you go to the text, the headline and the text and the caption. That the goal of this cover is to get you to look inside what's happening inside. And I don't know if that does that for me, the Globe one, where this one does.
I still think it's the degree of difficulty of capturing something on the move, and this was definitely one of those kinds of stories. I'm speaking about Maine. The other one to me is just pictorially, it's just there to be photographed. I don't mean to diminish the effort of the photographer nor the editors behind the cover. I just feel like it's an easier work that needed to be done. It's not, when you're looking at the cover, and again, I said earlier that the cover picture, most of the time you have the element of time and you're able to really think this through. But when you're photographing something on a breaking news cycle like this, sometimes you're thinking on your feet on how you're going to capture this. And this photographer found a home or found some place that she's able to get into the audience. I still strongly feel that the degree of difficulty of taking something from a breaking news situation outweighs what we have in a magazine cover for the Lake story.
I'm curious if anyone feels swayed by any of these arguments. And if not, I was going to actually propose that we move on and come back to this and maybe find like a creative solution, whether that's like awarding a different amount of awards for this one or
Fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so everyone's still staunchly in your camps? Is everyone still?
Are we still stuck?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because I don't think that this is the breaking news situation. I think it was at the moment that it was captured and when it ran. But when you're doing then the magazine, you have a lot more chances and choices to make about what you're going to decide is the the image you're leading this magazine with.
Point taken. But if I'm working for the Globe, I'm going to find a photograph on the top story for the Northeast.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel that this story is the one that resonated with them. It's not a perfect picture, but I feel like it captures the moment when this particular story hit this community hardest.
All right, so everyone's still stuck, right? Can I get a nod or a yes from everyone?
Yes.
Okay, let's move on, and we'll.
Could we get a 5-minute?
Yeah. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. If you guys don't mind, then if we're gonna take a break. one. I'm trying to get through at least 10 today.
Okay. Well, the next one has 2 in it.
Right. I remembered
So,
a couple of them
2
are like
minutes.
that.
Yes.
But I also thought the magazine cover was a smaller category, and you guys were going to spend a lot less time on it. So you may surprise me with this one as well.
You should have told us beforehand.
Yeah, maybe next time, like, it would help to give the number of submissions or like see.
Yeah.
I genuinely feel like it.
Alright, so the next one is magazine general news, which is coverage of an individual news event or issue and single or multiple issues.
So yeah, there's only 2.
Same publication.
Oh, just like how it was at the Times earlier.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I mean,
Or with
well,
any
at
other
least a lot of
category.
people.
Yeah, so this one has very few. And you guys should do your best to judge them the way you would if these were the only 2 submitted.
It couldn't be any more different, though, in terms of kind of storytelling style and technique. I'm going to learn a lot about each other in this one.
I think I gravitated more towards the 8 billion China in terms of storytelling and ability to tell a story visually about a population decline. And I think the edit with the old and, the younger children with the elderly people, and I think that juxtaposition helps. I don't know, I just thought, compared to the other one, I felt like this one was a little bit stronger in storytelling. The other one, there were definitely some great images, but I kept thinking about, I can't think of his last name, Kadir, who is I think he's a noir photographer who does a lot of work like that, and I felt like he executed it better than the Nat Geo photographer that they assigned to do the other story.
The error story.
I can't think of Kadir's last name.
I feel very strongly about this population decline story by Nat Geo, I think, right? I misunderstood it last night when I was going through this, and I guess that's lack of sleep. But now that I have it straight in my head, it talks about population decline. And each photograph here talks about the reason about the declining population in China. Every photo here focuses on the different reasons behind why there's a decline. You see people's choices, such as women are more active on the work front. You spend a lot of time with your children. There is three is a crowd. There are more younger adults trying to spend more time, socializing. You have people loving pets more. So I feel like it showing the pictures of why this particular, what the focus of the story is well done through the images.
Yeah, I'm leaning more towards China myself as well. All the other images in the other story are beautifully executed, like stunning to look at, but in terms of kind of connecting with and understanding a story through the visuals alone, like I feel like there's just more layers here.
I think inherently the population story is a people story, which gives it a lot more breadth of it, and I appreciate like how the variety of imagery. I mean, I also like really love the kind of like mirroring of the design of the like the lead page and the first photograph, like that really kind of works really well to kind of pull you in. I will say that what I do appreciate about the carbon capture stories that's also like a hard story to tell visually. I think they found some really interesting and dynamic ways to kind of get into that.
Mm-hmm.
There's a part of me that I think for some of them that might have been more helpful to have found a way to get more of a to not have it only be so scene focused, so place focused, even though it is an environment and like climate story, which I think is a habit that a lot of publications have of being like, oh, it's about the planet, so here are the places, but finding opportunities within that to maybe to humanize it or to make it feel a little bit more intimate, even within that would have helped this a lot. So, like, I think as a story, I feel like maybe the just subject matter, I want this to be more prominent because I think it's an important issue to highlight. Like, but I think from a visual storytelling perspective, I think y'all are right with the other one being stronger. And I would argue for like a first and second place rather than just the first place.
Yeah, I mean, this is deserving of a place for sure. I'm just looking right now, just like all the color interplay that's happening from image to image, like that as a layout, in a sequence, like I feel like there's that the editor was thinking about some of those things too, which I love when there's form and color and they, even if it's a page over, that they all kind of like connect and talk to each other from page to page. So, I mean, this is really beautiful and really well done.
Every photo is striking here.
Mm-hmm.
All right. You guys sound pretty aligned on this one.
Yeah.
I think we're scarred from the last one. But yeah, unless there's anything else anyone else wants to say about these two. Thank you. All right, moving on. Beautiful work.
So the next one is magazine feature story, which is coverage of a non-news event that captures daily life or stories that bring dignity to the human spirit, includes words here, single or multiple pages.
How many hours do we have? This is one of the most difficult categories.
Okay. We have until tomorrow afternoon. Do you guys enjoy sleeping or no?
We'll get through it.
Yeah.
At some point, Emily's just gonna leave us in the room to duke it out, and she's like, call me when you're ready.
Yeah. I'll leave like a baby monitor in here.
Yeah.
Okay.
And do you want me to read the descriptions for these? That'd be helpful.
Have you guys had a chance to read that?
I think the three of us did? I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
no, I'm good.
I'm good.
Unless you would
You
like
need
to-
like 10 seconds to read this paragraph.
Okay.
Cool.
Look at that. Yeah, that's insane. Jesus.
Let's just, all the judges, make sure you read the description,
Mhm.
and if you have any questions about it, speak up, but you don't have to read it. Just-
So this is not how it was displayed, right? This is just for orientation?
To be honest, I'm not sure. It looks like I would have read this as a double, like a spread.
Yeah, but the text
Like
is
an article.
sideways.
Yeah, but the captions.
Right, like would it be like you had the
Oh,
magazine?
You had to do one of
for
these.
good people?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's how I read it, but I don't actually know. So you guys take that information as you would experience it.
Look at her. Yes. I'd like to recuse myself because I don't think I can decide.
Not allowed.
I can't decide.
Sits me for 1 minute.
Nice try though,
I
Brittany.
know, I was gonna say, wait, is that an option?
Everyone just taps out.
Sandra just leaves.
Yeah.
I find it so hard. There's a couple of these stories that I feel like I have seen that topic in the kind of arc of that story several times before. And it's like, but I'm like, oh, I've already seen this. And I'm like, oh, but this version of it also is very cool. And it's kind
Yeah.
of messing with me.
There's another line in the description, which you guys can tell me to stop reading, that I thought might be helpful to guide us here, which is entries will be judged based on how effectively the photos and storytelling inform and entertain the reader.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I had to read the caption on.
Go ahead.
On this one here. I'm gonna, excuse me while I
No.
lean
Here.
over and look.
Take
I
the
think you can
computer.
zoom in,
Oh.
do like 2 fingers on a trackpad. I think that'll let you.
It does?
Oh, like on track.
On your track.
Oh, on it. Oh,
Oh, we can just like that.
Okay,
thank you.
thank you.
No, I watched Emily do it, and I'm like, oh, that is unlocked.
Sandra, while you're gone, we decided you would just select in sequence and judge this yourself.
Decided what?
You would just judge this one yourself.
Oh.
I'm just kidding.
This one's a tough one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you already start your proofreading?
No, we were waiting for you.
Oh, thank you. Sorry about that.
Yeah, that's a great story, that Japanese story.
You guys want to start by talking about that one?
Well, actually, I was gonna say the one that's not working for me is the Cowboys. I just don't think it's as layered and complex, and I've seen versions of this story before.
I do appreciate the subject matter, though.
I do as well. I don't think that those portraits are executed all that well. There's a couple in there that are strong. I mean, obviously, the girl on the horse is pretty amazing. The last one is really cool. But the other ones feel, I don't know, they don't feel as deliberate.
I agree. I mean, the third picture with a white horse, I feel like my eyes are drawn towards that space. I do appreciate the inclusion of archival images here to give you the sense of history. But compared to what we are seeing here, I don't think it's as strong.
Yeah, I agree. I was a little disappointed. But I do appreciate the mixture of archival images, which I think is important.
Yeah, it's necessary.
Yeah.
I agree. Like I have seen this story a couple of times in a few different ways prior, and like I do love. This is like a very lovely package, and I think it's something like yes, keep telling the story, keep hitting this, different applications, different approaches, different styles. But I think in the context of some of the other projects that are here, like it's just not quite connecting for me. I do appreciate the editing again, the packaging and that kind of interplay between the historic. I think is very smartly done, very thoughtfully done.
So
And
we
you
were
guys have-
agreement this is out?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
third one down. So, like, this is another one where I have seen this story done quite a few times in different ways, different styles. And even though I do love the gatefold, and I do think it is just because you can see the middle pages are both narrower, so it seems like they're the third page pulled out, and then you kind of get that both sides, which you love an interactive print moment. I just think as images, they feel I feel like I've seen this before, and I don't feel like I'm as compelled toward like being pulled into it as I am with some of the other stories. And it's not even necessarily like a lack of human element, it just, I don't know, it doesn't quite hit for me.
Can you just go through one by one, please?
For each of the stories or each of the?
For this one. Thank you.
Watching everyone's head turn at the same time. It was cute. I will say, like, the editor chose to end on that alligator. Much props to that. That was a strong ender because you almost get the fake out of the birds.
Yeah.
Which I feel like would be the classic ender, but there's something kind of nice about that surprise at the end.
It's still not strong enough for you to include in the final.
It feels just very static to me in a weird way, and like there's so many different visual approaches in each photo. Like it kind of, it feels more like a collection of pictures rather than kind of an intentional story.
And your subject are trees, yeah?
Which is so tough.
Yeah,
But I think I've
exactly.
also seen this publication do other stories similarly on similar topics, not necessarily just ghost forests, but like to do that in a way that does feel a little bit more fluid or more dynamic.
Anyone? Oh, go ahead, Brian.
No, I'm just.
I'm trying not to like interrupt.
This is really hard, this category.
Yeah.
I spent maybe an hour on this category last night.
Wow.
And I said this is gonna be tough, but I do have one favorite, which is Japan aging. I feel that as a story, as a package, it's the perfect, every photograph here tells the story. I feel that the pictures even speak to me. It tells me exactly the different reasons why some of these elderly communities are where they are, because it's tough, the photographs are really well done. You almost don't need any story. You almost don't need that text with it, because every story stands on its own. Like that lead picture, and then followed by that shower picture, you just get drawn in. Immediately it tells you what the subject matter is.
I love the beginning and the end.
Yeah.
You truly feel the cycle of life
Right.
as an elderly person.
and it gives you a sense of place almost immediately.
Mm-hmm.
The detail of that opening photo, where like seeing it small, I was like, okay, like it's just gonna be a little, and then pulling it big and kind of seeing the texture on her face and the
Mhm.
wrinkle, I was like,
That is the point of the picture,
yeah,
right?
it's like, oh my gosh.
It's
that
very
photo is
subtle,
so
yeah.
good, yeah. And to give it the kind of prominence in that space, to use it in this way in the layout, it's like so smart. Like, you know, easily I could see a word editor or print designer being like, oh, let's like shove that in later. It's a detail. It could go small, but to kind of push that to the forefront.
But that's the work of a picture editor.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's making those
Yeah.
details pop up.
Mm-hmm. No, it's really strong. So it's an in.
Yes.
You guys are really good at this part.
Yeah, I know. I was gonna say, hey, high five, everybody.
You know what really grabbed me is the sense of loneliness with the robot and the doll.
The doll.
And I think because we also recently did a story about, you know, how they're addressing loneliness with aging and, you know.
It tells you, in the pictures themselves is the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, the pairings are really nice.
My gosh.
Yeah.
Breaks your heart.
Yeah.
We're done?
Sorry.
Done with part one.
One.
Yeah. So, sounds like that one's a one.
Can we
Are
look
they-
at the lava lake?
Absolutely.
Okay, so,
That feels like classic.
Yeah.
Very
Mhm.
classical photography, classical layouts.
I love this.
There's so much great rhythm here in
Yeah.
terms of the pacing of it, and you know, even just like that front image, and it has that kind of peak, and then the last image also has the peak of the boat. Like it's very much like thinking about the whole sequence of this story.
Yeah.
And again, also like using that kind of 3-photo gatefold, like right at the beginning, to
Mhm.
give like the viewer that experience of those like much more impactful, detailed images.
Yep.
Like encourages you to sit with that in a way.
I mean, the two pictures I truly love in this package are number 2 and the last one,
Mm-hmm.
because I feel like like the boat photo, I feel like I'm on the boat.
Yep.
Yeah.
I mean, compositionally, it's just picture perfect. You have the peak of the waves, you have this dude, like, I hope you're anchored, and he is, but it just gives you, it again, as you said, it's classic Nat Geo kind of photography.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of a weird question. I wonder if maybe there's some pages missing out of this.
Some what?
Some pages missing from it because the text of the story cuts off very abruptly right before the. Cause I was like, I want to know at the end what's the secret. We actually don't hear. Is it just because it was text only and they didn't include it in the layout? Probably.
I don't know about that, but I did give a limit for like the number of pages that can be added. So what is this? 10? Wait.
11.
It might have been 12 total. I mean, you don't have
regardless,
to enter.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure if that was like an intentional decision or not.
Look at that, look at that.
I just
I know.
the end of the story.
It's so crazy. It really takes the reader there.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Disney logo destroys it for
I
me.
know, I was ignoring that.
Yeah.
Why is that necessary?
It's probably something that you can see on TV too. Like they're
Oh,
promoting, like
okay.
go to Disney Plus to watch
Right.
the expedition or something.
Mm.
No, this is up there for me.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so we'll make sure this is in.
Very classical.
What do we think about the mud huts?
I actually really like that one.
Is that the kids with the building in the background? Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I like that too.
I like it. This is kind of we were talking about earlier about like climate stories, but finding ways to like bring people and bring kind of some into action into it. This also, while it is a bit of a collection of images, feels a little bit more consistent than like the Ghost Forest one. Just from a visual, to me, visually, feels like they kind of tie together. There's like a nice movement of color as it moves throughout, kind of an interesting, like the last two photos both feel a little like more abstracted, which I kind of like as like a step back and a step out.
What I love about this story is that it reminds people that the old way of doing things is the new way of doing things, the way we should have been doing things. But it also, I feel like, again, helps place people right in there so they can feel what's happening, feel and see.
How I wish, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
I
We
just
might be
wish
saying the same
that
thing.
this photo of the kids and this village in the background, I think would have made for a better cover or front picture.
I also feel, we didn't say the same thing. I also feel, I feel like this is very much, like when we talked about the boat ice fire photo series that they brought me there. I feel like I'm kind of, I'm almost just a spectator here. I'm just viewing these images more from, like there's more two-dimensional to me.
Is that a negative for you?
Yeah, a little bit. I'm not as immersed in this story as I am in that other story. I don't think that's, I don't think that it's, and maybe it's not a product of the picture editing, it's a product of, you know, what the images are, but, I don't know. There's a couple of images I really, really like, and then there's some that are just kind of, eh. And so it makes me wonder, should they have been included altogether?
Or tighter editing.
Yeah.
I can see what you're getting at. Like this photograph of second row to the second row right.
Mm-hmm.
I feel it's a very strong picture, and the one next to it is equally. Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's like Salgado type of.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But like this one with I'm not sure what you call this structure.
The second photo in the edit.
The second photo, is it a second?
Yeah.
I have to figure out what's happening here. And I think to me, the sequence of, I think if we're going to talk about mud, a village is made out of mud, it should have been the picture of the two kids with the village in the background. I guess. Like, I don't know what that is.
These?
Yeah.
I think this is also one of those things where like it looks like there's more pages to the story, like we're missing the actual like intro text of the story
Mm-hmm.
too. So maybe that offsets like some of the pacing, which is like, you know, there's a limit to it. But if this were like a 20-page spread.
Oh, you mean there's more than what we're seeing?
Maybe there's like between the first image and the second image was like kind of intro.
Oh, got it.
text,
Got it. It's not like this
bring
is
us
not the
in.
exact, got it.
Yeah, which I think plays into the way that you edit it, right? Like if it's kind of talking about like the architecture and different ways that they're looking to incorporate, like to be
I
able
see.
to build structures that offset the heat, and then kind of bringing it back to them, like maybe
Yeah.
projection on that. But
No, because the first text looks like it's cut off. That's like the first bit of text to help explain.
Well, keep in mind that is common practice for entering contests
Mhm.
and like you know, culling it down. And I encourage you guys to, you know, this is a photo editing. It's an editing category, and so definitely
but I think
keep that in mind.
for me, there is an element of like editing is a dialogue between the imagery and the words, right? And kind of thinking about how those things interplay throughout like the format that you have. And so while on the one hand, it's like, yes, you want to look at the strength of the individual images and the order in which they appear, like, I think there's an element that changes if you were to, like, read that in context with, like, the journey that you're on as a viewer, where you're not just getting the images on their own. I mean, I'm not, like, knocking this one or the other in this context, but, like, it's a thing that I know I think about when I'm editing a story. Like, I'm never editing the photos without the text, and I'm never kind of having those two work with and then against each other intentionally, right?
Yes, for sure. And I guess, like, you know, this is a choice that the person who submitted this made,
Yes.
so you guys should take that into account as well.
Yeah, I think there's
Whichever
some.
way.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to
Sorry.
step on you.
No,
I
no,
think
no,
there's
please.
some really strong images in here, and I think that there's a couple of images that are bringing it down as an edit as a whole, and I think some of the sequencing is off.
If we were to vote whether this is in or out, I would vote it out.
Considering what it's up against, I would too.
Yeah.
Okay.
2 out and
Yep.
3 out. Sorry, Ariel.
That's okay. I'm still, for the register, I still count that in, but that's okay.
Okay. So, and I'm sorry, what was was there a decision on Ghost Forest as well?
I'm holding off.
Okay, so not yet.
So that
But
leaves
the
us.
horse is out, right?
Yeah, horse is out, and the architecture one is out. So if we can clear the screen to just get it better, because that will leave us with 4.
We haven't talked about.
Yeah,
yet.
we
The
haven't
first
looked at that
we
one
had
yet.
No decision on Ghost Forest.
No, I know. I was just.
I can't. Oh.
So
They're not technically in yet, just so the other ones that are out are.
that we voted out the horses, voted out the architecture. So we now do have 4. Now it's us battling over order.
And just checking that you guys wanted to vote without looking at this one
Can
yet.
we talk about the first one? Because I don't think we talked about that one at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
And I don't think that this one is necessarily in. I think we're just.
Oh, yeah, we just looked at it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So.
Things are not in. Nothing's in and nothing's ordered.
Yeah, that's why I was like,
Yeah.
we haven't gotten a chance to chat about this one, so I wanted to hear what people thought.
So, what truly got me going with this picture is that the headline or the I felt like it made home front, the way it's designed, made the picture more whimsical than necessary, and I feel like it conflicts with what we're trying to see or read here.
It confused me. I was like,
Yeah.
is that like some kind of sign that's actually in the frame?
Right, that too.
Yeah.
But I feel that there is an easier solution here, and just plain and simple, just put it in the negative space towards the bottom left, and not have to force these words like that.
And go ahead. I was just gonna say, and I understand that they want to like use the font to show that there's life is this skew, so that. But I'm not sure that this was the most effective way to do it. I literally thought that those words were actually on the wall.
Because we've seen them in
Yeah.
like Home Goods.
Yeah, exactly. Not that that's what's happening in Ukraine, but go to Home Goods.
But I just feel like
Yeah.
there was a little bit more, you
Yes.
can do these types of layout in these headlines a little bit more elegantly and a
Yeah.
little bit more subtle.
Because they do it the next page. Like the next page has that same graphic treatment up in the corner there.
And it does make it feel like what Brian was saying, more whimsical. Like it has the design of an upbeat feature piece, like
Mhm.
a quirky kind of story, which I think does set it off tonally. Like I actually, like, looking at that first image and then reading the description of the project was like, oh, this is like serious bad stuff. Like I almost got the impression of like, is this like a weird home improvement story or something? You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
which unfortunately, and that has nothing to do with the photography, and that's everything to do with the design and the layout. But like, that does have such a strong impact on how people engage with the story.
It didn't gel with the rest of
No,
what we're seeing
it's
pictorially.
tonally very much off. And
Right.
that's I mean, if I was a photo editor on this and the designer had done that, I would have been like, nope.
Yeah.
go back to the drawing board and try to figure out a way to add some gravitas to this.
Better tone.
Yeah.
I think even just photographically, like I know we had, a couple sections that have talked about the Ukraine portrait project and how different each of those images were, where you have a portrait series and like there's so much variety within all those images. And I think this is harder because it is the subject matter is so similar across each person. And I kind of feel like the first layout does have like the kind of opening to the story, and then the first double page spread has some nice variety, and then like the second grouping feels so similar that I don't know if that was just nature of the photography and the access and all of that, or if it was just like it doesn't feel I can't tell, like it's on the fence about were these three specific images grouped intentionally to play up the the kind of repeating like framing and background and kind of context, or was it more of like this is all we had? Like I don't know, I kind of wanted a bigger variety in the images. I think.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I feel like I wanted to know why. Like the portraits don't tell me anything beyond we have people in rubble, even though we know there's a war going on. It's not a truly, for me it's not an environmental portrait in the true sense, because there's nothing there that makes me get to know the people better. Like the other portrait series that we saw. And I think that's, to me, what makes portraits, I think, very difficult to pull off, like a really good portrait, difficult to pull off. Like if I have to read the text to learn more about the person, I don't know then that the photo was effective.
This is out for me.
Me too.
Yeah.
I wish that even like a mix of like this is people going back to their destroyed homes, right? Which can be a very emotional, the situation. And I kind of wish that there has been maybe some opportunity for the photographer to spend time with some of the folks actually going through, like to offset it with maybe some reportage versus just portraits.
Yep.
To give it a little bit of that like context. For
Personal
people.
details,
Right,
maybe from
exactly.
the
Like a picture, a broken
plate,
clock, or plates,
Or make sure in the edit that you're not using images of people in similar spaces. Because for me, the spaces all feel very similar. And the compositions all feel very similar. Like I don't feel there's nothing dynamic about even the photo edit itself.
I mean, it's tricky because like in those spaces, a lot of them are going to look similar just by nature of what has happened to people's homes, right? Like piles of rubble will look like piles of rubble, and I think that creates like a difficult question for the photographer and the editor and the reporting team of like, well, how do we, if we know that visually they might start to feel redundant, how do we then approach this? I mean, it's again, you can see like the opening photo, the first spread, like starts to have some of that variety.
Yeah.
And then kind of it leans back into like a certain type of cadence that is like so almost, but not quite.
Sounds to me like you guys have rolled this one out.
Yes.
Yes.
Was there, so that leaves us with 3
So
that you
now
guys
it's
have tapped in. Were there any of the others that you guys think deserve an honorable mention, or do you want to award 3? The others were Black Cowboys and the architecture one, the mud architecture.
Do y'all have thoughts on those? I feel like I'm the only one who talked about that one.
Which one?
The Ghost
Sorry.
Forest?
Yeah.
Oh, that's still in
yeah.
the in 3. That's that you were not leaning on that.
Yeah, and I was just curious to hear what y'all thought about it. Cause I talked negative
Right.
about it. It was like, would love to hear like how people feel about it, like otherwise.
In terms of keeping it in, yeah.
Yeah.
I felt like the edit was a little all over the place. There were definitely images that I liked, but I don't know. I don't know if I'm more wowed about the story itself and the idea than I am about the photos and the edits.
A couple of images here really stuck out I mean, they're just very striking, like the lead picture.
Yeah.
And I can't get it out of my head because it's just really a beautiful photograph. And as you're going along, you're just seeing trees after trees after trees, and I think it needs a little bit of human element. There's little, this man, I'm sorry, it's not on our screen, but it's on mine.
The next one.
The one with the person in the
That one.
bow?
I mean, that's also a beautiful picture, but there's repetitiveness in the patterns of these trees as it's being shown to me. I just think some of the images here are very, very strong, but I think it needs something else to really get it over the line.
Is anyone advocating to keep this in for 3 or honorable mention?
I want to like it, but the edit feels very disjointed.
Okay, so that's.
Okay, so
I'm
if
gonna
we
read the caption on the alligator really quickly.
Alligator, the last one.
Can we just award the alligator photo on its own? Best alligator.
Just hanging out there.
I don't think it should be kicked out. I think that there's some beautiful images here. I think that, I think the unconventional ending with the alligator, because here you have this kind of prehistoric beast in these kind of prehistoric era forests. Like, it's a really nice kind of like, climate's changing, life's changing, but there are some things that are just always going to remain the same, which is that you're going to have this life existing in these spaces. I don't know, we have 3 left, and
I'm okay with that.
And it feels like kicking out the last of the 3 seems kind of mean to me. It's like, it's good enough to have gotten to the 3rd spot. Sorry.
Well, only for you guys.
Huh?
This was my first out.
Yeah. Oh, that's true.
So
That's
if we
true.
if we just go back to the original, I'm trying to remember
We
what
have
else this is up against. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is all of them.
So we had Japan, the fire and ice, and then the ghost trees were the last 3 because we did out the horses.
Yeah. So I guess and you guys added the Black Cowboys and the mud architecture one. Is anyone making an argument that one of those should be placed above the ghost forest?
I don't think
I
so.
think I'm the only one that thinks that it should. And it's the same
Mhm.
reason I think that it's a more. They both, to me, feel like they are kind of climate-related stories. They're different kinds of climate-related stories.
Hold on, you're talking about the architecture one?
The architecture and the ghost forest, kind of comparing those two.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that the architecture does a better job of just, to me, of having a more dynamic range of imagery and kind of scene and kind of moment within.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. Over Ghost Forest. I feel like Ghost Forest feels, it really, the edit just feels disjointed to me.
Ghost forest.
So I feel that way about architecture.
No, starting to get.
But I feel.
I'm not advocating for architecture to go back in, but I do think Ghost Forest is equally disjointed in terms of edit.
I mean, these are just difficult stories to capture, And I think, I keep going back to when this is in their DNA, right? I think this is National Geographic, yeah. And this is their thing. They go to remote places and capture what it is they're seeing, and it's not easy. They spend months, sometimes years, on these types of stories. I just go back to my favorite was aging Japan. Makes it easier in my head. the lava lakes.
I'm happy with just 2, personally. If the other doesn't show, I mean, Ghost Wars just does not even come close to Japan or lava lakes.
One thing I'm also just realizing is that there's only one of these that is not from the same publication, and it's one that we outed.
Is that
from a
Mother
much
Jones?
Smaller. Yeah. I don't know. Just to note that is all.
Which one was that one?
The first one.
Ukraine.
Yeah,
Got it.
I really think they made a stumble on that
Yeah, I mean,
text treatment.
For sure, for sure.
I mean, such good material, and I feel like they just got a little bit. I don't think it was thought well.
I mean, the Ukraine?
Yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
I mean, I could take Japan as 1 and Lava Lakes as 2 for sure.
Agreed.
Yep.
Okay, so it's decided we'll award 2 for this category.
So trees are out, and architecture.
It's like they offset each other and canceled each other out. Oh.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
okay. I'm
Okay.
okay.
Okay, then let's move on. So is that, I think those are.
Is that 10?
No, not yet. That is
Okay.
7, minus the one you guys didn't finish.
So are we now into quizzes?
Is that
So
a,
yeah.
is that one like the flip a coin one?
It's also 4:22. Just want to make sure you guys pace yourselves properly. We're definitely going to make it. I'm going to push us through the next 3 at least.
Okay.
We don't necessarily have to make it through the portfolio ones, but if we do not do those, today I'm going to ask that you guys try to make a little time either tonight or tomorrow morning to just at least peek at them so you're familiar with them before we chat.
So
Okay.
this next one is digital general news story, which is daily coverage of an individual news event or issue.
And how many are there?
There are 9.
Oh, we're only seeing the first image for the
Well, I believe so. These should each have, because they're the digital categories, should have a URL.
I see.
And so we should open those up if we can. And you guys should also open them up because it's good
Your
to use.
computer is
Dying.
Okay,
Oh.
yeah, there's a charger right
Charger
here.
right here.
Is there no?
Will it reach?
Yeah, I think so. It's got one on each side, so.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There we go.
friend in the bathroom while you guys are opening up. Or do you guys even want to scroll through on your own and
and then we can.
We're halfway done with
Yeah.
ours.
Okay.
So we'll continue to scroll and
We'll
then.
let them do it on their own, then that way you don't have to.
But it'll be good to have.
This is where you look this way.
We're not
All
there
the
yet.
photos?
Oh, are you? I don't.
No,
Location?
no, we're not there yet.
You're not there yet? Let me know if it looks like that to you.
Is this where we are?
Mhm.
I think so.
Oh, I see what they did. No, I don't see what they did. Because this is digital.
We
talking
can
about
go
this
ahead.
again?
Oh, I think she's still going through. I don't know. This is awkward.
All set?
Sure.
Or as ready as we'll be?
Yeah.
Okay, so Sandra's gonna sit this one out.
Do we just want to go in order, or?
Yeah, just
Why don't we
go in order and just scroll.
scroll together? Okay. I don't know that we have to scroll through the whole things unless you guys want to, but why don't we start talking about them as we go through, if that's okay?
Mm-hmm.
Kick off the conversation. Right.
Can we start talking while we're looking?
Please.
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say something about, so like, I think for a story this long, I think it's a challenge, right? Like editing, pacing,
Mm-hmm.
trying to kind of keep up with a very complicated and also just very lengthy story. I think there's like a lot of individual images. In
A
here
lot of
that-
what?
A lot of individual images in here that like
Mhm.
stood out to me, but I think maybe, and having not been able like to read the entire text of the story to kind of see the interplay of those, I think I kind of wish like the edit is very much like here's a couple of images and then diptych or like, you know, two stacked, kind of over and over again, and I feel like having a little bit more of like breaking things up, like a lot more stacked at the end of the story, having maybe a moment to kind of like sit with a picture instead of always pairing everything, or if there were like photos that could kind of play off of each other a little bit more interestingly in like digital layout.
Mhm.
Granted, like this kind of layout makes a lot of sense for mobile. Like we had talked about kind of like how audiences are coming to the stories, where like having a lot of kind of complex sizing of imagery works less well in a mobile presentation.
Mm-hmm.
And not knowing the potential of the CMS for this publication to be able to like go, oh, here's the way the presentation looks on desktop versus on mobile, and having to do, you know, make that distinction. It just like, I think I felt a little bit of just like, it felt a little like it dragged just because it didn't seem like the pacing wise it was giving me a lot of break, if that makes sense.
It does. I felt the same way. I felt some of these images are starting to look the same as you scroll through. I mean, that stood out, and I think they needed to have been a little bit more disciplined in the selection of the imagery and the layout of these images. That would have probably made this the entire package stronger by not putting everything you have in the story. And I felt like I love big pictures and I love volume in some of these stories, but I think you need to exercise. You need to know to discipline yourself to pull back, because then you're going to tire the people who you are trying to engage with the story. It's not, you can do a 2 pictures side by side, or even 2 pictures at the top and 2 pictures at the bottom, just to break some of the imagery here. But going through the rest of it is like text, photos, just became tedious to me.
I had very similar reactions. I don't need to repeat any of that. I mean, I feel I was kind of looking forward to getting to the end. That sounds terrible. I don't mean it as cruelly as that, but I was kind of like...
This one, for instance, that stood out to me, and I felt like, let it breathe, and you don't have to put other images. I think it just softened the entire package by putting pictures that have the same color, have the same shape, because then, to me, our job is to continue to engage the audience, but it's a big package with too much in it.
That sounds like an out to me if you guys want to be doing this as we go, or we can go
That's
through
fine.
all of them and then do. Okay.
I could do that and then see how we land. And so, like, alternatively, like this story, which also could have, it has a very similar structure to it, but like gives the photos a little room to breathe, like the opening using video, the pulling in of kind of archival images to kind of provide context, so it's not so driven by this particular moment in time. I think actually helped this one over the other one.
For sure. A lot of variety, and a lot of kind of taking us in and pulling us out, and taking us in and pulling us out. Yeah.
Right?
And even like pasting with other kinds of image assets, right? Like having that visual breather of a graphic, having the breather to like spend a little time with each image and not feel like you're just consuming so much, you're taking in so much information. And even, like I loved this, like.
Yes.
Again, there's a lot of visual variety in this piece. I vote to have this stay in.
Same.
Yeah, what's the headline on this again? Oh, I got it. The U.S. left behind. Left them behind.
So yep.
Okay, so it may just be me. I just feel we're always looking for something that's different, because otherwise everything is coming from a template, and definitely this one is custom, right? But I also feel that these scrolling images upon images, I get distracted where it sits. Like solid text, white background over a picture. I just think, as a picture editor, if I want to showcase a picture that's full bleed, I want to see and enjoy the picture that I'm looking at. But I feel like these scrolling images on top of an image doesn't work for me. But that is my own style preference. It may work for some of you.
I think it kind of, I I have a yes and no with it, right? Like, I think I've seen the Post particularly do this kind of design, like,
Right.
iteratively over the years,
Yeah.
right? And I think that of that style or of that approach, I feel like this is the one that I've seen that's come the closest to starting to work for me. But I think it forces you to compete in a way, like, I wish, like, this spacing between the photos that gives you that moment, like, to kind of sit with the photo, like, when it first is introduced, I think helps. But almost like finding a way to minimize the background image so that you can focus on the new images that are kind of scrolling up would help, so that you they're not fighting for attention as much, right? But also then it feels like on the desktop version, like the images within the story that are not the full bleed images feel so small within it, and like I kind of want to be able to have a little more space with some of those, right? Versus like looking at this on mobile, I think it actually worked really well because that full bleed image was much more minimized, and so like the experience on a phone I found actually a lot easier to focus. It kind of brought me in a little bit more. Although you lost the impact of these full bleed images, you don't see that entire image. They do purely become background texture, and so like it's weighting how important it is to see the background image. Not knowing if like how much of the audience is coming to this in a desktop presentation versus a mobile presentation. But like, yeah, like I appreciate the push to try to do something different. I do wonder, it kind of does feel like it's like looking at this too, like these pictures are so similar, it's like it kind of gets in the way.
I just feel that, the solid background of some of these scrolling images are just too heavy. That it's hard, some of the images within the insets, I call them, I don't know how to technically call them, but these floating images, some of them are really, really strong. Some of the portraits that I've seen could be as a standalone, but I feel like I don't get enough to enjoy it because there's a background that takes my eye off this image that I just want to spend some time in.
Yeah, I don't understand why it's just not a scroll on its own, because there's so many beautiful images and and it's I've got this stuck in my hair, sorry. It's distracting.
This picture we're looking at, beautiful light, I want to spend some time reading what this picture is all about, but then again, there's this dominant, gigantic picture in the background that I don't get to focus on her, on this picture.
We also never get kind of context or caption information for the full bleed images, which like, for me, like as a reader experience, wanting to kind of understand, like, if it's an image that is purely seen, like even the boats, which was like the second bleed, like from the top of the story, which was the more gray and lighter, which I could see, like maybe it makes more sense. It's not competing visually with everything as much. I still would love to know like what is the context for that, and maybe some of that lives in the story, and maybe that's what I'm missing is like the text that sets up the next full scene. But I think that's like the only one where I don't feel like it competes as much, but because it's a largely kind of
blank canvas.
Yeah, it's a little more subtle. So maybe it's a matter of just like the edit of those background images or the interplay. Maybe it's the background image shows and you get a little bit of scroll to it, and then you're given some space for in between to just have some of those images be big without being overlaid on something else. Like,
It's a challenge for newsroom visual designs for presentations that is heavy on images, you know, our templates allow us to have big picture at the top, text, picture, text, picture, text, picture. And in my head, what they were trying to do here is to get away from that mold. I just feel that the design could have been a little bit better, wherein maybe instead of the background picture sitting as big, and maybe you can put it on the side and have the scrolling pictures on the side, so you're allowing yourself to focus on what's moving. I just feel that it's hard because I'm not a person who understands code. I tried miserably and failed, but I just feel the scrolling imagery sort of distract from what I'm trying to do because there's so much movement.
It does work so much better in mobile.
Yeah, and I think that there's some moments that like feel like the photo edit and the background image are kind of intentionally there to speak against each other. Like, so in this set, if you scroll to like almost that, but then even like this, like stopping on this photo, right? Like where there's like I like that kind of visual interplay where I'm like, oh, okay, like I can see this like paramount, I can see the kind of dirt, it kind of speaks to the background where the actual inset image is a lot quieter than what it's competing with to a degree. And I think that like this as a moment like works for me, but then like you scroll 2 pictures down from that, there's like a man with a horse.
See that one? You're both looking at it as, oh, can you pause for a second?
Yes.
Can you go down?
Further down or this?
So, you could stop right there and then show that on. So, it really does work better on mobile, and I understand that. But in terms, we're being asked to judge how it is digitally, so online and over that, that is definitely better.
But I mean, they're both digital though, right? Like they both count as digital, and it's
Right.
a matter of like if
Exactly.
the posts, like if I think of, you know, there's newsrooms where the split of audience is more mobile than desktop, and there are publications where it is opposite, or maybe they're equally split. But I mean, like you tend to have to make some concessions, like unless you're in a newsroom that has the resource to do custom versions for both platforms, right? But ultimately, you're making kind of design choices, like do we lean more on verticals, which might be a harder sell on desktop because you are competing more with the background image and like you don't get as much depth height-wise, but that works so well on mobile. And the horizontals work a little less well because they're competing more, but like, you know, it's the push and pull, which I think probably all of us are dealing with to some degree.
But I think this is what I'm hearing. This is what I'm hearing you saying, that you shouldn't sacrifice one over the other. That if it's not working on desktop, but it works on mobile, then you have to figure out how to make it work on desktop too. And I'm even looking at mobile. I'm trying to figure out what is the purpose of that background image. What is it? How is it serving the story, and ultimately the reader? If even in the mobile version it's mostly covered, except for one flash before, you know, the story leads up, you get the flash, and then you have these sequences of images that are reflective of kind of that scene.
I do appreciate the risk taking here. I just feel like the interactivity here is just a little bit too much. I don't know where to focus. I'm almost lost.
How do you guys feel? Oh, yeah.
Go ahead,
Finish
please.
that thought. No. You can finish that thought. Sorry.
I just, there's other strong imagery here that I wish I can spend some time in, like this one we're looking at, that I think can be stationary because it's arresting. But you're absolutely right to point out that, okay, it works on mobile, then figure out how you can make it better on the desktop.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how you guys feel about either. It sounds like you're either ready to count this as an out, or you can keep it in discussion to look at it, whether weighing these pros
I'm okay
and cons
about it
against
being
the
out.
others.
And part of
Some beautiful
the
pictures.
category is asking us to look at the design as well,
Well, it's the
and the
presentation.
storytelling.
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like on those two fronts,
I would keep it in to just kind of revisit once we've gone through everything.
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I just
Yeah,
I
then
keep
let's
looking
look
at
at
the
the other.
photographs,
Yeah.
and I'm like, I mean, there's just some pictures that just stop me in my tracks.
Totally.
okay.
Reminder, judges will consider design, layout, and innovative uses of technology, but weigh most heavily the quality of storytelling and how the photos have been considered, sequenced, and presented. So
Mhm.
yes, design is part of, but focus on the photos and storytelling there.
Mm-hmm.
And if you ever want to take a look at the mobile layout up on the big screen,
Mm-hmm.
what your student, I'm sorry, I can't see your name. What Martina, what you can do is if you unmaximize the window and make the width as skinny as possible,
Okay.
it will automatically take these page layouts into the mobile view. So if you just grab the edge and drag it, it'll stop you, and that's the mobile view. So if you ever want to discuss the mobile as a group and be able to show the,
Sure, yeah.
Good.
Thank
Great.
you.
And I know you guys each have the ability to do that on your own
Yep.
screens as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's move on to discussing the next then. Yeah. Yeah. We're making it through.
you always do.
We saw this one.
Yes.
And that's the one
That was the one we just
discussed.
saw.
So the one right after that.
There you go.
What's interesting is I think even in the layout of this story, it kind of plays with some of the same things that we were talking about, but utilizes them in a different way. I'm
Mhm.
curious how you guys feel about that.
The post is really trying to show these images and the stories differently at every turn. You know, they're really trying here, and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, I think that
Is
is,
better.
is more effective where that photo
Right.
goes down and it's
Yeah.
past whatever.
I think it's
Fades.
still.
So the background actually dims, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And I think, yeah, I agree that it works better because it also doesn't force you into that for the
Right.
entirety of the story. Like you get a pause, you get a moment to kind of like sit with it.
Right.
I might make an argument that like there is still like competition of the background image being, like the full bleed image being a bit too busy, and then the smaller images feeling too small within that, right? Like I almost want the inset image, for lack of a better term, to be a little larger so I could spend some more time with that, kind of see the detail in that. Like if it's gonna be a big busy background photo, then maybe the inset image is more of a detail or more of a stark image that kind of draws your eye in more directly, to kind of balance those things out. Although weirdly, the thing that distracts me the most about this story is the borders and the kind of use of color that I feel like I didn't quite pick up on like why and when those are being utilized. Like it feels like the kind of like blue background is the vignette of an individual, but then like what is the signifier of the border, and like when does that play in? And then I just am like, oh, well, what are we doing? And then I start losing the thread of the story.
That's a good point.
Well, this is one of those instances, because we've seen the print edition, that this edit feels more complete, and it's just the restriction the print has that we're able to tell a little more nuanced and expanded story. So yay for digital.
Feel ready to make an in or out vote, or shall we just go ahead to the next one and we can?
I'm okay about this one staying in.
Same.
Okay. Yeah. We'll keep that in then.
In our first view, this is one of the top ones for me. I really think that this is really well done, and it's got a nice kind of evolution to it. And it puts me there at that, really, like I feel transported to this village. There's so much pain here. And I thought the pacing was really well done.
This is it for me.
Yeah.
Aria?
Yeah, I'm done with it. So this was one for me that like I love the approach, right? Like the kind of the treatment to it, this kind of zooming in on different parts of the image and like annotating them. I think it's a really smart way to do that. And that's a competition that we have a lot where it's like, how do you go in depth about a particular image? And I feel like this is done really well. Like it's hard to separate the form from the function in a way, right? Where like
again,
this is one picture,
yeah.
so like the weight of that image really carries a lot. And it's like, on the one hand, it's a very hard picture to look at, and it's hyper informative. It's maybe not the most aesthetically interesting, but it is a really thoughtfully composed image within this chaotic and hard to look at situation. Like as a story package and as a way to kind of present photography for informational purposes, like I think it is really, really smart. I don't know if that is quite it's not like a story edit. It's not like a broad. It's, I don't know. I really like it. But I think it maybe is right on the edge of what makes sense in a category like this. Maybe that's more like it just doesn't fit what kind of category this is. Like maybe a way of thinking about storytelling and ways to kind of parse that in the future. But
I agree.
Yeah.
I feel that the Times have thought outside of this box and showing something almost routine in a story the size of this conflict. They're trying to show more information from just one picture and letting the elements of these pictures stand out more. And we don't see this often. What we see are images upon images on any, on any breaking news story. So I feel that I feel that I have to applaud them for thinking differently and presenting a variety of information within one photo. Is it the most iconic picture that we've seen from this conflict? No, but what is bigger here are the information within the photograph.
Agreed.
Why don't we keep this in for discussion then, among the rest?
As a picture editor, I really appreciate having the voices of photographers speak through the audience, because I think that's important. They just not a credit on a picture within the body of a story. And I feel that these photographers who witness the hardships and the horror of war becomes really, their work needs to stand out more, and I think this is one of those packages that this is one of those stronger packages that I love the way they have done this. You're just showing iconic imagery like this one. That is one of the more iconic pictures in 2023. And you can't forget this picture by Lindsay. So I feel like beyond that, the gift is hearing the horrors of what these photographers have done over time. Now, on the presentation, I think it's also worth noting that they have location where they break it out. It's just not a set of imagery and then photos. So I think that added, like, no time, what is this, Kiev, nap time is over. I feel like there is merit to that in adding that little information in there.
I think that for me, the two things that hurt this, like, I agree with everything that you've said. I think that, and granted, most readers are probably not going full screen browser, but like the kind of edge to edge full bleed image means that we actually never get to see the entire image. You have to like shrink down your screen to get the entire image in like one panel, right? Like we're always missing the top and bottom. We're kind of experiencing it in motion all the time.
Can we see it in
Yes.
mobile?
Please.
Sure. Yeah. But it's like it's a consideration again. It's a consideration for their audience. What does that mean? Like, how does that look? Even if the browser is like open to what, like, if I don't know, maybe I'm crazy to think that only like photographers and photo editors ever do like here take over my screen with a single story. But usually you'll have it open in a smaller browser window, which you
Mhm.
would get to see all of it. But so that's a consideration for me. And I think I was also a little distracted by the kind of rotating carousel header of like all of those images cycle through at the top of the story. So if you actually sit, I think it's all of them. Like so if you just sat in the very first beginning of the story, it's just every image cycled
Mhm.
through very slow motion, which I kind of don't know that it needs, but.
Sorry, what do you mean by the?
So if you just sit on this, it does this, right?
Oh, it's a loop.
Yeah, yeah.
That doesn't bother me.
Yeah, me too. Because I feel like you're trying to show a variety of images taken by these group of photographers, and you're not just showing one, which may tell people this is the strongest of, because that's how we edit, right? So I don't mind the loop at all.
Bernie, it sounds like you're advocating to keep this in, and Ariel, are you advocating to take it out, or
No.
not necessarily? Okay.
No, I would keep it in too.
Okay, then we will keep this in for now.
I know this is a design thing, but I really kind of think I wish that the headline or the subheads as they kind of scroll past were a little bit bigger or more obvious that that's what it is. Because like I looked at these kind of like looping videos and I was like, oh, this is interesting, and I was like, oh wait, this is like, is this the title of the next section, or is this like a quote that's kind of going by? Like it took me a minute to kind of catch the.
But I bet you
the
in
motif
mobile,
of it.
that fills the frame.
Well, it doesn't. It's like you have the vertical.
Oh, really?
Right, and it's
Oh, okay.
so small. In a way that I kind of want to like, I want them to feel like a distinct like change happening.
Are you saying you want better topography?
No, I actually like really like the use of the video as a pause point. I just think that like there's maybe a different way of incorporating that subhead into it. Maybe it's just too much motion all happening at once, where it's like a video and also a scroll that makes me feel like I wanted something to follow it, and then it just plops you back into the story. I mean, like, I like the story overall. I think there's a part of it, like I love this photo actually. Weirdly, this I think is the photo that stood out to me in the whole edit. I kind of wonder. This also felt like it had a little bit of a lack of intimacy, despite seeming like the photographer had a lot of access. And I wonder if it's like a access thing or an edit thing or like a mix of both. But there did feel like there was quite a bit of distance between, like just in this edit and this pacing.
I feel that if you're going to spend a lot of resources and time on a story such as this, that I wish they'd taken time as well in trying to present these images better. Because I feel that, you know, this is not an overnight story, right? If you're going to spend that much time, and I feel like this particular presentation is coming off a template, because in my world, I have a template that looks exactly like this. And if we're going to go really deep into having a photographer spend a lot of time in the middle of in the middle of a fire season like this, I wish that the presentation was just better, because I'm seeing, it feels like it's coming from a template almost, and it doesn't measure up to the pictures that we're seeing.
I think I just wanted a little bit more, like, there's like the photo, that kind of inset on the father and child. That was really nice, but it feels like we see it so quick, and then it's like fire, and like, I think emotionally I want to be invested in the firefighters, because it's a story about how doing this work is harming them and harming their health, and I kind of want to see the stakes a little bit more.
Yeah.
Right?
Get them out of the forest. I mean, we do a little bit, but I don't think enough.
Yeah.
There's the one provided image with the brain tumor.
Sure.
There's that.
Like, this is the one I was like, we see him kind of upset, we see him with his child, and then it's just like, next. No, like, let's hang with them a bit more. Let's see what that dynamic is. Let's, this is my argument for, like, stack another picture or two in there, like, versus, but like, give us like that, a true visual vignette with this family unit, right? Kind of similar, and then same with like the climb toward the end, like on the bicycle, like, let's get a little bit of a little moment of in-depth vignette with that person, that family.
I could probably let this one go.
Agreed.
Yeah. All right, so this one's out. Thanks.
This one was hard for me because I feel like the subject matter is like there are a lot of moments where you kind of have to, like, the photographer was like very clearly like across the street or needing to be physically distant, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to see it. But I on the other hand, I'm like, oh, but I want something that kind of pulls me in a little bit more, even though knowing that a lot of it is going to have to be stepped back. Because otherwise it kind of starts to feel too voyeuristic rather than like something kind of in concert with people who are affected by this. But it's also like hard, like I'm a little stuck on like how else would you approach a story, like to try to tell a story like this.
in terms of like the photo editing and storytelling, do you guys feel like this merits being part of the conversation with the other ones you guys have selected to keep in, or not?
Is this the last one?
It is, yeah. I mean, I think there's a lot of, like, I don't know the exact adjective, but, you know, we're seeing some pretty harsh scenes, right? Like, this is a tough situation that's happening on the streets of San Francisco, but I feel like we're seeing it kind of, maybe that's the point, that it's so prevalent and you're seeing it multiple times in the edit, but I feel there's some redundancy here that with a little bit of paring back, you may achieve the same effect without feeling like here's another person laying on the street, here's another person doing drugs, here's another person exchanging money here's another person being arrested or revived or whatever it might be. There's no doubt these are really hard images to make, and probably, you know, the photographer risked life and limb to be out there to do this work.
You took the words out of my mouth. I just feel like it's a very hard assignment.
Yeah.
And again, they're very good at this story.
Mhm.
They do this regularly and often.
Mhm.
And this particular photographer has given a lot of time trying to capture this story.
Yeah.
I go back to what else can they do to
Mhm.
present these images more effectively? Because some of the images are very, very strong. The
Mhm.
body of work here is strong. But I feel like the presentation hurts it a little bit more because I'm starting to see, I mean, we've been looking at these images some of these pictures we've seen earlier, right? And the presentation, I feel, is starting to look the same.
Mhm.
I agree that like maybe a narrower edit or even like alternating like we have the woman at the second photo that seems like maybe the photographer has a little bit of rapport with, like she might have been a nice entry point, potentially an entry point into like maybe getting us off the street. And again, like thinking of the stakes, thinking of like, why is this, we know that everything happens here and that's kind of the reason for the story, right? That this is a part of the Tenderloin that is particularly hit with the kind of push of drug markets and all of that stuff, but like, is there a way to kind of provide some context for why we care about that happening visually, right? And like, I feel like for me, this is the photo that gets us closest. But like the only time we see her is like twice in the edit, both on the street, both sitting down, kind of. And like, is there an opportunity for like maybe pulling in something into the presentation of her or somebody else kind of existing outside of this intersection? Like, I think might have helped offset the many photos of the intersection, or even like playing up the other scenes that are in here in a way that feels more intentional, almost like a day to night. Like, kind of here's how it progresses, where you can lean into some of the redundancy a little more intentionally.
I think this type of presentation is in my own newsroom. I feel like we go back to these kinds of templates because we have a great story, great pictures, but to be honest, creating custom interactives is not easy. And, you know, for smaller news organizations, it's really a steep challenge to like, okay, I have this, but I need a different kind of presentation for this. And it depends on the newsroom if they have an extensive array of talents who can give them time to be able to create an entirely different interactive that can showcase these types of stories better. 'Cause I know I have that challenge. And for me, if I'm on deadline and I have a template that's okay and will do a respected job with it, I'm fine with it. But again, I'm not happy with the presentation because we could have spent more time doing that. And oftentimes, that's what aggravates me in the newsroom because we spend so much time and effort, and the design really I think that I encourage newsroom to spend some time and really think how you're going to present your story, because part of engaging is having a presentation that's also engaging, not just the pictures and not just the story.
I honestly don't think that this story necessarily needs like a custom design. I think it really is just in the pacing in which photos play off of each other, and maybe just like a tweak to the edit would help this a lot.
I think you're right. Yeah.
All right, you guys feel comfortable taking this out of the mix then, or would you like to discuss it alongside the rest?
I feel like I'm comfortable taking it out.
Okay. Me too.
Okay, so
What do we have
let's
left?
look at what we have remaining. I kind of lost track. Yeah.
Cut everything out.
Thank you.
Okay.
6.
Okay, well.
Yeah. All right. We have 6 and we need to make it down to 4. Oh, perfect. Yeah, we can look at. This one's still in the mix. The one we discussed about the layout. Yeah. All right.
Can you, yeah, please, thank you.
Sorry, they're trying to. For user control. Is me just scrolling through helpful?
Mm-hmm.
I'm okay about this staying in.
Same.
Yeah, I like this one a lot.
My vote is to take this out.
I think photographically, I actually like the individual images. I like this story better than the Mind story.
I would agree with you there.
The one after this?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Like the design feels like it gets in the way a bit for both, but like just looking at the images themselves and kind of like how this came together, and even with like competing, like I do like this one a bit, like I think better.
Yeah, I'd like to keep it in, and I agree with you on the mine story. We can go through that one. Mhm.
I think this one loses me on the portraits, like the kind of against blue inset vignettes.
I do like how they treated them, though. Those little vignettes. I don't mind the color. What do you think, Brenda?
I feel this one is a bit stronger for me. I do like the images on the one, was it climate change?
Mm-hmm.
I just feel the presentation on the one previous to this is a bit more jarring. This one, the subtlety here works. I think this is a little bit better than the previous one.
Should we keep going through and see if we
Yeah,
can
we
leave
do have,
else out?
we have 6 still, wait, I thought we had 6.
We still
5?
have 6.
We have 6.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Kathy, is this still your number 1?
No, it's not, but it's one that I do like a lot. But looking at the two Ukraine stories, I mean they have different. They're doing different things. It's just there's so much of, I mean, maybe it's just me, but just like how just completely haphazard and untraditional this idea of like what war photos of soldiers look like, just conveys a lot about all that we know with everyday people taking up arms, and just some of that, like that cat photo just kills me.
The photos here are really strong.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both Ukraine from the Times.
I kind of lean more toward this versus the other one.
Mhm.
Mostly just because it is like a self-contained story rather
Mhm.
than like a
Collection
of
of-
like the most. And,
Yep.
Which I love looking at that.
Yeah.
Like I love spending time with that. But I think, like you were saying, they do two totally different things. I just kind of, between the two, lean a bit more toward like, more of a narrative, kind of.
Yep.
I can go with that.
Do you want to get rid of the other Ukraine story?
That's fine.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Okay.
Not this. This one.
Yeah.
We're getting rid of this, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. So
Got
many
it.
great images in there.
Yeah.
It's almost a shame, but you gotta make a choice.
Yeah, that one. We're down to 5.
Yep. So I think we're gonna have to look at really make a decision about the post pieces.
Yeah, where do those rank for you guys?
They're not in my top 2.
Okay.
This one?
This one is, but
The
I'm
two
saying the
Post
2 Washington Post ones are not.
What are your top 2?
I think for me it's the Ukraine and the Afghanistan stories.
For me, I just love the risk taking of this picture, of this story. I think it works for some, and I appreciate them presenting something wildly different. I don't get tired, they're trying to tell me that to pay attention to different parts of this picture, and I think it's effective. I also like the other Ukraine piece by the Times. That picture. To be very honest, I'm still not wildly convinced that the first Washington Post climate change piece should be in there.
Should be in the top 4 at all.
Yeah, I think for me,
Yeah.
it needs to go.
I feel like for me, the top, like, in order, would be Afghanistan, it's so close and I'm talking with a lot of it. I think Afghanistan, Gaza, Ukraine, and I would say the Boko Haram would be my honorable mention. Because there's a part of it that I also just like, I kind of find the actual story of that, like it's such a wild angle on, like, I don't know, it's an interesting story. I think that the individual images are stronger than the individual images in the Congo mines story.
I would agree with you there. And I think if you think about it for mobile, I think it works on mobile. I'm just not a mobile person. But I'm in the minority. The data shows that, right? So if the Post is responding to what their readers, how they know their readers interact with their content, then, I wouldn't say it's overwhelming success, but it's not a failure, they were attempting and trying and doing something different.
Does it sound like you guys are aligned on top 3? Or am I misunderstanding?
Are we aligned on
The
first
top
place I
don't think we're aligned anywhere.
Okay.
Are we, or no? I don't know. I guess I only ranked mine.
I would put the Boko Haram as an honorable mention, and then the other 3 need to fight it out for their spot.
There's 4.
Getting rid of the climate change.
Oh, I
one.
see. Okay.
I'm sorry.
The
Sorry.
mines.
The mines. Yeah.
Yeah.
brain's starting to get
What-
scrambled.
Right, I know, we've been talking a lot.
That's
What I
okay.
was hearing is that the 2 Washington Post ones sound like all of your,
Well, no, we're,
Fourth and
Bernie is
fifth.
flipped.
oh, okay.
Boko Haram. I'm really, how I wish the presentation was better, and I'm very, very sorry. I just feel like you go so far, but the presentation is just too jarring for me.
Can we see it on mobile?
And either way, you guys were considering this for honorable mention, right?
Right.
Or for 1, 2, or 3?
No.
Okay, so you guys are aligned on top
At
3.
least, yeah, we're aligned on top
On
3.
which ones it's this, I
That-
guess, ranking.
But
It's
not
whether or
the-
not Bernie thinks this deserves to have an HM.
But should we hash out then the order of the top 3?
Sure.
And then we can fight out the
Mhm.
Yeah.
honorable mentions?
I mean, if we were,
Make Sandra
and,
suffer.
and honestly, if we were to do a straight up vote
Mhm.
for honorable mention, it's 2 to 1, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like, we don't have to have consensus, it is.
Mhm.
Right,
it's
it's
Yeah.
2 to 1,
You
so
can
I'm,
overrule.
Yeah,
I'm okay
You
with
can
it.
also choose not to award, right? That's an option.
I think it's worthy though, I mean,
Mhm.
you know, part of the consideration is the design, but the way it's written is you are to, the emphasis is on the photography and the editing
Mhm.
and the storytelling of the images.
Correct.
And so by all of that measure, I feel like it deserves an honorable mention.
The mining one.
No, the
This
one
one.
that's in
Oh,
front of us.
okay.
The mining one, for
Okay,
me, if we
got
wanted
it.
to say out, because it feels like we're,
I feel like that can go.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this one's out.
Yep. And Boko
Great
Haram
work,
is
though.
honorable mention.
And then it's order here. I mean,
Mhm.
I think you said Afghanistan, Gaza,
Afghanistan, Gaza, and Ukraine
Ukraine.
is my order, but I'm open to.
I could live with that. I'm a little more on the fence about the Gaza being in 3rd than in 2nd, but I, you know, if we wanna reward this idea of kind of exploring one photo and being innovative in how you kind of talk about an image and break it down, I think that it was successful in what they were attempting to do. I mean, I know I spent a lot of time with it when it first published, and so it engaged me, and I imagine it engaged a lot of readers, which is what we're supposed to be doing.
So, the 2 of you are Afghanistan, Gaza, Ukraine.
I could flip the other 2, but I'm very much I could be argued either way. I'm
Flip
not gonna.
the 2 as in
Okay.
Gaza and Ukraine.
Afghanistan, Ukraine, Gaza, or Afghanistan, Gaza, Ukraine. Like, I feel
Yeah.
like you could argue either one into that spot
Mhm.
pretty easily, and you could probably spend 2 hours doing it.
Yep, got it.
Start the clock.
Yeah,
Can
Bernie?
I take a look at Afghanistan again? Sorry, I don't mean to belabor the point. I know it's 6 o'clock.
Boyzell just walked by with dinner.
Mhm, I saw that too.
Okay. For me, having seen this, Afghanistan, Gaza, Ukraine.
All right,
We did it.
it's decided. Wow. Nice work, you guys.
Nice work.
Yeah.
Is it done?
Yeah.
Okay, tell me what your thoughts are about your own.
Should we go offline for this one?
Yes, we should go.
We can,
Okay.
okay. Is that okay, guys?
Okay.
Yeah. So there are different paths here, right? Somebody could cave.
Did somebody cave?
Doesn't
No.
sound
When-
like it yet.
When Bertie said 60 seconds, I was like, oh, so you're gonna agree with Sandra and I?
No, you guys are gonna agree with me.
All right, it's a showdown. There's also, like I mentioned earlier, you guys could choose to not award. You know, like there are options here. If you guys would like me to try to tap in, like a 5th judge, I'm happy to do that. I think those are all the options that occur to me right now. But if anyone wants to be more creative, we can talk about that as well.
Well, that's interesting. That not awarding either, and just sticking with the zoo.
I mean, that's how I felt the whole time.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's really the only one that I felt like was entirely successful. To me.
And to be clear, you guys have to agree,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
majority on doing that as well.
Yeah.
Are we copping out?
No.
No, I don't think so. I mean, when the first batch went through, I was just like, ooh, this is gonna be tough. Not because they were all so great. It was because they weren't. You know?
I hate to say that, but it's true.
I mean, I've judged small state competitions where you get into this position where you literally have, just a couple images and you're like, is this worthy of awarding best of photojournalism? Is it truly? It's the best of what we have in front of us, but do you want it as, like, not to be hyperbolic, but to go down in history as the 2024 best of photojournalism 2nd place magazine cover of the year?
Is it possible to, obviously we love the science cover Zoonomia, right?
Mhm.
That's the winner. Can we do 2 honorable mentions?
I believe I've asked this before and we can't. It has to be awarded in order from top to bottom.
You can't skip one.
Can we bring in everything that got axed in the first round of judging and start over again?
Can you interview the photo editor?
You're scared.
I can ask one more time just to make sure I'm not misremembering, and I'll do that right now. But I'm
There's
pretty
no
sure
ties.
the answer is no.
Right, there's no ties.
And correct there.
Right.
Let me double check.
I really want to like the Globe, but I can't award on E for effort, especially when I think about what we have to do on a daily basis, and it's make tough choices.
But don't you feel that looking at the faces in this picture makes you want to look at the picture deeply, regardless of the faults of the other things, it's not perfectly shot, and I can concede that. But when you're looking at the people, aren't you just going to like spending time with what's in front of you?
No, because I feel like the distractions are just too distracting. Initially I will say I thought the black car was a hearse. I don't know why, but it wasn't. And then I just keep thinking about, and I'm not a huge fan of cropping pictures, but in this case, I would have cropped so that people would focus on the wave going to the corner where you can see people's faces and feel emotion. But I have to give the reader or the audience, I have to help guide them to where I want them to go. And the sea of people, it's not enough. They're too small. And then I realized the person in the top right is actually taking a photo of all the people. That person actually might be in the better spot to take a photo of the crowd.
But from the
Look at
side.
the back of their heads.
On the side. I'm just saying.
The one in a reflector jacket?
Yeah. I wasn't, at first I didn't know what that was, and then when I blew it up, I was like, oh, that's actually a person taking a photo. But there's so many distractions, I'm just so distracted that it ruins the solemnness for me of what is happening. But I understand the need to show community because I am struck by the diversity of the community and the diversity of the people that came out. But I've gotta be, if I'm thinking about, when I'm looking at photos, when I'm editing, you know, one of the things I wanna make sure of is, you know, am I visually guiding people to what's important in the photo?
I think, like, I still feel very strongly about this photo. I continue to want to spend time with it and to, like, find more in it, and just between the storytelling capacity of this image, like, sure, it's not a perfect image. I don't think any of these images are perfect. I don't think that exists as a construct, right? But I think that this has more range of emotion and depth than the other image, right? Like, I think the other one, the Shrinking Lakes image, like, the best thing it has going for it is that it's a graphic image with some context. But I also feel like it doesn't do anything more for me than that. Like, I don't feel compelled to want to read more about it. I don't want to, you know, understand, like, why we're looking at this. I'm like, oh, okay, cool. Like, it's a pretty picture. It tells me some information. I wish there was more there, I guess.
I guess that's why I'm fine with just awarding one, because the rest just don't add up.
I feel that it's a disservice to a news organization not to award them with something, because it's a, you know, the Globe is trying to do is represent their community and be able to inform their community. This is what happened to us, and regardless of the faults of these images, that image, I feel that it conveyed that sense of loss, that sense of community, and I, you know, yes, could it be shot better? Absolutely, but it's a news organization that's trying to really showcase the biggest story for them and their region, and this is what they have. And it's also a harder picture to take, given the limitations of, again, we've all seen the kinds of images that we have for that week this was happening. And I feel that given there was no dramatic picture at any point of the story, this was effective in showing the community that sense of loss.
I feel like it is dramatic in its own way. It's not dramatic in the, like, immediately punch you in the gut way that I think, you know, there's a lot of weight put on because we have such a propensity of imagery. Like, I think that this is a good argument for, like, the quiet image speaking loudly enough.
I don't think either one of us are I'm not actually at all discounting the power of the image. I'm going to preface this by saying the potential power of the image, because I don't think that it was utilized by the editor to the degree that it could have been. And so I think that all the things that you are saying are 100% true, while at the same time I think everything that Sandra and I are saying is also 100% true. So these two things could exist at the same time. And as an editing competition, the hand of the editor is absent in this image. That they had the power to amplify all the things that the two of you are feeling, even more so than they did. That's, I think, where I'm kind of falling down on this image is that, and I'm not talking, it wasn't dramatic, it was just enough, you know, because this is probably also not a vertical. I'm guaranteeing the original is probably a horizontal.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a crop already to fit this magazine front. I don't know that for certain, but I imagine that there's probably more over here.
Mm-hmm.
And so it makes me wonder what might have that placement been if we were able to work with it full frame.
Emily?
Right. Yes. I was gonna say, it sounds like we haven't come to an agreement. So yeah, who said 60 seconds again? No, I'm kidding. And also, I did confirm with AJ, we can choose to award everything, or award nothing, or anything in between, but it does have to be in order
Okay.
of 1, 2, 3,
Yep.
honorable mention, and no ties. So given all of that, I was gonna propose tapping in a tie-breaking judge from a different category,
I think
from a
that's
different
smart.
division.
Yeah.
Okay, is that okay with everyone?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Great. So that we might need a little bit of time to do that, because they're judging their categories. So why don't we power through and finish the last digital category?
Okay.
Do we feel comfortable with that, or do we want
Yes.
to take a dinner
Yes.
break? Okay.
The last digital category, how many entries is in it?
That might be a big one. Yeah.
Digital feature.
project. Right?
Yeah, it was,
Oh, shit.
Digital feature.
I thought we did
I thought we just
feature.
did that. No?
That was news, I thought.
Oh, man, okay.
Yeah, we just did digital news.
You are right.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah.
We have more than I thought left.
There are 9 of them.
Should we eat through this?
I think we should eat through it.
Yeah, or at least
I
we
could
should
get a
eat.
plate and eat
Yeah.
while we do it.
I'll hide so that the camera can't see. Although I'm not a sloppy eater, it'll be fine.
I kind of can't, but that's okay. I can eat
Okay.
after.
Are you guys okay with breaking, because I also
Okay.
need to bump again. Are you guys okay with breaking for 30 to eat quickly? And
Yes,
then meeting
let's do
right
that.
back up?
That's fine.
Okay.
Great, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I know
watching them
Sure.
from here.
I'm fine either way.
Yeah.
I like
Okay.
watching it.
So you had me down this.
Hmm?
You got me. You had me eating this.
I know, those are good.
So we have 9 of these, right?
Yes. The category description is digital feature stories, so daily coverage of a non-news event that captures daily life or that brings dignity to the human spirit and includes sport spirit.
I'm sorry, I think there is a CNN entry here.
There is.
Okay.
And
So
I
I
see
need
a
to sit down.
That you
Washington
worked on?
Post.
Or that you feel
Everything.
something? Yeah. Okay, then we'll have Bernie sit this one out. And I do, we're ready. Okay, well, we just
Hello.
started. Thank you so much for your time.
Is now a good time?
Sure, now's as good as any, right?
Yep.
Okay. How much context do you have, Boyzell?
AJ was telling me
Uh-huh.
that you really need to decide on
Yeah.
a second.
Yes, on a second, exactly. So there's one already decided,
Yeah.
and we're deciding between the last two or whether to forward it all. That's,
So Boyzell's gonna give us a tiebreaker, an up or a down or a nothing.
Mhm.
And I'm choosing between what I'm seeing here.
yeah, well, so there's this one, globe, and then this one, science.
Now, if you wanna ask a question or two for clarifying, that's good, but
Sure.
we don't wanna have an extended.
Yeah, right. And this is, you're taking into account the entire design
So
of the
this,
cover?
this is the magazine cover category, part of the photo editing division. So we've talked extensively about focusing on the photo editing, which of course keeps in mind conversations with design and other departments, but that this focus should be on the photo
The photos,
selections
the photo
with
selection.
storytelling.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks.
Go back to the,
Is there like caption information for what this cover is?
I believe there is, yeah. Let's do that real quick. Thanks.
Community members in Maine begin the mourning process after a gunman opened fire on a bowling alley and bar, killing 18 people and wounding 13 others.
And then same with the other ones.
For science, this is a much longer.
Oh, yes, maybe you could take it.
This one has a little more context on the cover though.
True.
I think the globe cover moves me more than this. I mean, I love the photo, I love the design of it. Go back to the globe cover. Yeah, to me, this photo allows me to linger on this cover much longer than the other, just because of all the faces, the community coming together. You know, I want to know more about what's happening here. This is a significant moment to get a whole community together like this, and yeah. So I think if I had two things side by side in a news rack, I'd pick up this cover first.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, boys.
Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it.
Really appreciate the no context.
And you know, you all had a lot of context around this, and that's awesome and great and why we're here too. But it's good to remember that for a lot of people consuming news, right, they're making the decision Boyzell just did, right, which is what's on the rack that I want to pick up. So
Yeah, also he does have the context of being a photo editor
Yeah,
himself.
yeah, is
Who knows
coming-
all of,
yeah, coming over.
But
from
it's
our-
not on the rack. No.
No, it's not.
I know, I was wondering if you all would
I was
stay
gonna
quiet.
say, it took a lot to keep my mouth shut.
Alright.
That was 60 seconds, for the
That was-
record. That was 60 seconds.
Although I do have a quick question, which is, so he's awarding this a second, do we also want to award a third?
No.
What?
No.
That was chaotic, Sandra.
We wasted an entire afternoon and you're not gonna award the links?
Yes, we would like to
Yeah,
give
you're all or
Science
nothing.
Magazine.
Okay.
I am all or
2
nothing.
and 3.
Yeah, we
You.
can do 3.
Thank you.
I'm totally all or nothing.
Okay, we're great.
Awesome, okay.
Are you,
Does this look
great,
right?
great. Are you guys done?
Yes.
No.
That is
Not even
correct.
wrong.
All right.
That is
Wow.
hilarious.
This was
An
our
emotional
quite well.
roller coaster.
Yeah. Does anyone need a moment?
Oh, no.
All right. Launching back
Okay.
into digital feature.
Do you want me to restart this or just continue?
I think we can just continue because we'll be scrolling back
yeah,
through
I
it.
do recommend you guys, like, if you want to pull this up and scroll through it on your own time, maybe after we go through together, but that way you can look as we go, or look at some things more specifically.
Because I feel like I looked through, just quickly glancing to make sure. I know that I saw yours, Benny, but I think there might be something from posts.
I appreciate the break.
Yeah, that was amazing.
Because I feel like I've been talking the entire day.
We're doing digital projects, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Just make sure, 'cause I feel like.
There is a Washington Post one in here.
Yeah, there is.
Where's that
It's
one?
not that one.
What's the, oh, I'm not supposed to say anything, sorry.
Really? Okay. Do you want to whisper it? Or is it?
No, I think I just needed to hear what the category, how
This
are we
one?
supposed to be,
Oh,
what
that's
are we
it.
judging?
So
Oh, yeah.
this is daily coverage of a non-news event that captures daily life or that brings dignity to the human spirit, including sports.
Which is digital
Oh, yeah,
features.
yeah.
So like non-news.
Just like a quick side note, trying to open them up. There are 2 projects that have multiple links in them.
I
Really?
Googled them
Yeah.
and the same exact cover picture popped up, so that's just
So
the link I
We're
have.
just gonna look at the first one in the series, is what it sounds like?
Can I see?
Yeah,
This Call this one.
so like this one has multiple, but I think this is the main first one, and then same with this one also has multiple.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, that was the series, the
Yeah.
entire series.
I think I believe
So for
they
this,
should all be judged.
for this one, which didn't have a link, I just pulled up the project
Mhm.
from the New York Times. And then for this one that also didn't have a link, I did the same thing.
Wait, is that a different, am I in the wrong category?
So they didn't have links, but we just searched them, essentially.
This is digital,
Oh, we're in digital feature.
Yeah.
My bad, I'm looking at digital project. But weirdly, the first story is in both, which is why I think like they're.
Oh, you were looking at project?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
So there are 2 post stories.
Okay, that you want to recuse yourself from?
Yeah.
Okay.
So do you want me to recuse completely?
Yeah. Unless they get pulled from the final, and then
Okay.
you guys are welcome to jump back in. Does that
Okay.
make sense?
Yeah.
That way you guys aren't
Mhm.
judging anything, aren't weighing those pieces against anything else.
Can I borrow
Oh,
Emily's
sure.
computer then?
Just a minute. It's charged up.
Yep.
You want your charger up?
No, you can just let it slide in. I'll get it if I need it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then we will start with Ariel and Kathy. Ariel keeps trying the short end of the stick.
I know, we just didn't enter anything, I don't
Yeah.
think.
Lesson learned for next year. I'm
Yeah.
just kidding. Okay. This is still the first story, right?
I mean, I do really love this story, like this use of video and
Mhm.
image is is really interesting and I think thoughtfully deployed.
Yep.
Like they could very easily have done that kind of like semi-video scroll treatment like a lot in this story and very, I think very thoughtfully used it in like specific moments rather than leaning too hard on it. But
Was that good? Yeah. Do you want to just keep going through each?
Mhm.
Okay.
Do we want to comment on every one each time, or?
I mean, I wasn't sure what made the most sense. Like,
If you guys have something to say, I'd say we start talking about them, unless you would rather.
We can go through, I mean, and just, yeah. It's gonna be tough. Hey, can you scroll back because is there an animation in there?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I thought I imagined it.
Interesting.
That's the last one.
Thank you.
9-way tie.
That was digital feature story?
Yes.
This is from last year.
Oh, okay. I was like, cause that.
Yeah, these are all from last year. That's good. There's a lot of tabs. Exit a bunch of these. Alright, so 2024. Is there anyone you guys want to start talking about, or shall we maybe like run through and you guys can make comments on the ones that we saw?
There's some really good stuff in there, that's for sure. I really like the Africa piece, the old world, new world one.
Yeah, that was really well done. I think the thing that kind of looking through a lot of these, I felt really cognizant of like, these are obviously stories where these newsrooms put a lot of resource, time, energy into, and I actually was a lot more, I think, receptive to the ones where they utilize kind of the more flashy design elements in a more restrained way,
Mhm.
right? Like this, I think, was really thoughtful in the way it kind of leads with this header, it kind of zooms you in and tells you a little bit and zooms you back out again. But the whole story isn't just this active zoom in, zoom out thing.
Mhm.
Again, it could have easily been done, but a strong variety of photography, like a great range of emotion. The pacing didn't feel like it's somewhat of a long story. I didn't feel as long as I think it could have.
Agreed. I'm trying to pull it up. I don't know why it's not ones work for certain things. There it goes.
I really love this
So
one.
this is an in for you
Yeah,
guys?
this is definitely an in.
Because I think there are potentially a lot of ends. Could I maybe touch on a possible out for me?
Sure.
Please.
It's actually the second one. Yeah, I really liked the arc of the story and the imagery of it, but I think this is another one where like the design kind of got in the way. Like I felt like there was so much happening all the time. Even like scrolling on my own computer, like there was actually kind of a lag in what loaded when, and
Yeah.
so like I was getting it in a different pacing that it felt like too much movement, like too many elements kind of competing for my attention over and over again.
Can we see it as a mobile? Because I just want to see if it's going to have
Yeah.
the same.
I did the same thing on my computer, and
I actually have it up too, but.
I actually kind of found like I liked it better in mobile because it actually spaced the images out a bit
Mhm.
more. But I still think it was like so many little bits, and I kind of like because a part of it I liked because it did feel like a little more ephemeral, kind of like you're existing alongside the photographer who's telling this personal story, where it feels like all of these things are kind of moving at you. As like little snippets, as little memories, kind of interspersed with the more present day. But I think I would have, like I think I had a lot of trouble spending any real time with any individual image, which again, maybe is part of the point.
I don't know if that would be part of the point, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, I remember when this published, and you have to say, I remember looking at it really thoroughly. I don't remember all that movement, and it's kind of bugging me now, where I don't remember it bugging me when I was just kind of consuming it. And maybe it's just being hyper aware of that we're thinking about presentation in addition to the photo edit. Because I do think that the photo edit I think it's really strong. There's a lot of variety. It takes you on this journey. But is that movement just too much?
I feel like I want some stillness, especially in kind of like with some of the narrative arc of the story.
I really would love to understand what was the thought around how these images were moving, and where they're moving, like what purpose is it serving, other than to move. Maybe that's just me being kind of naive or simplistic about it, but because I did think that, some of these pairings were really successful. I think there was a lot of kind of narrative build up in these sequence, like these little groupings. But I think I just wanted them to be presented a little more straightforward,
Like it'd be like some of the movement, but then like some being just a little bit more.
Yeah.
More of a pause.
I think you guys are doing this already, but just a reminder, judges will consider design, layout, and innovative uses of technology, but will weigh most heavily the quality of storytelling.
Right.
How the photos have been considered, sequenced, and presented.
other one that I was like less excited about was the Ukraine children portrait series, which to me felt like it was clever to do those like kind of subtle, you know, semi-animations as we went. I think the timing of them threw it off because it became distracting to like, you know, absorbing the photo. But this also just felt like, to me, felt very long. It felt like it was like.
It was better in print.
Yeah, I really liked it in print, and I was less excited about it digitally.
And I think it felt more redundant in digital than it did in print, where in print it felt like it was you're on a journey, and here it's just this never-ending scroll. And I don't know if it's scroll fatigue after today, but
I think there was like a tighter edit in print as well that I think helped this a lot.
yeah.
And what did you guys think of the animated approach?
I like it in theory. I think the execution was a little off. And I think it has partially to do with like where in the scroll that animation or that like kind of switch over to the second photo happens. Because like for me it was so distracting because like it hit at a point in the scroll, and I tried to kind of switch down to mobile too, and I found it did the same thing where it hit in a point where I was already like, it was either halfway into or halfway out of the photo, and so you kind of don't see the image and then see it move.
So you're having to go back to see it again, as opposed to it being this natural.
Yeah. Like kind of, it felt like even when we were scrolling originally, it felt like a glitch, and I was like, wait, did something happen? And like having to do that kind of took me way out of the story, and each time it happened, I was like, wait, did this happen again? Is this one? I was like, oh, like, you know.
But I do think this is a little wider edit, and more is not always better. I mean, it's still a beautiful project, but I don't think it's gonna hold up against some of this other stuff that's in here. Like there was a different photo of that boy in the print edit. It was a horizontal.
Oh yeah, there was the horizontal, the whole thing, and his legs were out more.
And I
I mean,
think
like this version works much nicer for mobile, like the horizontal
Right.
would have gotten lost, which
Yeah.
is the.
making those choices, but so for me this is out.
Yeah.
Okay. Smooth it out.
This is so hard.
I know.
You guys are doing great.
And I think we can look at the Putin's Forever War. And I lost all of the tabs. I don't know what I did.
Hey, do you want me to bring my computer over there and?
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
We can consolidate where we're
So
sitting.
it's because there should be two.
Is that no?
Here.
You did.
I don't know what I did.
If you wanna drive.
Oh. There's a lot of nice imagery in this story. And it's super comprehensive. It reminded me a lot of the Africa story. That it takes you on this kind of like cultural journey through this country and community, and what are the things about it that make it what it is, what this culture is about.
And also just thinking of like the challenge of photographing in Russia and kind of getting this breadth of imagery. I was thinking it's actually a similar thing with like the China story too. It's like these are places that can be very hard to
Right.
get, you know, this kind of access, this kind of like ability to spend time to do that safely, and to have it feel kind of honest to the experience. So I did that. So
Subway that Tucker Carlson loves so
Oh
much.
yeah, the really clean ones.
Yes.
Like I think the only thing for this one that I would do differently, or I wish was a little different, is actually those kind of interstitial, kind of these like video scrolly, not video, but like, you know, the full screen and it scrolls with like the captions over them. I was reading kind of the couple of graphs before and after, and I feel like where those hit, because they kind of pull you into like a specific vignette, felt like some of the placement was off, but the flow of the whole story holistically. Like I still like them. I think that the way that the images that are in those groupings work really well together, and they pace well with that text, but I kind of wanted them almost at like where the subhead is, almost somewhere where there's a natural break in the flow of the story to kind of take you on this like little immersive trip and then drop you back out. Yeah. And some of that is, again, like it depends on, like, you know, when we make edits, like we decide where in the text, if, you know, the images go, and I don't know how much that plays in different newsrooms, but.
Right. Yeah, but you see it here, you know, and we're gonna stay here for a little bit and visit. And again, each one of the images are, you know, remarkable. They play off each other well. Oops. That last image too of all the soldiers. Some of the portraiture I think is a little lackluster.
Yeah.
Is it needed transitional images? Sometimes it feels like it's there just because they talk to the person.
But like there's some, I think, like I feel like there was like one where like a person was quoted and the image was actually kind of more like it's the truck one, I think, or maybe he was just quoted in the caption itself. But I was like, oh, I like the idea of the guy in the garage who, like, you have his name, you kind of have this moment with him, but it's not like a pause and portrait. Like there's a part of me that's like, you could take this whole body of work and completely lose those portraits, and it doesn't feel like it's missing anything.
Yeah, exactly. No, I mean it's really strong work.
Definitely keep this one in.
I know.
No, I'm like, let's keep in there all the
Let's
rest.
keep
We're
them all in.
good.
Okay.
No, we'll go to the Nat Geo one.
Oh, I can't look it up.
Oh, we had the logins. I thought we did.
Oh, I have this over here.
It's okay. I think you can look at this one.
Okay, yeah.
It's the only one that.
That's fine. If you just scroll fairly slow. I know we can't say this about every one of them, but I really like this one. But in part because we don't see a lot of pairings in a lot of the other displays where we see a lot, like, I think the Washington Post one, we had pairings, but in a lot of the other ones, it's just stack, stack, stack. And, you know, we do a lot of pairings. I think because we're trying to mimic print a little bit more in how we think about these digital designs, but in the same breath, again, having to see it look like, what does it look like on mobile? Are they stacking, or are they side by side?
They're
Yeah, they're
stacking.
stacking.
Which is kind of like all you really can do, because if you kept them as like a side by side on mobile, like.
See, ours
there's
have
no
to be,
way.
we build ours in Photoshop because we don't have any means to do
Gotcha.
side by sides any other way. so the photo editor's thinking about those pairings in a very strategic way. Although, that being said, I don't know if this one holds up against Russia, Africa, the Bengali story. Like, I love the video and the Bengali story and the things they chose to focus on in terms of that display. So, this is lovely though.
It feels like a very sweet kind of like essay. I think for me the thing that is missing is that unlike a lot of the other pieces, like this doesn't have like a clear narrative arc. And so I feel like I want a little bit like I think the pairings work nice. I think the individual images work well, but I feel like the kind of narrative arc of this grouping of photos feels a little bit of like, just here's a bunch of pictures, you know, spend some time with them, which there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
But I think when compared to larger bodies of work that are kind of seemingly more intentional in that, that's where this falls apart for me.
All right, we can get rid of Texas.
Sorry, Texas.
Nice work, guys.
This is so hard.
It is so
It
hard.
hurts.
Anybody's listening, your work is amazing.
Before I want to kind of talk about this
The abortion clinic
the
one.
abortion clinics one, yeah, the one with all the grids. Like, I feel like this is an interesting approach to a challenging topic, right? And it feels like they're using the photography almost in some ways like a graphic, right? Like an infographic where like you see this repetitive like building, and here they come and go. I think this also suffers a little bit from trying to put too much into the story. Because you already have this kind of design that relies on these grids and these individual little bits that are part of a whole, but you have them repeated so many times that it's really hard to kind of hinge on to.
Well, and I want to, you know, with these flashing, and I know we're not designed, but there's information here in the photography that we're supposed to be digesting, and I'm not exactly sure that we are digesting the information that I think we're supposed to. It took me a while to realize that these images were disappearing and then changing, and I'm just trying to kind of
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize that was happening. I was like, why did they keep blinking? Is it like a disappearing thing? I didn't realize that they were actually swapping out.
They are swapping out images. So if you, because I was focused on that, there's that green building.
Oh, yeah.
So now it's someplace else.
Yeah, I thought that they were supposed to indicate they were disappearing. I was like, why do they keep coming back? Not even
They're
knocking that
they're
there.
buildings that are becoming other
Yeah.
things that were once, and that's not super intuitive to me. And I'm not sure it would be to the average reader as well, because I think it's, unless it's me, but it wasn't when I first, then at one point I was like, wait, that wasn't the same image that was in that square? And so it's communicating to me that something's changed, but are these buildings just being occupied by a dentist office now, or whatever it is?
Yeah.
And so if you have an intent, how clear does the intent need to be for it to be effective?
I mean, it's all part of the visual language, right? And if it's like you're being too, this is a terrible way. I've been trying to think of a better way to say it, but my brain is not coming with words. Like if you're trying to be like too cute with it, it can be like, it
Or
actually gets in its own.
too clever.
Too clever. Thank
Yeah.
you. It can get in its own way. But I think it does some things that are really smart, like kind of when you scroll down into the flip of like the first
So you see
building,
there,
right?
yeah, and that I'm not sure I would have then said, oh, I'm gonna go back up and look and see what was going on there.
Yeah, but I think it does work a little better when it's more intentional, lower, and then you kind of like, you see the old building, you scroll, you see the new building, you scroll, you see the inside of that building and what it's become. I think that's really interesting, but I feel like there's so many elements, there's so many spaces, there's like so much going on that like.
And it definitely is a hard story to kind of wrap your head around. And to quantify. I mean, I think they're doing a good job of kind of quantifying what's happening in these states.
I think you guys have at least 3 to cut, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
I think we could. I could.
I could get rid of this one too. Sorry.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You guys are doing great at appreciating.
It's like wanting to be like, here's the moment, and then on to the next.
I mean, all of these are already in the final round,
Yeah.
you know.
All right, we're moving along.
And there's this one, and then the CNN one. Still to talk
Right.
about, right?
Which one do you want to go first?
We'll do the abortion ban made them teen parents.
I really liked the story a lot. I think the edit was too wide.
I was gonna say exactly the same thing. There was some redundancies here that could have been tightened up and made this a little quicker.
Yeah, I do love the use of video though. I think this was one of the stories that like is incorporating other elements in a way that doesn't feel overwhelming. And I really love the kind of subhead breaking with the 2 daisies, that you kind of don't get the reveal until close to the end when you get that detail of her shoulder and you see that that's a tattoo that she has with both the kids' names. And I was like, oh my god. And it was kind of a lovely, like, subtle Easter egg moment, which was really kind of nice, that the design itself was taken from the photography.
This
but
grouping here feels really, I don't get the sitting next to the seawall, you know, that there's a similar grouping with the dad.
Yeah, I was gonna
but
say.
there's a little bit more, I mean, the popping the pimple thing is just so amazing. Oh, he's seeing if he needs to shave. I thought he was seeing if
I
he
thought he was,
popping a pimple, but still the same thing is that this youth is still clings to them. But I don't, the grouping. So in short, I think there's too many images in this and we can cut it.
Yeah. It hurts, but I really love it, but yeah, I agree.
There's some beautiful images in there in the effort to move things along.
Okay.
And so how many left do we have?
We have 5.
5. We haven't talked about this one yet.
We haven't looked at and talked about this one yet.
Yep.
No, I do really like this story too. I feel like I also have like a high bar for a full black and white story and why, and I think it actually works really well in this because there are elements, there are photographs that feel more graphic, but not graphic, right? Like I love this grouping actually, this 3 right here, like those details are so striking against each other, and it's also so heavy, but a thoughtful way of approaching that, and then kind of having this image of the little girl with this like wedge kind of coming up feels like a very thoughtful and intentional pairing, which I really appreciated.
And I think that the photo edit is really tight. It's like a very, very clean, quick, concise edit to kind of tell you the story of this girl. So this would be in for me.
Same.
Okay. You guys have successfully narrowed down to 5. Yeah, can we look at those 5?
I think the one that's kind of hanging out is the Iraq one that we haven't fully hashed out.
Well, what are your thoughts on it? Like, where's your?
I have to look past the jumping photos.
And I don't think you actually talked very much about this. I know I mentioned a little bit.
I
as we
really
started
like the
going.
Bangladeshi one. I love the video movement. I love the pacing. I love the variety. like we have 3 stories that are kind of looking at kind of community and culture. And they're all really extensive. They're all, you know, a wonderful series of photos that are accompanying them. This one has a little bit of redundancy, like there's a version of that photo at the end that's kind of from above.
Yeah.
It's like one of the last images in the thing, and I don't know if it was necessary. I do love the video elements, I just think they're so well done. Yeah, that's that image. I don't know why you needed to kind of end with an image that you had at the beginning.
But like it's just like I think short of that, like everything else kind of just like hits so well. And honestly, I love like seeing a story like this. Like you see a publication like the Times doing these big international stories and stuff like that, and this is like in their own backyard. To, like spend some real time with like a hyper local community and to give it such care. I just like really appreciate them doing this here and not just in Ukraine or
Right.
just in Russia, you know.
And the one thing that I like about the Washington Post piece too is the telling of this photographer's journey home. And through their eyes, they are rediscovering their homeland. And I think the photographs really kind of capture this idea of, like a lot of them, I mean, they're all very beautiful images, but they also feel very kind of like, what is the word I'm trying to think of? That it's a visual journal diary kind of capture of like almost like he's gonna go home and say, here mom, here dad, look at what our house used, look at the neighborhood, look at, you know, so it's they're obviously crafted very well, they're very thoughtful, but it's a little bit wider because it's meant to kind of let us view the Iraq of today through his eyes very specifically.
Yeah.
And I think the edit reflects that more so. Like jumping around aside, I think it's a much more unique approach to a story than say just, and the Putin one's kind of on the end of my list. Those portraits and stuff didn't kind of bring it home, and for me, like if I'm gonna get down to 4, I think I wanna go with something that like took a different point of view on how they were gonna approach telling a story. I'm maybe not saying it as, I'm kinda tired at this point, but,
No, I get that. I think that there is something that is like with the Post story that feels, the images themselves feel very organic, right? Like it feels like this is his Instagram story, right? This is just his like phone camera roll. Like he's just reacting rather than like, I'm trying to make a picture that says something specific. And I think that, you know, it's done very well. Yeah.
And I get a sense of, you know, through the image selection and through the way that the photographer thought about shooting this, that I know a bit more about how he felt about going home.
Yeah.
And kind of what he was exploring.
Like this, comparing, if you want to go back, like the older photo of him and this, like the little, like subtleties in that, as like you're kind of going through, like, oh, like it doesn't hit you over the head, and I appreciate that.
So I don't know if this is a 1, 2, or 3, but it's definitely in my grouping. And so for me, I would out Putin, and I would be between the Brooklyn Bangladeshi story, the WAPO story, the Africa story, and then the mother, and you know, the daughter being raised by the aunt.
Ariel, do you agree on dropping that, or do you want to propose a different one?
y'all.
I know, I mean, like, there are.
No, the pictures are so good, but like, no, I definitely see your point. I think there is something about the Iraq story that feels different, and like, while I love so many of the photos in the Putin story, and this kind of like the kind of thoughtful intent behind it, like, yeah, I think those portraits are the thing that are hurting it the most, but it doesn't even hurt it that much.
No, not at all, but
I
it's
love
like.
this photo too so much.
I know, there's,
Yeah.
I mean, there's definitely, I'm seeing a side of Russia that you don't get to see. I mean, that photo of the people having wine at that table, like, could have been like, you know, somewhere in the, you know, the Italian Alps, like it just, but that photo, like, it'll.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Is it, okay.
I'm comfortable losing it.
So now we're gonna order, we're going really fast.
I know.
I'm already so sad missing so many things, but this feels right. This feels
Yes.
good.
Okay. So we have your final four here. Nice work. It sounded like a couple were rising to the top for both of you.
I think Africa is pretty amazing.
I think I'm stuck between Africa and Brooklyn. Like they both tell stories of communities really well. They both have strong variety. They both use, you know, incorporate design in a thoughtful way. They're two very different stories.
You're talking about this one and then the
Bangladesh.
first Brooklyn one.
Mm-hmm.
I think I lean a little more toward this one,
Mhm.
the Bangladeshi community one. I think just because of like the kind of incorporation of like the video and the thoughtfulness and the way that that's brought together.
I mean, the video, I mean, that can be part of our consideration, right?
Yep.
Cause if we're only thinking about the photo edit, I'm leaning more towards Africa, but if
Yeah.
we're looking at this as a way to transport the viewer to this community, the video just, it's selling it to me. Like, I just love the use of video in this.
I think like holistically as a story with all of the elements in it, like I think if they had more of the video, I would be like, no, there's too many things. Like it's like right on that edge, it's right towing that line. And I think it's like every visual asset, like other than the redundancy of the one kind of scene, like I feel like those photos are incorporated really thoughtfully. Like this is a very visual first kind of story, right? Where like the images are kind of bringing you together, and the text is almost kind of a secondary context, which doesn't always work, but I think works really well here.
So 1.
I would give this 1.
Africa 2.
Mm-hmm.
My thought is CNN 3 and honorable mention to Iraq.
Yeah. Yeah, that was kind of like where I was gonna go with it.
Wow.
All right.
Great.
We're done.
Great.
Well done.
Nice work, you two.
Nice
work, you two.
Oh gosh.
Maybe we should make you two do all of these.
Oh,
Just
no.
kidding. Okay, so
Oh.
I'm hearing that folks are tired. I know how much sleep deprivation can impact the brain and decision making. We do also, we've promised the students that they can leave by 9, which is an hour from now, which is late. I was hoping to get through the last digital category of project, which I think has more submissions than this does. So I guess I leave it up to you guys to decide, do we want to power through one more tonight, or, thank you, okay, there are 9.
How many more categories are left?
There's 6 portfolios and this one, 7. So you guys have made it through 9. And the portfolios are like longer, so each team or individual has up to 10 submissions within that portfolio, right? Some of which you may have already seen, it's possible. I don't remember exactly. So those will have more elements to discuss, if that makes sense, because you're considering them as a whole portfolio.
And also some of the digital project is from, like there are a few of the entries into the project that we just went through as well.
Yeah, I can see.
Yep, that's
What
true.
would be what would be different?
So the project is essentially broader.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if I can find the official.
Oh, is that one where
It can
if it's
be-
a series,
it is
like
not-
the AR-15, it's an entire series of
It's
it.
meant to not be like a single assignment and meant to be a longer term story.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in some cases it's multiple stories, in some
Yep.
cases it's one large story that spanned it.
So there might be multiple links.
Yes.
Ooh.
Wow. However, it can be like any of the topics, including news and features. So yeah, and then the last parameter I want to throw out there is tomorrow. I am really hoping to wrap this up by 3 or 4, so that at least a couple of us can hit the road for our flights. Which essentially gives us an hour if we really buckle down, like an hour or less for each category. So like committing to being able to do that if we only finish this or don't or leave this one for tomorrow.
This would put us at 10 done today.
And just portfolios tomorrow.
I'm game for whatever.
I'm down to get through this one.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. All right.
Hopefully a lot of
Maybe
it
get a
we've
coffee.
seen
Sure.
before.
Yeah, do we want to take a
Take like a
2-minute break? Okay, 5.
5-minute
5-minute
break?
5-minute break, yeah.
Sure.
Okay. 5-minute break.
Anyone want anything?
Students,
Bring
how
something
are you
back.
guys doing? Okay. Thank you for asking. Thank you.
is just us again, Ariel.
So this one is 5.
Yeah.
This one is 4.
I'll stamp
Okay.
it.
Can I trade spots with
Yeah.
somebody over there?
Yeah.
Newsrooms are too good.
I know.
I don't think I got all of the bits. I got like the first one of each in here, I think. I didn't do this one to be breaking
And do you guys wanna run through each of these
Yeah.
together on a big screen?
Yep,
Okay,
please.
okay, let's do that if that's all right.
So this is the
Same.
same
Yeah.
project?
Yeah.
The exact same project?
Exactly.
Nothing new?
No.
Okay.
Okay, great. You guys have seen this?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the name of the calendar?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is digital projects, which is this entry can be news, features, or sports. It is not for content generated by a single daily assignment, but a longer-term story told digitally.
And that's just that story, so it's
Yeah.
not,
Yes.
okay.
Some of them are like a self-contained story, I guess, that went over a long period of time, and a couple are series.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the difference between this that was in features and this that was in project now. Just, or is it just, that's what the,
I think it seems like it just applies to both.
yeah.
And like there is a part of me that's kind of like, I mean, we can go through all of them, but there's a part of me that's like, for ones that we already awarded in a different category, I'm personally a little more inclined to like weight them less than the others, like unless they are just like out of the park.
Yeah.
Stronger.
Okay.
But-
Yeah, I think you guys should weigh them against the ones you're seeing in this
Yeah,
category.
yeah.
This is also just a symbol story.
was wondering, I was like, are they gonna explain like because the text seems so conversational. I was like, how does the story come together? And yeah, super fascinating. I think we don't figure it out again, right? I kept waiting for it.
So this one is 5 stories. One of which we didn't see earlier.
Would you go back up for just a quick second? I'm trying to figure, is that like a, oh, okay, so it looks like it's just a
little
loop
video
of
thing.
videos, okay.
Yep.
Gotcha, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
No, it's okay.
And on these ones where there's like things flashing up, just a little slower on
Yeah,
the thing, because we sometimes.
Really quick, do you mind, maybe it can be in any of these, but I would love to see one of these insets, but on mobile, to kind of see how that goes. Sorry.
Oh, of course.
Can you maybe go back a couple, just so I'm curious how the layout shifts or doesn't? Okay, it doesn't. Okay. Thank you. Oh, this is a digital version of that, right?
Yeah, we can just scroll.
Okay. Yeah, it is.
Do you want to play it? Also, I do appreciate the kind of consistent check-ins, the notes to readers throughout the story, not just at the top.
cut us off 5 to wherever you guys end.
So this one has 4. Don't want me to go slower through these. That was kind of.
Yeah, if there's a lot of movement.
Unintentionally active.
There's an image there.
I feel like something's loading.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try reloading it. And sorry, Martina, you did already read?
Yeah, I totally.
Yeah. Okay. We'll have to experience it as is. If you guys wanna try on your computers too,
Yeah.
that might be good.
Is this the first story?
This is the first story.
No. Little. I don't think
Leaves.
that's zip line. I don't see that in here. It's so weird. No, I just was like looking at the. This is this one.
Oh yeah, it wasn't. This was the one where the link was like incomplete.
Oh.
on one of
Yeah.
them.
Oh, it's interactive.
So this was the one that was in the
Oh, I
picture with the
see. I
submission.
see. Okay. What's the headline for that one?
It's
Coral reef sea level rise.
Ancient warning of a rising sea.
Yeah. That's it. First one?
In the Seychelles, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful. Okay. Just gotta scroll down to see if that one.
Yeah, was that it?
No.
No.
That was the
It's the
second.
next one. There it is.
That one.
Mhm.
Oh, 'cause it's a video. Okay, cool. Okay. We can see it over here. Are all of them, or is it just that one?
It's just this one.
Okay.
Because there's a video there for some reason doesn't want to load.
Oh.
But we can see
Why
that
don't
here.
you guys, yeah.
Okay.
But if you want to keep scrolling through the rest of it, yeah.
I'm glad there is something there.
Yeah.
It's also video. I mean, I wonder if it's just like
The video just doesn't want
lagging.
to.
Yeah. Just let that hang out here.
Are you on Chrome?
Look, we're like, there's a video.
You guys are able to follow along?
Yeah.
Mhm.
That's troubling.
I mean, it's such a real thing though, like, of we run into this in like our newsroom too. It's like when you do interactive pieces that have lots and lots of things that have to load. It's like conversations about like how elements get preloaded for the reader, or like what happens if you're on like low Wi-Fi, and like do you still have a way to access that as a viewer?
This is the second one of that same submission.
That's super clever.
Is there other visuals with this?
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
little videos.
Little videos.
So just frantically texting the news.
Yeah, I got
What
that,
happened?
That's not good.
Would you do me a favor? Would you just like scrunch in the mobile real
Okay.
quick? I'm just curious for
On how they
these
actually
spreads.
play.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
So stack or offset.
Oh, so it's like, oh, they're so small. Interesting. Okay. Thank you.
This is the same submission again.
Hang on. I think, do I have this one open? I do have this one open. Alright. Drone video. Drone video, or not drone, but just video. Ooh.
Did that not load either?
No, it didn't.
There you go.
That's so wild. that's not what we're here for, but like mad props